Chu Yuechan took to the skies and flew swiftly with a pair of beautiful eyes that were misty yet expressionless. As if she had lost her soul, she didn't respond in the slightest to the urgent shouts from Chu Yueli. In the end, she landed on the sword management terrace and stood in front of that huge heaven's punishment sword. She looked at that tall and erect sword shape and the aura that was as boundless as the sea. Her usually ice-cold eyes, cheeks, and cherry blossom lips began to tremble. Dead and dead, you're actually dead and dead. Elder sister. Chu Yueli finally caught up. Chu Yuechan's never-before-seen strange behavior sent her heart into a state of turmoil. She held onto Chu Yuechan's arm and panically said, Elder sister, what's wrong? What exactly is going on here? Tell me quickly. Chu Yuechan didn't have the slightest reaction to her arrival and voice. She foolishly looked at that heaven's punishment sword and muttered in a daze. Why are you dead? Why? Bang! A frantic icy cold power dispersed from Chu Yuechan's body and shocked Chu Yueli far away. She charged toward the heaven's punishment sword, and countless ice lotuses crazily exploded on the heaven's punishment sword as she produced waves of shattering grief. Every single one of her attacks contained her utmost possible strength. The power that a frantic throne released contained an incredibly frightening might. Cold air roiled around the entire sword management terrace as ice crystals filled the sky. Why are you dead? I don't believe it. Come out for me, come out. Why are you dead? Why did you forget what you said? You clearly told me that you were a true man. How can you die? Come out, come out. Weren't you going to conquer me? Didn't you want to go to frozen cloud Asgard to find me? Then why did you die? Come out. Please come out. As long as you come out, I'll do whatever you say. Come out. Come out like a flurry of rain. Countless ice crystals crazily struck the heaven's punishment sword. However, let alone shaking it, not even a single scratch remained on the heaven's punishment sword. The sound of every collision was deafening, but the cold, roiling winds contained an incomparable grief. Chu Yuechan's voice went from desperation and heartbreaking to resentment and anger, until finally it became the most mournful cries and pleading. At this moment, she wasn't the fairy of frozen beauty that the men of the world could only dream of admiring, but didn't dare to look at. She was now an emotionless and soulless ordinary woman, elder sister. Looking at Chu Yuechan's actions, she felt her grieving emotions. When she heard her voice, Chu Yueli became completely dumbfounded. No matter how unbelievable it was, she had no choice but to imagine an absurd possibility. When this possibility appeared in her brain, she almost had a nervous breakdown. The huge trembles on the sword management terrace quickly drew in people from the heavenly sword villa. Ling Yuefeng and several elders who weren't that far away rapidly rushed over. They simultaneously stared at the situation before their eyes. When the others arrived, Chu Yueli's heart tightened. She rapidly advanced and tenaciously embraced Chu Yuechan while, Elder sister, stop hitting. That's the heaven's punishment sword. It's impossible to move. Yun Qi is already dead. Already dead. Chu Yuechan's body stiffened and suddenly halted all her movements. Chu Yueli's words were like the final straw that turned her last hopes into completely despair. Plop! Streaks of bloody arrows spouted out from Chu Yuechan's mouth onto the heaven's punishment sword. Her eyes shut, and all of her consciousness changed into a blank despair as her entire body slowly fell backwards. Elder sister! Chu Yueli cried out in alarm. After a brief period of dazzlement, she quickly held the unconscious Chu Yuechan and flew towards the direction of the courtyards. Fairy of frozen glass, what's going on? Ling Yuefeng quickly asked. Chu Yueli seemed to not hear him. She flew away with Chu Yuechan without talking to anyone and quickly disappeared from their sights. Seeing the scarlet pool of bloodstains on the heaven's punishment sword, Ling Yuefeng's heart suddenly lurched and he urgently said, Quickly! As soon as Grandmother Jiumu heals Princess Kang Yue, tell her to leave for the courtyard where the Fairy of Frozen Beauty is staying. Yun Qi's death made a majority of people feel regret, but that was only regret. However, his death stirring up a series of chain reactions was something they never could have thought of. Chu Yuechan overestimated herself. She originally thought that Yun Qi's wrongful binding made her restricted and helpless. She believed with her temperament she could completely sever all emotions regarding Yun Qi. She believed that her original reason for coming to the Heavenly Sword Villa was to see Yun Qi one last time, settle all of her gratitude and resentments, and then be rid of any earthly thoughts. But she truly didn't understand herself, and truly didn't understand her womanly feelings. In the realm of the Dragon God trial, those 5 months of close embrace, 5 months of being taken care of, those 5 months of him always being in front of her and defeating all that posed risks to her body. 5 months of rather being bruised and scarred than her receiving the slightest bruise, all those, were enough to melt any woman's stone heart. Let alone Chu Yuechan, who never had a heart of stone. In this world, apart from the dead and the undead, there could never be anyone who was completely emotionless. She just happened to live within the icy cold, frozen cloud Asgard, and had her emotions frozen by the environment and her sect's profound arts. However, when these frozen emotions were released after melting, the blazing passion that came forth would far surpass any ordinary person, and far surpass her own imagination. The moment she heard news of Xianxia's death, she finally realized this fact, after feeling her soul suddenly get strangled by the attacks of pain and despair. However, it was already too late. "Junior sister Xia, are you all right? Are you all right?" Chu Yuechan and Wu Zuxin accompanied Xia Qingyu at her side and asked with concern. Because after hearing news of Xianxia's death, Xia Qingyu had practically lost her soul, and just stared in front of her without moving for a long time. They originally thought the reason why she married Xianxia was to repay a debt of gratitude and fulfill her father's wishes. They didn't think she would have any feelings for him, and thought that even if she heard the news of his death, she would feel a bit regretful. However, Xia Qingyu's reaction right now completely went beyond their expectations. Under their unceasing shouts, Xia Qingyu's beautiful eyes finally focused somewhat. Her towering chest began to violently move up and down for a long time until she gently shook her head. I'm fine." She slowly stood up. Her movements were stiff, as if she was a marionette. The moment she stood up, her foot staggered and she almost toppled to the ground. Chu Yuechan and Wu Zuxin promptly supported her with eyes full of concern and complexity. "What Master said, are they all true?" Xia Qingyu opened her mouth and asked with a voice as light as smoke. The two nodded simultaneously, and Chu Yuechan said, "For the sake of rescuing your little brother, he pushed your brother back and personally landed into the hands of the demon. With a single palm from the demon, his body was practically penetrated, and he died right away. Even his corpse is with the demon. Don't say any more." The last color of rosiness Xia Qingyu's face ultimately faded completely and went so pale that it was as if she had fallen seriously ill. She held the corners of her dress with both her hands, and each her delicate jade-like fingers were deathly pale. A feeling of desperation and powerlessness filled her entire body, and her heart felt like it had been pierced by an uncountable number of needles more painful than death. How could it be like this? Is it because I'm truly unqualified to be a wife? Why didn't I choose to go to the sword management terrace together? She muttered within her heart and gently shrugged off the two people's hands who were supporting her. With light steps, she slowly advanced. With an expressionless gaze, she said, "I want to go by myself to the sword management terrace." Chu Yuechan and Wu Zuxin looked at each other and saw the peculiar expression in each other's faces. They didn't stop her and didn't go with her either. They stayed far behind Xia Qingyu. Wu Zuxin lightly sighed. "Looks like the elders aren't wrong about this. The emotions between men and women, we really can't touch any of it, it's too harmful. This could possibly become the inner devil within junior sister Xia's heart." Chu Yuechan said, "I never thought that junior sister Xia would truly develop feelings for that Xianxia. Sigh, but this is good as well. Once Xianxia dies, the emotional roots she shouldn't have should completely be severed." After leaving the courtyard, Xia Qingyu staggeringly walked a while. She suddenly saw the figure of Xia Yuanba in front of her eyes. He lowered his head and mechanically walked forward like a zombie. On his face hung 2 streaks of undried, bloody traces. When Xia Qingyu saw him, he saw Xia Qingyu as well. Every time he had seen her in the past, he would run to her with a face full of joy and shout, "Big sister." However, this time, his face only displayed terror as he panikedly retreated. He roared in a low voice and then turned around to run. "Yuanba!" Xia Qingyu's gaze trembled, and then she flew after him. She landed in front of Xia Yuanba, and Xia Yuanba stopped his footsteps. Both his hands blocked his front and shouted with his coarse voice, Don't come over here, don't come near me." "Yuanba, what happened to you?" Xia Yuanba's current appearance made Xia Qingyu's heart even more painful. She knew that because of Xianxia's death, the most heartbroken one would inevitably be Xia Yuanba. Not only did he have to bear the pain within his heart, he also had a guilt and remorse which were countless times more painful. "Don't come near me." Xia Yuanba fell back as his tears gushed out. "I already killed brother-in-law, I don't want to kill big sister too. I beg you, don't come near me." "Yuanba, don't be like this. It's not your fault. No, it is my fault. It is my fault." Xia Yuanba knelt on the ground and painfully wept. It was me, the trash, that killed brother-in-law. It's all me. It's all me. Why wasn't the one who died me? Why couldn't I have died earlier? Ah, he cried painfully and raised his fist to viciously pound at his own head. Every strike was incredibly heavy. Xianxia took a step forward. Yuanba, don't come over here. Yuanba frantically tried to escape backwards with both hands blocking in front of him. Tears fiercely rushed down his face. His voice was coarse and filled with sorrow. You're my older sister, my close relative. Brother-in-law is my brother and also my close relative. Brother-in-law became increasingly stronger and turned into someone that I admire. He brought me this trash to the Blue Wind profound palace that I yearned for day and night, and brought to the Blue Wind ranking tournament that I didn't even dare dream of being at. When I was bullied, no matter how powerful the opponent was, he would viciously beat the opponent and made them not dare to bully me again. I fearlessly enjoyed everything that brother-in-law brought. His glory is also my glory because he is my most intimate brother-in-law. But what did I do for brother-in-law? What did I do? I killed brother-in-law. I killed brother-in-law. Oh, I'm trash. Trash that's lower than a dog, a trash who killed brother-in-law. Trash. Yuanba. Xianxia bit her lips and didn't know how to comfort Yuanba, whose spirit was so extremely shattered right now. Yuanba's pain continued for a very long time as he cried like a child in despair. His unceasing tears quickly drenched a large portion of the ground. Xianxia didn't say much anymore and quietly watched him cry. Crying in pain is fine. At least he could expel some of the pain and sorrow within his heart. The sound of wind whistled through the air. After some time had passed, Yuanba finally stopped his painful crying, and gradually his sobs had begun to disappear as well. He knelt on the ground with his hair hanging down. After being calm for a long time, he slowly stood up from the ground and all of a sudden said gently, "Elder sister, I'm leaving." "Leave? Where are you going? Returning home?" "No, I'm not returning home. I don't have the face to return home." Yuanba bitterly smiled. "Even if a trash like me does return home, I would have to live under Father's protection. Perhaps there will be a day where I'll cause even Father to die as well. I don't want to be trash anymore. I don't want to kill the intimate people beside me anymore. I need to leave. I need to search for a power that won't make me trash anymore. I need to become stronger. I don't want to be trash anymore." Yuanba raised his hand and wiped the tears off his face. Then he determinedly exposed a smile. "Elder sister, don't worry about me. I promise you that I won't die, because the life that I have now is a life that brother-in-law traded for with his own. No matter what, I won't allow myself to die. I only ask for elder sister to not stop me and not look for me either. I will return one day. Wait for the day I return, when I'll use my own power to protect elder sister, protect father, protect everyone that I want to protect." Xianxia. Yuanba left with his back facing Xianxia. His pace was unusually slow, but they were incredibly firm and unwavering. He didn't bring anything. He didn't even bring a single yellow profound coin. No one knew where he was going. Perhaps he himself did not know either. Even less people knew and understood the sadness, pain, blame, and remorse that filled this 16-year-old youth's heart. As well as his thirst for power, Xianxia didn't chase after him, and only dazedly stared at Yuanba's parting figure. Through her hazy gaze, she saw the usually cheerful, carefree little brother who was always full of passion, unyieldingly grow up. "Yuanba, take care of yourself. I'll wait for you to return," Xianxia lightly whispered. She pressed her hand to her chest and closed her eyes. "Yuanba, thank you for teaching me how to be strong." Floating Cloud City, Xiao clan's rear mountain, Reflection Gorge. Returning from hunting, Xiao Lai was carrying a skinny wild rabbit in one hand. His face revealed mild happiness. As he sat down to prepare the prey he had caught, he heard the sounds of his daughter practicing swordsmanship. At the start of their imprisonment, the Xiao clan would send them food every day. He was still able to occasionally obtain some information about how the Xiao clan was from the disciples that delivered food. After some time, the frequency of the delivery of food became lesser and lesser, and eventually, 3 months later, nobody sent them food anymore. Obviously, being imprisoned for 20 years and having no close relatives to rely on would mean that no one in the clan would bother to care about them. In the beginning, people had still somewhat pitied them. Eventually, they left them to their own demise in the rear mountain. Luckily, the rear mountains were not completely barren. In the area that they were allowed in, they could obtain some vegetables and occasionally were able to capture 1 or 2 delicious low-ranked profound beasts. Just like this, the parent and child survived. Xiao Lai had also thought about escaping with Xiao Lingxi. After all, he could not let the most beautiful time of her daughter's life be wasted like this, trapped in the gorge. However, once he escaped, he would not doubt that they would be hunted by the Xiao clan. After all, they were imprisoned under orders of the fourth young master of the Xiao sect. He was not afraid of being punished or even being labeled as a traitor who betrayed his sect. However, he was worried about Xianxia. All this time, Xianxia spent more of her time each day concentrating on training. After all, there was nothing much she could do besides that. Having no distractions, her progression was quite fast. She had already broken through to the 9th level of the elementary profound realm. Ah! The young girl's cries were suddenly heard coming from the outside. Xiao immediately stopped what he was doing and immediately sprinted out. Outside, he saw Xianxia sitting on the floor with her hands to her chest. The sword that already had rust on it had been thrown to one side. "Xia, what's wrong?" Xiao rushed forward and anxiously asked. Although Xianxia's clothes were clean, they had already turned pale with age. Her skin did not become dry and rough under the constant blowing of the wind in the rear mountain. Instead, she was now even more graceful and pretty. Even the old clothes that she was wearing seemed to give off a special aura. However, compared to before, she had become visibly thinner. Within her pair of beautiful eyes, one could see the worry that she attempted to conceal. She seemed like an injured fairy and would cause one's heart to ache in pity for her. "I don't know." Xianxia gently shook her head, her hand still clutching her chest. Her brows trembled uncontrollably. "My chest suddenly felt very, very painful just now. Woo, it really hurts." Chest. His daughter's appearance made Xiao's heart ache. He thought for a while and said, "Don't stand up yet. Perhaps you are just too tired from sword practice. Rest a while and it should be fine." "Amen," Xianxia replied obediently. Her eyebrows knitted tightly, for the pain seemed to have come from her soul. The pain was bone-piercing, and with it, numerous thoughts of Yun Qi floated into her heart and mind. She suddenly cried out loud, "Father, I'm not afraid of this pain, but I miss little Qi. Where is he now? When he left, he didn't have much money. Also, he was so weak. Would he be bullied by others? Would he have enough food? Would he even have a proper place to sleep? Would he, woo, I miss him. I'm so worried about him." Xianxia covered her face and started sobbing. Since young, before that incident happened, she had always been with Yun Qi. They were nearly inseparable. She also would never have thought that she would be separated from him one day. However, fate was cruel. They were separated due to circumstances, and had been separated for a very long time. Separation for such a long period of time was an immense torture for her. Her thoughts about him increased day by day, and she could only rely on hardcore training to divert her attention. The sudden heartache caused all the longing that she desperately tried to hold back to blow out of control. It was sudden, as though water was gushing out of a broken dam, and fiercely eliminated any bit of control she might have over her feelings. She broke, her feelings poured out of her along with loose tears that gushed out from her eyes. Xiao let out a long sigh and gently comforted her. "Xia, Chair has already grown up. He is already a real man. Perhaps leaving the Xiao clan was beneficial for him. Outside, he would undergo hardships and grow up. Even if he had to suffer a little and get injured, it would still be worth it. Xia, don't cry. He will become stronger outside. As his little aunt, you should be stronger than him. When he comes back, you need to show him a more energetic you. That would no doubt make him the happiest. Chair has said before he would be back within 3 years. As a man, I believe he would fulfill his promise and do what he said." Xianxia still continued to cry, but after hearing Xiao's words, she fiercely nodded her head before wiping off the tears on her face. However, the sudden gush of longing and heart-piercing pain within her could not be stopped. "Little Qi, where are you? I really miss you. I don't need you to come back to see us in 3 years. I just want you to be safe. You have to be safe." Heavenly Sword Villa in front of the Sword Management Terrace. Xianxia was dressed completely in white as she stood silently in front of the Heaven's Punishment Sword. The wind above the Sword Management Terrace constantly blew at her and unceasingly raised her hair and sleeves. However, it was unable to shift her gaze. She stood alone for a very long time, with only the flying swords in the sky as companions. The sky started to turn dark as dusk slowly arrived. The wind from the swords had also begun to carry some coldness. A sudden gust caused her long hair to be gently blown into her face. Suddenly, deliberately gentle footsteps approached her from behind some distance away. The footsteps startled Xianxia's silent thoughts. Her gaze shuddered a little as she continued to look forward as she muttered softly, Husband, let King Yu be your wife in your next life as well. Is that okay? That King Yu will be a proper wife, okay? Her soft muttering disappeared within the sounds of the wind. No one could hear what she had said. She turned around, and behind her was a dashing young man standing in place. Seeing Xia Qingyu's goddess-like appearance, Ling Yun's aura became slightly chaotic. He smiled slightly and performed a courtesy. Xia Fairy, are you sending your friend off as well? No. Xia Qingyu shook her head and replied softly, I'm here to send off my husband. Ling Yun's entire body quaked as he jerked his head upwards to look at Xia Qingyu. Just as he was about to ask whether he had heard wrongly, he suddenly saw a black cloth wrapped around Xia Qingyu's left arm. Xia Fairy, WH, what did you just say? Husband. Did I hear wrongly, or is Xia Fairy joking with me? Ling Yun said in the calmest voice he could muster. However, both his hands were trembling and his inner self was in turmoil. Xia Qingyu did not answer him and merely extended her white hand to sweep it across her hair. As her left hand gently swept across, a segment of her hair silently broke off. She opened her jade hand and scattered her hair towards the center of the sword management terrace. In an instant, the hair was swept away by the sword's wind and circled around the Heaven's punishment sword, as if it yearned for something and wanted to accompany it. Xia Qingyu closed her beautiful eyes and flew off after a while, disappearing from Ling Yun's sight. Ling Yun's entire body was stiff. He lost the strength in his body and knelt onto the ground. His pupils continuously dilated. This heavenly sword villa's young villa master, who had once been the strongest of the younger generation, seemed to have lost his soul right there. Their husband and wife, Yunqi, is her husband. She is already married. Impossible, impossible. It must be a lie, impossible. Ling Yun kept on muttering to himself. His expression became lifeless, as though all of his beliefs had been shattered. At the same time, his father, Ling Yuefeng, was also very confused. He was pacing back and forth outside the courtyard in which the Frozen Cloud Asgard members were staying at, worrying about Chu Yuechan's injuries, and also wondering why she would have such a huge reaction. He would never have thought that Chu Yuechan, who was as cold as snow, as icy like a frozen, profound lotus, would lose control of her emotions and vomit blood. Knowing Chu Yuechan's temperament, even if Frozen Cloud Asgard's #1 disciple, Xia Qingyu, were to suddenly fall, her most appropriate reaction would be a suffocating coldness. There should not be anyone in this world that could cause her to have such a reaction. Could it really be because of the fallen Yunqi? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be some other reason. While he was under the emotional turmoil, he did not realize that his wife, Xun Yufeng, was not too far away. She had been coldly staring at every one of his emotional changes. Her gaze was turning colder and colder as she became more and more disappointed. Just then, Ling Yuefeng's patience seemed to have reached its peak and could not stand it any longer. He gritted his teeth and entered the courtyard. He then opened Chu Yuechan's room and entered. Chu Yuechan was still lying on the bed, and her face was still as white as sheet. Chu Yueli stood beside her bed with a face of worry and uneasiness. A skinny old lady who looked aged and weak was pressing her finger on Chu Yuechan's hand to read her pulse. Grandmother Jumu was already more than 190 years old this year. Based on seniority, she was several times more senior than Villa Master Ling Yuefeng. When comparing medical skills, she was not below Blue Wind Empire's #1 doctor Gu Qiuhong. However, she did not desire fame and had not stepped out of Heavenly Sword Villa all her life. There were not many within the Empire who had heard of her name. Grandmother Jumu, how is the Fairy of Frozen Beauty's condition? Ling Yuefeng asked with concern. Facing Grandmother Jumu, his actions were obviously more respectful. Grandmother Jumu removed her dry finger from Chu Yuechan's snow-white wrist and picked up her walking stick. She walked forward a few steps before speaking in a hoarse voice that sounded like rubbing sandpaper. She is fine. She fainted only because she received a huge emotional trauma, and the sadness that attacked the heart caused her blood to flow in reverse. She will wake up after a while. Then that's great, Ling Yuefeng nodded. However, he still appeared to be in an emotional turmoil. However, she has practiced ice attribute profound arts for many years, so her 5 organs are all exceptionally cold. If this goes on, I fear it would be fatal for the baby that she is bearing, Grandmother Jumu said faintly. The last sentence seemed like a landmine that triggered beside Chu Yueli and Ling Yuefeng's ears. Chu Yueli hastily said, Impossible, Grandmother Jumu, you must be wrong. My sister has never interacted with any man before. How could she have a baby? That's right. Granny Jumu, you must be wrong. The fairies of frozen cloud Asgard stay single for all their lives. It is impossible for the fairy of frozen beauty to have a baby. Ling Yuefeng also immediately continued. HMPH? Facing the two people's questioning, Grandmother Jumu's face turned angry. She strongly stamped her walking stick on the floor and said hoarsely, I have practiced medicine for the past 189 years and have seen all sorts of weird illnesses and strange sicknesses. I have treated more patients than people you have seen in your entire lives. Do you really think I will make a mistake on something as simple as whether a woman is pregnant? HMPH. For a person like Grandmother Jumu, this kind of thing couldn't be any more simpler, and to doubt her on this matter was a huge insult to her medical knowledge and dignity. She couldn't be bothered to say any more. Supported by her walking stick, she walked out, leaving behind the dumbstruck Chu Yueli and Ling Yuefeng. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can elder sister? Elder sister, you're awake? In her panic, Chu Yueli suddenly saw that Chu Yuechan, who was on the bed, had already opened her eyes some time prior. She hurried to the side of the bed and asked, Elder sister, are you fine? Are you hurt anywhere? Just now, Grandmother Jumu said that you are pregnant. Facing Chu Yueli's words, Chu Yuechan had a startled look and was completely reactionless. When Grandmother Jumu took her pulse, she was already awake and she had heard everything that was said. In a daze, she slowly extended her hand and softly put it on her lower abdomen. This action was what almost every woman would subconsciously do when they heard that they were pregnant. Her gaze and her action was an undeniably clear, tacit approval of her pregnancy. As if struck by lightning, a buzzing sound rang through Chu Yueli's head. Ling Yuefeng directly staggered a step back. His entire body shook as he had been struck by a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Elder sister, you! Chu Yueli was completely breathless. Seeing Chu Yuechan's hand on her lower abdomen, her heart almost jumped out from her chest. Don't ask me anything. Chu Yuechan breathed in deeply, with her voice sounding incomparably cold. Immediately depart from here, return to frozen cloud Asgard. All right. The extremely confused Chu Yueli could only nod. Fairy of frozen beauty, you who does the child in your stomach belong to, whose child are you carrying? Ling Yuefeng panted a coarse breath, repeating the same question twice consecutively. His heart had clearly been flipped upside down. According to Grandmother Jiumu's experience, she could not possibly be wrong about this kind of thing. In addition to Chu Yuechan's reaction, there was no need for him to question whether or not if she's actually pregnant anymore. The thing he desperately wanted to know to the point of insanity at the moment was who the child belonged to. Who exactly was this person that actually made Chu Yuechan? During those years, he bitterly loved Chu Yuechan while lowering his figure, losing his dignity, and followed Chu Yuechan for dozens of years. Yet he still had never even seen her face once. In the end, he returned to the villa and married Xuanyuan Yufeng, who had an amazing background. But in his heart, he had never forgotten Chu Yuechan's figure. In his heart, Chu Yuechan became an extremely beautiful but impossible dream. And this impossible dream was infinitely beautiful because this dream would never come true for anyone. This way, the dreams about Chu Yuechan would forever, perfectly exist deep inside his heart. But today, this dream was completely shattered. When he was young, he was the publicly recognized #1 genius of the young generation and could not be compared to anyone. To this day, he was the leader of the #1 sect in Blue Wind Empire, worthy of being #1 in the whole Blue Wind Empire. In countless profound practitioners' eyes, he was an unreachable height and was a godlike existence. Even if the emperor saw him, the emperor would have to be respectful towards him. The thing he spent his whole life's effort on and pouring all his emotion in was his attempt to pursue Chu Yuechan, which ended in a crushing defeat. Originally, he felt an infinite amount of regret at this result, but didn't feel too sad, because frozen cloud Asgard's disciples never married. Even the woman he could not pursue could not be pursued by anyone in all of Blue Wind Empire. But today, he heard with his own ears, saw with his own eyes that she was pregnant. The blow in that moment was like lightning from the 9 heavens that struck his heart, causing all of his fantasies, his yearning, his dignity, his arrogance to completely shatter into pieces. Chu Yuechan did not look at him. With an icy voice like snow that sounded the same from the past, she said, "This is my matter. Villa Master Ling has no right to question it. This is my residence, not a place that you should be. Get out." Along with Chu Yuechan's attitude that refused people from 1,000 miles, Ling Yuefeng was also incomparably familiar with Chu Yuechan's voice that was icy and void of emotion. He recalled Chu Yuechan's abnormal reaction at the sword management terrace, which caused him to feel an extremely preposterous feeling in his heart. He lost his voice and said, could it be that you and Yun Qi? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It absolutely can't be like that. The two words Yun Qi caused a deep stabbing pain in Chu Yuechan's heart and made her body suddenly explode with a bone-piercing coldness. Whoever's child I carry is none of your business. Get out of here immediately. Ling Yuefeng's inner heart was shocked. His heart filled with an ice-cold sorrow, and amidst the confusion, his brain had almost lost the ability to think. He sighed deeply, turned around, and left in an infinitely lonely and desolate manner. When he stepped out of the door, Chu Yueli hurriedly said, Villa Master Ling, this incident today is tied with the reputation of my sister and frozen cloud Asgard. Please be sure to be tight-lipped. Please, Ling Yuefeng's footsteps stopped. Then he slowly nodded and walked out. In the courtyard, Ling Yuefeng restlessly walked for a good while. His state of mind was finally calming down. He stopped walking, looking up at the sky, and silently sighed. He was very clear that this incident was the heaviest blow he had ever taken in his entire life. This blow completely shattered the most beautiful fantasy in his heart, causing him to feel the strongest sense of failure in this lifetime. There was even an indescribable sense of humiliation. Ha 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 ha. This is really ridiculous. You painstakingly chased after Chu Yuechan for more than a dozen years, yet you never even saw her face once. Dozens of years have passed, yet you still could never forget her and constantly thought about her, but she never even looked you once in the eye. She'd rather have illicit sexual relationships with a junior and got pregnant too. This is a joke as large as the heavens. Ling Yuefeng, don't you feel that you're hopelessly stupid? The ear-piercing sound came from behind him. Ling Yuefeng turned around with a face full of surprise and wrath as he looked at his wife, Chu Yuefeng. He was surprised that his usually gentle wife had spoke such ear-piercing and ugly words. His heart was desperately suppressing his fury, but due to her words, his fury increased several times over. Silence, Ling Yuefeng angrily said. You actually overheard our conversation. This incident and I have absolutely nothing to do with it. Her being pregnant is not necessarily true, and with Yun Qi, that is even more completely ridiculous. Forget what you heard, you're not allowed to talk about it with anyone. After Ling Yuefeng finished roaring, he felt that his tone was a bit too harsh, but with rage filling his heart, he didn't want to speak anymore. With a cold snort, he flipped his sleeves and left. Chu Yuefeng's face turned purple, her entire body trembling due to anger, and said, Ling Yuefeng, at this stage, you're still protecting her. Your attitude towards her really is filled deep with affection. You really dare to do this to me. You don't want people know about this, then I will deliberately let people know. I will let everyone under the sky know. While still in her anger, Chu Yuefeng suddenly saw Ling Yun walk towards her. His footsteps were slow and seemingly restless. She twitched her eyebrows. Suppressing her anger, she walked towards him and asked, Yuner, what's wrong? Why do you look so dispirited? Mother, Ling Yun called out, then smiled with loneliness. From a young age, I was madly focused on the sword, with no distractions in my heart, and thought that in this life, I would never have feelings for a girl. But I recently fell in love with a girl. I think about her day and night, and cannot stop thinking about her. As a mother, Chu Yuefeng could easily tell what was wrong with Ling Yun at a glance. She silently sighed and comfortingly said, The one you like should be Xia Qingyu, right? If you really do like her, and won't marry unless it's her, then in a few days, Mother will go to Frozen Cloud Asgard to propose a marriage. Who cares about Frozen Cloud Asgard's rule of disciples not marrying? My Yuner has no woman that he isn't worthy of. If Frozen Cloud Asgard does not agree, Mother will forcefully bring her here. I won't let you be like HMPH, be as hopelessly stupid as your father. Ling Yun bitterly raised his head and said, It's already too late, she is already married. What? Chu Yuefeng was astonished in her heart. How can it be? Frozen Cloud Asgard's women never marries. How can she be married? Mother, do you remember 1 year ago, Xiao sect spread a message that a new female disciple who entered Frozen Cloud Asgard had a wedding in Floating Cloud City. At that time, because it was a normal female disciple who was a new recruit, no one put it in their hearts, but I now know that female disciple was actually Xia Qingyu. The person she married is the recently fallen Yun Qi. She is mourning for him and is broken-hearted because of him and would not accept anyone else in her heart. As Ling Yun spoke, he painfully shut his eyes. If he had been a promiscuous person, this moment would at most squeeze his heart, and it wouldn't take long for it to disappear like the clouds. But for a person who had been madly in love with the sword, the first time having feelings for another person was too hard. And in his life, the first time he truly fell in love was only this one time. Unexpectedly, this actually happened. Looking at Ling Yun's face, Chu Yuefeng felt a deep heartache. Yunqi, it was actually Yunqi again. This Yunqi really has countless tricks up his sleeve, and Frozen Cloud Asgard, you didn't stop at hurting my husband. Now you actually hurt my son as well. After the incident at the Sword Management Terrace, Ling Kun left Heavenly Sword Villa at nightfall. Frozen Cloud Asgard had also left without bidding anyone farewell. The next day at dawn, Blue Wind Imperial family had also left early in the morning, and also without bidding anyone farewell. It wasn't that they lacked etiquette, but they were just not in the mood to bid farewell to anyone within Heavenly Sword Villa. When they came, the four were filled with hope. The strength of Yunqi alone allowed the Blue Wind Imperial family's name to again and again be heard in the battlefield of the ranking tournament. But at the time of departure, there were only 2 people left, and what they brought back was honor contaminated with endless sadness. When they left, Kang Yue did not cry anymore. Without sadness, without tears, she was frighteningly calm, as if her whole heart followed Yunqi and left together with him, leaving behind an emotionless shell. What comforted Chu Yuechan was she did not do anything extreme, and did not say any extreme things, because she had to return to protect her father, who was on his last leg. If her father also makes his final departure, then she would truly have nothing else to care for on this world. However, what anyone couldn't anticipate was that after the ranking tournament ended, the sensation that both Yunqi and Xia Qingyu's name caused in Blue Wind Empire had not subsided. An even larger storm of sensation was going to befall Blue Wind Empire, leading to an unprecedented large disturbance that would cause the name Yunqi to become a household name, where everyone would know this name. When the Fairy of Frozen Moon, Xia Qingyu, exited the Heaven Basin secret realm, her profound strength was unexpectedly at Emperor Profound Realm. Right, it really was the Emperor Profound Realm. This was confirmed information by the 10 large sects. My heavens, I heard she is not only called the #1 beauty, but in the future she would undeniably become an unmatchable powerhouse in the Blue Wind Empire. I'm questioning whether if she is an incarnation of a fairy. She's unbelievably beautiful. Her talent and luck is indescribably high. Did you guys hear? On the day when Yunqi exited the Heaven Basin secret realm, he actually died at the Heavenly Sword Villa's Sword Management Terrace. Sigh. Who wouldn't know this? He actually died for a reportedly elementary Profound Realm piece of trash. Sigh, the heavens are truly jealous of this talent. There finally appeared a genius with a sectless background that would let us blow off some steam, and he died just like that. For the next one to appear, who knows how many years later it would be. What? Frozen Cloud Asgard's Fairy of Frozen Beauty is pregnant? THTH this. That's right, this thing has been spread everywhere. It is said to have come from Heavenly Sword Villa, so it shouldn't be fake. I also heard that it is the Fairy of Frozen Beauty and Yunqi's child. Reportedly, after Yunqi fell at the Sword Management Terrace, the Fairy of Frozen Beauty went completely crazy and vomited blood on the spot. If it wasn't for everyone saying this, I wouldn't dare believe this. There's even more explosive news. The Fairy of Frozen Moon, Xia Qingyu, unexpectedly married at the age of 16, and the one she married was Yunqi. The final battle of the ranking tournament was a showdown between this pair of husband and wife. This fact is completely true. Last year, there was news about a new female disciple from Frozen Cloud Asgard breaking the rules and marrying, and Xiao sect confirmed it. The name of the female disciple who married was Xia Qingyu. The one she married is Yunqi. Reportedly, at Heavenly Sword Villa, someone saw with their own eyes that she mourned for Yunqi, the #1 beauty from back then, and the current #1 beauty. Unexpectedly, one became pregnant due to Yunqi, and another is his wife. Holy FCK. Back then, many people had bitterly loved the Fairy of Frozen Beauty, Chu Yuechan. This also included Heavenly Sword Villa's Villa Master Ling Yuefeng and Xiao Sect Master Xiao Juishan. But no one could catch her eyes. Yet she became pregnant from Yunqi. And the Fairy of Frozen Moon, surprisingly, is even more beautiful compared to the Fairy of Frozen Beauty. I want to replace Yunqi and go die instead. This isn't all. Even our Blue Wind Imperial family's only princess, Princess Kang Yue, was also taken by him. At Heavenly Sword Villa, if one wasn't blind, it could be clearly seen. I heard that Fenju Cheng wanted to assassinate Yunqi in the Heaven Basin secret realm, but did not succeed. This Xianxia is so amazing that he defies heavenly justice. I guess even the gods couldn't continue watching, which was why they destroyed him. It's completely like a demon in the human world, the scourge of the common people. Ah, why am I not Xianxia? Xianxia's name incited an explosive sensation in the Blue Wind Empire. In almost every 10 steps in every street in the city, one could hear the name Xianxia at least 7 or 8 times. If he had simply fallen, the people would deeply regret and feel pity, and even infinitely admire and wail for the young, profound practitioner. But with the addition of rumors regarding Princess Kang Yue, the fairy of frozen beauty, and the fairy of frozen moon, their nature had completely changed instantly. At that time, people, especially when men discussed him, their voices would contain worship, envy, jealousy, shock, resentment, and countless other things. At this time, under the Heavenly Sword Villa's Sword Management Terrace, in a dark space, under Blue Wind Empire's focal point, Xianxia, who was completely still as if he had been dead for a few days, finally opened his eyes with great difficulty. Author's note under this is Ling Yuefeng's inner monologue. The only woman I have fallen for that I spent my entire life pursuing without getting had unexpectedly become pregnant from a junior. My son finally fell for a woman with great difficulty, and is even deeply in love, but she was actually his wife. In regards to women, the #1 father and son pair in Blue Wind Empire had actually completely lost to this kid. I really got FC kid. Where is this? I'm not dead yet. It was difficult enough for Xianxia to barely open his eyes. This was a gloomy place filled with a stale and rotten smell. In the darkness, there were small streaks of light that came from an unknown place, but it allowed one to roughly see the surroundings. Xianxia's whole body was heavy and painful, especially his back. The pain on his back was excruciating. Under such pain, his half-conscious self felt a surprising sense of happiness. This was because he could still feel pain, which meant that at the very least he was not disabled. "You're finally awake," Jasmine's relieved voice rung. Although Xianxia had just barely escaped from death, the anger in Jasmine still exploded. "Have you ever counted how many times have you died within these 2 years? You are always so reckless. For your objective, you would not care about your own life. Every single time I have to make a huge sacrifice just to save you. I thought that once I sealed my own powers, it will make you more cautious, as you no longer have anything to rely on. However, I would never expect you to give up your own life even though no one is trying to hurt you. If not for the protection of the great way of Buddha and the strong body granted by the dragon's blood, you would have already been completely destroyed. Do you even know how to appreciate your own life? I helped you rebuild your profound veins, granted you divine arts, and had to save you even though I knew my poison would relapse after that. I entrusted all my hopes onto you, and this is how you treat your life, and this is how you repay me." The more Jasmine said, the angrier she became. All her worries, her frights, and anger that she had been holding in for the past few days had swarmed up with Xianxia's awakening. She scolded him ferociously, and Xianxia, who had barely gotten back his life, did not dare to utter a word. Only until she had finished scolding did he weakly say, "Jasmine, I was wrong. I know that I shouldn't have been so rash. But when I saw Yuanba in trouble, I didn't care about myself. SSS. So painful. Who, if it were you who got into trouble that time, I would do the same for you, even if I know that I'll die." HMPH, Jasmine replied coldly as though she did not care. "Already half dead, and yet you still remember to flaunt your skills in sweet-talking girls. Stop talking. Control your breathing. Don't use any profound strength. Immediately concentrate on activating the power of your dragon's blood and the great way of the Buddha to recover your injuries. The demon knew you were not dead, but did not come and take your life these few days. He is probably wondering whether or not you are able to regain consciousness out of boredom. If he knew you're awake, it's highly likely he'll come for your life. Therefore, before he finds out that you're awake, you need to control the injury on your back and gather enough strength to use Star God's broken shadow once." Xianxia immediately understood Jasmine's words. He controlled his breathing as his gaze moved slightly, looking towards the space beyond the borders of the heavens might soul-suppressing formation. As long as he could execute the Star God's broken shadow once and instantly escape beyond the barrier, even if the demon wanted to kill him, it would still be impossible. If he were to use the slightest bit of profound strength, he would most likely aggravate the already serious injury on his back and alert the demon. However, the great way of the Buddha was something that could be activated with just thought and would not be detected. Needless to say, the activation of the dragon blood was the same as well. Xianxia closed his eyes again and his entire body kept still. He controlled his breathing to an extreme point. Although his body was in great pain, the pain was still insufficient to cause him to make a sound. His initial injury was no doubt extremely serious. Even with dragon blood and the great way of the Buddha, he was merely one step away from death. For a normal person, 5 days of unconsciousness would speed up the worsening of the injury. A normal person might not even last 5 hours. However, for Xianxia, he had the rage god's great way of the Buddha. Instead of his injuries worsening, they had instead slowly recovered. The presence of dragon's blood also sped up the process of recovery to a large extent. Xianxia's current injuries could no longer be considered fatal, but only seen as serious. His broken spine had reconnected by itself in the past 5 days of resting. As Xianxia awoke, following his mind spurring it on, the great way of the Buddha activated at an even faster rate. In the silence, it also quickly recovered his external injuries. Since I'm able to escape death, then I'm going to use all my might to survive. I absolutely cannot die. Time passed by slowly in the silence. Other than his own heartbeat, Xianxia could not hear anything else. Behind him, there were no sounds that signified the presence of the demon. However, even his significantly weaker self could sense the occasional scary gaze of the demon scanning past his body. Finally, a hoarse voice sounded. "He's such a weird fellow, suffering such injuries but still not dying after 5 days. I really want to see whether he is able to wake up in the end. However, even if he were to wake up, it's impossible for him to live." The demon muttering to himself meant that he still had not realized that Xianxia had woken up. Xianxia felt slightly relieved in his mind as he controlled his breathing again and concentrated again, focusing solely on survival, quickly activating his great way of the Buddha. 1 day, 2 days, on the 3rd day, Xianxia's injuries were still very severe. However, he recovered to the extent where he would not die from using a bit of his profound strength. Furthermore, his body was no longer so heavy. Within his profound veins, he could now muster enough profound strength. He opened his eyes and saw the shiny yellow borders of the barrier as his fists started to clench together tightly. "It's about time. Go now." Just as Jasmine had finished talking, Xianxia took in a large breath and instantly activated Star God's broken shadow. Having laid down for nearly 8 days, his corpse-like body suddenly rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. With a ripping sound, he rushed out and fell heavily outside the barrier and rolled instinctively for some distance before finally stopping. He laid on the ground, taking in deep breaths while grimacing in pain. The Xianxia now had finally truly escaped death. Previously, he was under the gaze of the demon. If the demon were to ever have the intention to kill him, he would definitely die. Now, however, not only did his condition improve, he had also finally escaped from the clutches of the demon. As the demon looked up, a pair of frightening eyes flashed past in the darkness. Looking upwards, he suddenly started laughing. "H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? I never expected that I had unintentionally brought such a weird kid in. Not dying after suffering such serious injuries for 8 days, and is actually able to recuperate without me knowing. In the end, you were still able to obtain an advantage over me. Other than those mongrels from the mighty Heavenly Sword region, you're the first person who is actually capable of doing so." One Star God's broken shadow used up all of Xianxia's strength. He gasped for air for a while before replying, "Demon, I won't die so easily. HMPH, you're truly overestimating yourself. Do you really think you have nothing to worry about anymore?" The demon pulled along his steel chains, shouting back with a frightening voice. "This place is being suppressed by the heavens' punishment. It can only be activated once every 20 years. So what if you have regained consciousness? Even if your injuries were to recover, what can you do? There is no food nor water here. With your profound level, are you really that naive to think that you can live for 20 years? No need to wait 20 years. There's one way that I can get out." Xianxia stared at the demon, gritted his teeth, and said, "And that is to kill you. The Heaven's Punishment Sword is here to seal your soul. As long as you're dead, the Heaven's Punishment Sword would deactivate automatically. Then I'll be able to get out." This was of course not observed by Xianxia, but instead told to him by Jasmine. What was trapping the demon was not the meteorite chain. Although the meteorite chain existed to restrict his movements, what actually trapped him there was the Heaven's punishment. The demon was surprised for a moment, then he laughing loudly once again. "H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? Such an interesting kid. What you said is absolutely right. As long as you kill me, you'll be able to escape from this place. However, it's a pity that you wouldn't live till the day that you'll kill me." "I will definitely kill you." Xianxia said viciously as he clenched his teeth while looking at the demon with eyes filled with hatred. The demon went crazy under the Ling Kun's provocation, nearly killed Xia Yuanba, and almost caused him to enter the afterlife. Although he had survived, he was trapped here, unable to control his own life and death. All of these were caused by the demon, which simply made him hate the demon to the bone. He could predict that the people outside must have thought that he had already died. In the end, his close ones suffered while his enemies were happy. This was all also due to the demon. Then, I want to see how exactly you are going to kill me. The demon laughed wildly. A savage form of excitement was revealed under his gray-white hair and dried face. The prison only had dull darkness and frightening loneliness to accompany it. To Xianxia, this was like dropping into a deep abyss. However, to the demon, having one extra person made it seem like heaven in this hell. Even if he was able to touch Xianxia now, he might not even want to kill him. You look like you really hate me. That's right. How can you not? Go ahead and hate me all you want. Let me see whether your hatred can kill me. Let me see how long you can survive here. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. The demon's excited laughter carried a slight craziness. In the dark space here, his voice seemed eerily frightening. Xianxia stopped talking to him, gritted his teeth, and slowly sat up. His injury was mainly on his back, and every inch he moved brought along great pain that was nearly unbearable. When he had finally sat down cross-legged, his whole forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He closed his eyes and placed his fists onto his knees. Before long, his mind and body had calmed down. His face was no longer pale, and his breathing returned to normal. His mind entered the sky-poison pearl. Once inside, he saw Jasmine gazing at him with a strong killing intent. He laughed awkwardly before making a large number of promises to her. Then, he started to quickly look for numerous medicinal herbs before taking out the piece of purple-veined heaven crystal that Xia Qingyu had given him. The purple-veined heaven crystal was able to provide strong, recuperating strength to an injured part of the body, such as skin, bones, or even organs. Drawing on the power within the crystal could even increase one's profound strength. This was why its value could not be measured using money. If Xianxia wanted to recover in the quickest time possible, he would have to use the purple-veined heaven crystal. Under the refinement of the sky poison pearl, Xianxia was able to complete the preparations of all the required medicine within an hour, just when his mind was about to leave the sky poison pearl. He seemed to have thought of something and examined around, which caused his heart to sink to the bottom. All the food, water that he originally stored were all gone. Not one bit was left. It was all inside the purple spatial ring he had given to Su Linger, who was in the distant azure cloud continent. North of Blue Wind, snow region of extreme ice, frozen cloud Asgard. With the existence of something like the sound transmission talisman, the speed at which information traveled was naturally faster than people. As the buzz about Xianxia were passed along all over the place in the Blue Wind Empire, another hot topic also dwelled in everyone's discussions, and that was Frozen Cloud Asgard. To people of Blue Wind Empire, Frozen Cloud Asgard was an peerlessly sacred existence. Its mysteriousness and sacredness even surpassed Heavenly Sword Villa. In the knowledge of the masses, everyone within the Frozen Cloud Asgard were all goddess-like beings, otherworldly and as flawless as ice and snow. The fairies of Frozen Cloud Asgard were all the more so, a fantasy that no men had ever dared wish to touch. But now, a fairy within Frozen Cloud Asgard, moreover, the head of the Frozen Cloud's 7 fairies whose name shook the world, had actually gotten pregnant. Furthermore, the pregnancy was rumored to be with a junior. One could imagine just what kind of public opinion's extremity this would push Frozen Cloud Asgard toward. To the 1,000 years of Frozen Asgard's serene reputation, this was a blemish that could never be erased. It was not even an exaggeration to call it a great humiliation. When Chu Yuechan's group of 5 returned to Frozen Cloud Asgard, the mistress of Frozen Cloud Asgard was already personally waiting there. Gong Yuxian was already over 170 this year, yet she only looked to be 30 or 40. Wearing a snow-embellished Ella dress whose hem dragged onto the floor, her face was like condensed ice, and her eyes were like a cold blade. Her expression was entirely still, without any hint of the fluctuation of emotions. However, the cold light that unceasingly flashed through the depth of her eyes showed the fury inside her heart. Beside her, 5 women who were also in snow-white attire accompanied her on both sides. Every single one of them had skin of ice and snow, and features beautiful as snow lotuses. Their charm could ruin cities. It could be said that placing any random disciple picked out from frozen cloud Asgard in a region would be able to shock an entire city with their beauty. These 5 were precisely the other 5 people of the frozen cloud 7 fairies juxtaposed with Chu Yuechan and Chu Yueli. Chu Yueli's group of 5 returned, only to find that it was actually the mistress who personally came to greet them. Her heart jumped with a thump. Glancing at the Chu Yuechan who was beside her, she stepped forward and spoke first. "Disciple Yueli pays respect to master." Gong Yuxian slowly nodded. Her expression was still ice-cold, yet did not pay attention to her any longer. Her gaze fell upon Xia Qingyu, and her expression finally displayed a hint of ease. "Qingyu, come over here." "Yes, mistress." Xia Qingyu came before Gong Yuxian. On her arm there still wrapped that black-colored silk strap. Gong Yuxian reached out her hand and pressed onto the center of Xia Qingyu's chest. After a short while, she revealed a slight smile. "Very good. At the tender age of 17, yet already into the early stages of the Emperor Profound. This is your fortune, and also the fortune of our Asgard. Looks like there is no longer need to worry about who should be next candidate for the Asgard mistress. In the coming 6 months, you must cultivate behind closed doors at the core of the snow region of extreme ice and stabilize the greatly increased profound energy in your body." "Yes, mistress," Xia Qingyu responded faintly, toward Gong Yuxian explicitly telling her that she would be the next Asgard mistress. She did not refuse or panic, nor did she display any sort of surprise and joy. She was indifferent, as if she had heard a sentence that couldn't be any more uninteresting. The atmosphere was immensely frigid. Amongst 5 fairies beside Gong Yuxian, none of them had yet spoke, and were all looking at Chu Yuechan with complicated gazes. At this time, Gong Yuxian's gaze finally fell beside Chu Yuechan. After a short glance, she turned around. "Yuechan, follow me." Chu Yuechan fell silent and followed behind Gong Yuxian without a word. "Elder sister," Chu Yueli cried out, her heart full of worry. This was an ice palace filled with candle fire and spirit tablets. Every single one of the names on the spirit tablets all had previously shook the world, and these names were naturally of frozen cloud Asgard's predecessors. "Kneel." Standing in the center of the ice palace, facing the spirit tablets of many predecessors, Gong Yuxian's chest undulated as she coldly yelled. Chu Yuechan kneeled down to the ground. Her eyes were like ice, yet also like mist. "Master, you actually still have the face to call me master." Gong Yuxian turned around and spoke furiously. "Do you know that frozen cloud Asgard's 1,000 years of serene reputation were all ruined because of you? You are the disciple I was the most proud of in these 100 years. No matter frozen cloud arts nor frozen heart formulas grasping and comprehension, you far surpass the others. I prepared against disciples breaking the taboo at all times. Qingyu's marriage that was only in form was already my limit. But I never ever expected that the first one to break the taboo would actually be you. Moreover, you've even casted down a blunder known by the entire world that brought the Asgard to shame." Chu Yuechan closed her eyes and spoke with misery. "This disciple acknowledges her faults, the faults that this disciple committed. She will definitely bear the responsibility with all her strength." "Bear the responsibility? How will you bear the responsibility? Even if you were to apologize by suicide in front of the predecessors, you still wouldn't be able to make up for your immense blunder." Gong Yuxian's eyebrows stood on their ends. Her fury had clearly reached its limit. "Speak, just exactly whose bane of existence is that?" Chu Yuechan's eyes suddenly became hazy, but she did not hesitate, and instead lightly shouted out that name. "Yunqi." Gong Yuxian's body wavered and was furious to the point of her whole body shaking. "Devil's spawn, truly the devil's spawn. You actually really with a junior, you. Gong Yuxian was so angry that she became speechless. Even though, according to rumors, she was pregnant with Yun Qi's child, Gong Yuxian absolutely refused to believe it. With Chu Yuechan's disposition, to have done this kind of thing was already inexplicable. But no matter what, it wouldn't be possible to be with a junior. She did not expect in any way that the rumor was actually not false in the slightest. Gong Yuxian pointed at spirit tablets with her finger and harshly spoke. "Kneel before the predecessors and swear right now that you will immediately abort this child and shall never leave frozen cloud Asgard again for the rest of your life." "No." Chu Yuechan shook her head. She placed her jade hand on her abdomen and shook her head with strength. Her face revealed the expression of begging that Gong Yuxian had never seen before. "This child is mine and his. This disciple is at thousands of faults, but the child is innocent. Master, please spare this child. If Master is willing to let this disciple give birth to the child, this disciple is willing to never oppose even half a sentence from Master. I beg Master for her consent." "You!" Gong Yuxian's body swayed as she started shaking from all the anger. "Having reached this point, you are actually still so unrepentant. This disciple of mine whom I've been most proud of all my life, actually. Fine. Do you really think that you can successfully birth the child if I don't make you abort it? Do you know why our frozen cloud Asgard had never allowed disciples to marry? The so-called falling in love will affect the frozen cloud art's cultivation is purely an excuse. The most important reason, firstly, is that it would transfer the frozen cloud art to others. Secondly, cultivating frozen cloud arts will chill the internal organs within the body. Even though one could conceive, within 2 months at most, the fetus would die in the abdomen. Furthermore, this place is located in the extreme north of Blue Wind Empire, and the chilling cold seeps through the bones all year long. Even if you don't have frozen cloud arts, the fetus would still die from the chill. Whether you abort the fetus or not, the result would be the same. Chu Yuechan froze there and became dazed for a long time. All of a sudden, she extended both hands. One finger pressed onto her dantian, and the other finger pressed onto the center of her chest. 2 balls of ice-cold luminescence suddenly flared up, and right after, a great amount of cold aura poured out from within Chu Yuechan's body, bringing up a large field of ice mist. Gong Yuxian was greatly shocked and instantly rushed in front of Chu Yuechan. However, it was already too late for her to obstruct. At this time, Chu Yuechan's upper body was swaying and looked like it would collapse at any moment. Her face was extremely ghastly, yet her expression was full of relief. Gong Yuxian's eyes trembled as she watched the dispersing ice mist, knowing that everything was already too late. While furious and shocked, there were more perplexion and heartache. She spoke with a painful tone. "Yuechan, why do you treat yourself so? That Yunqi, just what kind of bewitching soup did he feed you?" Chu Yuechan's lips slightly lifted. That was as if an expression of wanting to smile. She spoke faintly. "He didn't feed me any bewitching soup, but he allowed me to have a memory that I could never forget, and also allowed me to turn back into a real woman during that period of time. During those 5 months, I had lost all my strength, and my entire body was crippled. It was supposed to be my darkest, most helpless and despairing moment. However, he made everything change, far away from all my expectations. I couldn't walk, so he took me in his arms. No matter how great the danger he faced, he refused to put me down. I couldn't eat, so he fed me. Every single spoon was adjusted to be just right for me, not allowing it burn nor chill me. I lost my strength, so he protected me with one hand and swept away all obstacles with the other, sheltering me from weather. For an entire 5 months, he never had a hint of impatience, and never for a moment had the thought to put this burden down. Unwittingly, I started to enjoy this feeling and completely depended on him. It was clearly my most helpless and hopeless moment, yet I was wishing that this kind of situation would never end. Within the frozen cloud Asgard, 10 days are like 1 day, 10 years are like 1 day, dozens of years are like 1 day. There is only eternal ice, snow, and the frozen cloud art. Every single day was passed under repetition. But during that period of time, he let me understand the happiness of living, and made me truly feel like I was a woman for the first time. The reason why I asked to go to the ranking tournament on my own initiative was because after I left him, my heart was filled with his silhouette during every single hour and moment. I convinced myself that I was going to meet him one last time and sever the bond of affection once and for all. But in reality, I just wanted to see him. I wanted to see him. Gong Yuxian's chest fiercely rose and fell. She let out a long sigh and lamented. A sinful fate, truly a sinful fate. The predecessor saying that the romance between men and women is the most acute poison in this world truly wasn't mistaken in the slightest. It is precisely this passion between man and woman that made you defy the rules for a junior and shame the Asgard, even making you unhesitantly self-abolish the frozen cloud art you had bitterly cultivated for tens of years. I do not regret. I will never regret. Chu Yuechan spoke with misty and tearful eyes. I only regret that only after he was gone did I finally, truly understand some things. He is already dead, and this is his last bloodline he left in this world, the continuation of his life. As his woman, even if it is to repay the everything he gave me during those 5 months, let alone frozen cloud arts, even if I must pay the price of death, I will still definitely let this child live on. I beg Master for her consent. I beg Master for her consent. Gong Yuxian powerlessly fell back onto the chair behind her. Her complexion suddenly seemed to be many times older. looking at Chu Yuechan, who knelt there emitting mournfulness and resolution from her entire body. The agony in her heart couldn't be intensified any further. She reached out her hand, and after it stalled in space for a long time, did she finally said with an extremely powerless voice, "Stand back up. Stand back up. Just pretend that I, Gong Yuxian, had never accepted you as a disciple. From now on, you are no longer a disciple of Frozen Cloud Asgard. Leave this place right now. Leave the snow region of extreme ice. Forget everything here. Go wherever you wish to go. From now on, you no longer have anything to do with Frozen Cloud Asgard." Chu Yuechan's tears flooded out all at once. She knelt before Gong Yuxian, made a kowtow with force, and sobbingly spoke. "Master raised me, nurtured me like my birth mother, yet I committed a serious sin, saddened and angered you, and shamed the sect. I am aware myself that my sins are unforgivable. Master's benevolence of raising me, and the Asgard's favor of raising me, Yuechan, can only repay it in the next life. No need to say any more." Gong Yuxian turned her face away. "Go, for every moment further you remain here, an extra hint of cold aura would invade your body. If you don't want to damage the fetus in your womb, then quickly go. You also need to leave secretly without alerting anyone. The farther you go, the better. I don't want to see you ever again. I thank Master for consenting." Chu Yuechan kowtowed once again, stood up, and slowly retreated a step. "Master, please take care of yourself. Yuechan won't be able to accompany you by your side anymore." As her voice fell, Chu Yuechan retreated back a few steps with difficulty. Then, after forcefully clenching her teeth, she exited the ice palace with brisk steps, and her snow-white silhouette quickly disappeared amidst the world of ice and snow. Gong Yuxian's face finally turned back around and looked toward the direction Chu Yuechan had left. Below her eyes, there lied 2 deep lines of tear marks. After a long while, she finally calmed her heart as her expression returned to indifference. She transmitted with a heavy voice, "Hangsu, come in." As her voice transmitted out, very soon, a woman that appeared to be 25 or 26 walked in. Feng Hangsu, ranked 7 of the Frozen Cloud 7 fairies, at Sky Profound Realm rank 6, was at the same time the youngest of the Frozen Cloud 7 fairies. "Inform all disciples to gather at Frozen Cloud Hall. I have a few major matters to announce." "Yes, mistress." There were a total of 3 major matters Gong Yuxian wanted to announce. Number 1, to announce that Chu Yuechan had been exiled from the Frozen Cloud Asgard. Number 2, Xia Qingyu will enter the ranks of Frozen Cloud 7 fairies, replacing Chu Yuechan as first place. Number 3, recall all the disciples outside of the Frozen Cloud Asgard. Close the Asgard's gates starting from this day for 3 years. Disallow visitors as well as recruiting of new disciples. No one will be allowed to exit the Asgard. In the dark space, there was no night and day. Thus, there was no way to tell time. Yuan-Chi didn't know how long he was stuck in there, and in his heart, there was only the thought of trying to get out of here with all his might. The first step was to completely recover from his injury. He concocted medicine, and with purple-veined heaven crystal in addition with great way of the Buddha's recovery power, Yuan-Chi's recovery rate was extremely quick. Within half a month, his wounds were completely healed. In this type of surrounding, Yuan-Chi's originally life-threatening wounds did not even worsen to cause his death, but instead rapidly recovered. Within everything he has seen and heard, and within all his experiences, it was the first time he was secretly shocked. This could not simply be called a recovery, but a rebirth. His back that was originally struck into a bloody skeleton, and his backbone that nearly snapped, was now perfectly fine, without even a spot of scarring left behind, which was completely unbelievable. What an interesting fellow, unexpectedly fully recovering from this kind of wound in such a short period of time. This was mostly unrelated to medical skill. It looks like you trained in some type of miraculous profound art. But I have lived for a few hundred years, and I have never heard of such an amazing level of profound art existing. The demon said with a low voice. Looking at the killing intent starting to gather in Yuan-Chi's eyes, he laughed loudly and said, "You think you can kill me just because you recovered from your wounds and that I can't move? Even though my profound strength has been greatly suppressed because of this formation, with just your minuscule spirit profound realm, you shouldn't even think about killing me. You can't even hurt a strand of my hair." His wounds had fully recovered, and his profound strength had also recovering to around 90%. Yuan-Chi grabbed Dragon Fault and said with a heavy face while standing at the edge of the enchantment, "In this place, if it's not you who dies, then it's me who dies. Since I actually managed to survive, then I definitely wouldn't let myself die again. The one who's going to die is only you. His profound strength is being suppressed, but looking at the aura he emitted before at the sword management terrace, he could probably release the strength of an early-stage Emperor Profound realm. Even though you're not suppressed by the formation, the distance between you and him is too far. Killing him is simply just a dream. But his body is tied up, and he can only move one hand, so he can't chase after you. With Star God's broken shadow and sealing cloud-locking sun, keeping your life when attacking him isn't a hard thing to do if you want to know whether or not there's a possibility of killing him. Then you can try and see. Jasmine lightly reminded. But clearly she didn't believe Xianxia could actually kill this demon. Without trying, how could I know? Xianxia's brows sank. He swung Dragon Fault, activated Burning Heart, and quickly charged within the boundary. The feeling of suppression suddenly hit him, but then instantly disappeared. He gazed at the demon's only movable right hand, tightly focusing with his whole body, but surprisingly, after he charged into the boundary, the demon didn't attack him. Under his long white hair, he stared at Xianxia with those gloomy eyes that contained no hostility. Until he got close in front of the demon still did not move a single bit. Ha! Overlord's fury, Xianxia growled, and Dragon Fault brought along a shocking wave of pressure that perilously pounded towards the demon. Xianxia's only goal was to kill this demon, so his attack contained no mercy. This strike smashed straight for the demon's head. Under the heavy locus of Dragon Fault, the demon still did not move, allowing the extremely heavy Dragon Fault to severely smash against his head. Bang! Xianxia's profound strength was only at the early spirit profound realm, but his overall strength absolutely could not be measured by just profound strength alone. The threat of this one slash was enough to shatter a small mountain, not to mention a person's head. The slash brought along an oppressive huge boom. The surrounding air was forcefully pushed away, creating a temporary yet horrifying vacuum. Xianxia was stunned, because the demon actually didn't dodge and didn't block. Dragon Fault smashed on the demon's head, but from the head to the whole body, the demon did not even budge one bit. Under Dragon Fault, he slowly raised his head, smiled, and softly said, "You really are a freak to not be suppressed inside the formation." And with the strength of a spirit profound realm unleashing a battle power of such a level, even in the illusory demon royal family, there aren't many that can do this. I am suddenly interested in your cultivation and profound arts. With such a violent slash that could hack mountains and shatter rocks hitting the demon's head, not even a strand of hair was hurt. Xianxia felt shocked in his heart, quickly reversed his body and swung Dragon Fault downwards even more violently. Falling moon sinking star. This time the demon moved, welcoming Xianxia's Dragon Fault. The demon bent his arm with a speed so fast that it was unseeable, placing his palm diagonally, with his middle finger and ring finger that was difficult to exert a force on, and pinched the heavy blade of Dragon Fault. All of the power Xianxia poured into Dragon Fault was instantly like a clay ox entering the ocean and disappeared completely. It was followed by a terrifying power that came from the sword, causing him to feel an extremely dangerous and shocking feeling. Xianxia didn't even think twice. He withdrew his hands in a flash, but he was still hit with a storm of profound strength from the sword and flew away with a groan. When he landed, Xianxia quickly moved sideways and retreated to the outside of the boundary. After retreating out of the barrier, he squatted while panting, and his eyebrows locked up stubbornly. An extremely scary demon. He couldn't even hurt a strand of hair with a strike that contained all his strength. And the demon only used 2 fingers of strength to directly snatch away my weapon, and even forced me away. Jasmine was right. With my strength, killing him was essentially an idiot's dream. Dragon Fault, weighing more than 4,000 kilograms, was easily pinched between the demon's fingers as if pinching one's chopstick. Feeling the weight of this sword, a touch of shock flashed across the demon's face. He shook his fingers and said, "A pretty good sword. To be able to release such a power like that with this sword, you're quite unusual. This sword I'll return to you." The demon moved his fingers a bit. Dragon Fault suddenly became a gray shooting star and shuttled through the boundary. With a ding, it deeply embedded into the floor in front of Xianxia. "Why didn't you kill me?" Xianxia asked as he coldly stared. "Why should I kill you?" the demon asked in return. "In my life, even though I've killed countless people, I've never killed an innocent person. Truthfully speaking, looking back at it, by bringing you in here, it's the first time in my life that I've hurt an innocent. That is due to mighty heavenly sword region's despicable junior angering me, causing me to lose my reason. Now that you actually survived, I have no reason to kill you again. If I kill you, apart from increasing my crimes, there is no benefit whatsoever. If I keep you here at least before you die, I'll have someone to accompany me. In the end, you are just a pitiful victim. Xianxia's ability to know people well was very strong. Frankly, he couldn't find a bit of cruelness or savageness from the demon. In this period of time, what he felt the most from the demon was sadness, resentment, and longing. But these feelings could not be reasons that would cause him to not kill this demon. Because this demon had brought him here, only by killing him could Xianxia leave this place. He coldly smiled and said, "If you have really never killed an innocent person, if you don't want your sins to increase, then kill yourself, let an innocent person like me leave this place. Or else don't spout any grand and lofty bullshit." "Ha ha ha ha," the demon laughed out loud and said, "Junior, you don't have any qualifications to speak to me like that, because my life is worth way more than your life." He opened his eyes widely, his pupils shooting out a frightening anger and hatred. His voice had also become hoarse. "I was never afraid of death. Being alone in the darkness for 100 years, this type of loneliness and despair is 1,000 times more painful than a quick death. But I'm not willing to die pointlessly like this, as I still haven't personally annihilated the mongrels from that mighty heavenly sword region. They won't let me die, then I'll just live well until the day I can leave this place and destroy their whole sect. I won't kill you, but you shouldn't even hope to kill me." Xianxia clenched both his hands tightly and panted a coarse breath as his gaze sharpened, but did not speak for a good while. The air in this place was extremely turbid. The rate of exhaustion of the body was much faster than outside. Half a month without drinking, in addition to his heavy injuries, Xianxia's body revealed a weakness. His stomach was making noises due to the obvious feeling of hunger. If you still had the phoenix flames, then there's a chance of burning him. But the current you has no chance of hurting him. No matter how you attack, there's no chance of success, and it would instead exhaust your stamina quicker. You'd best take a calm posture and wait for the phoenix blood to awaken. That way you might still have a small chance of hope. But the precondition is that you have to live until then. After thinking back to leaving all the food within the sky-poisoned pearl with Su Linger, he came to a realization that even though he managed to survive, he was still in the abyss of despair and was falling even deeper into the abyss. With profound strength at the sky-profound realm, it was not a problem to not eat and drink for a year. At the Emperor-profound realm, there was basically no need for food and drink. At that level, delicacy was only for the enjoyment of the taste and not for sustenance. But for Xianxia, the distance to that level was at an impossible distance, an unreachable distance to the stage of not drinking and eating. Time passed day by day. The feeling of hunger grew stronger, his body became weaker and weaker, until the feeling of hunger was akin to a nightmare. At this time, he was searching in a craze in the sky-poisoned pearl, yet he could not find anything edible. He even ate those dried miracle medicinal herbs, but to refine them used even more profound strength and body strength. A month later, Xianxia completely could not feel the existence of hunger. It seems as if he couldn't even feel the existence of his body. His head felt dazed sometimes, felt absent-minded sometimes. His body was as light as a goose feather, and even moving was particularly difficult. Without the dragon god's blood preserving his life, without his life threatening injury healing, without eating and drinking for more than a month, and being stuck in an incomparably turbid and vile environment, he would have starved to death long ago. In my first life, I was poisoned to death by someone. In my second life, I jumped off Cloud's End cliff and committed suicide. I can die a tragic death or even die miserably, but how can I possibly starve to death? Xianxia mused dejectedly. His eyes were half open, his rate of breathing extremely slow, and his upper body shook, as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. In this period of time, he spent most of his time sleeping, and after sleeping a long while, waking up every time was getting harder than the last. He had no idea whether or not if he would wake up from his slumber the next time he fell asleep. I can't die. Even if I die, I can't just die hopelessly from starvation. Definitely cannot. Xianxia extended his left hand, and the sky-poisoned pearl flashed a green light. In front of Xianxia suddenly appeared a 100-foot-tall, huge crimson-red dragon. Only, this supposedly immensely strong dragon had no signs of life. Even the corpse was split perfectly into 4 pieces. Xianxia grabbed the tiger soul sword and walked to the flame dragon's tail end while panting. He activated Burning Heart and slashed downwards with all his strength. He cut off the peak of the flame dragon's massive tail bloodily and grabbed it in his hands. The dead flame dragon did not have profound strength reinforcing its body, so even though the corpse was still extremely tough, it was enough for Xianxia to cut open. If it was a living flame dragon, even if Xianxia's profound strength was 10 times stronger, there would be no chance of hurting its body in the slightest. Things stored in the sky poison pearl wouldn't have a qualitative change. Even though this flame dragon had been dead for over a year, it was still preserved at the state when it had just died. Fresh blood quickly streamed down from the part of the tail that was cut off, and that was completely pure dragon blood. Looking at the pouring dragon blood, Xianxia's eyes shone with a deep greed and longing. At this time, Jasmine's voice came out from his heart and helpless said, "Did you think this through? You should know that this is an Emperor Profound Dragon, and the power contained within its blood and flesh is not something that you can handle. If you really eat it as food, you could very likely die immediately. I have no other choice. I believe I can handle the power. Even if I can't handle it, I'd rather die from my body exploding rather than dying from starving to death." After speaking, Xianxia raised his arms quickly and brought the dragon tail to his lips. The drops of dragon blood dripped into his mouth. The dragon blood's fishiness, for Xianxia at this moment, was as good as honeydew from the heavens. Xianxia wasn't sure of just how much power was contained within the blood of the Emperor Profound Flame Dragon. Xianxia was at the early stages of true Profound Realm when he refined the dragon blood pellet, and one pellet was infused with only 4 drops of dragon blood. Only under the suppression of a variety of miraculous medicine was the power made gentle, and even then, after eating one pellet, it took at least 1 to 2 days to refine. And today, he directly drank the dragon blood. In a short few breaths, with the dragon blood quickly dripping all over, more than a few hundred drops of flame dragon blood flowed into Xianxia's mouth, and with it, a fiery heat of energy flowed into his stomach. The hunger in his stomach vanished in an instant, and even his originally empty spirit was roused. Xianxia had the evil god's fire seed within him, thus making him immune to any flames. But right now, he still felt as if an incomparably hot flame had exploded within his stomach. This heat wave was like spilled mercury that pervaded every pore as it wildly surged through his whole body, 4 limbs, internal organs, bloodstream, bone marrow, as if every part of his body, every single cell, had scorching oil poured into them. In addition to this, his bones and his soul was thoroughly in pain. It was an extremely excruciating pain where his whole body seemed to completely crack apart and completely explode. The dragon tail in Xianxia's hand fell to the floor as the sweat on his forehead rained down. In an instant, this sweat had completely evaporated, and his body staggered backwards, falling onto the ground. His body spasmed from the pain, and his face distorted greatly. Whoosh! The clothes on Xianxia's body were burnt to a crisp and was sent flying away, revealing crimson-red skin. This crimson red was deepening in color, eventually becoming a frightening dark red color. A frightening paw snapping sound rang out from every part of his body, that sound of his bones cracking apart, being calcined. "Kid, are you tired of living?" The demon gazed at Xianxia through his dirty white hair. With his level of strength, he could easily see that the massive dead dragon was a flame-type Emperor Profound Dragon. When the huge dragon appeared, he was shocked about how Xianxia, with his minuscule profound strength, could even come to possess a corpse of an Emperor Profound Dragon. He also had never thought that Xianxia would actually drink its blood. Not to mention, he was merely only in the early stages of Spirit Profound Realm. Even if a person in the late-stage Earth Profound Realm dared to take a large gulp of blood from an Emperor Profound Realm dragon, he would be courting death. This was something only a true madman would do. After his exclamation, the expression in his eyes filled with more and more surprise. He stared wide-eyed at Xianxia's skin slowly becoming dark red. Then it burst apart with a fish scale pattern, and heard the sound his bones exploding and calcining. This kind of pain was simply unimaginable. Even with his strength, he still trembled with fear. He completely understood that even an overlord at the Tyrant Profound Realm would find it extremely difficult to withstand this kind of pain. But not a single trace of a scream emerged from Xianxia's mouth. His face was already completely distorted. His pair of eyes became a crimson red. But within the widely forced open eyes, apart from infinite pain, he was still undeniably wide awake. That kind of pain, even if it was himself, he would definitely howl or scream, but this youngster did not even let out a sound. How much terrifying willpower did this require? Impossible. This cannot possibly be the amount of willpower a youngster would possess. The demon raised his head with eyes filled with shock. He had always been calling Xianxia a freak because his power was not suppressed by the formation, and with profound strength at the spirit-profound realm, he could actually release power rivaling the battle's strength of an earth-profound realm. But at this moment, he was shocked about this youth's terrifying amount of willpower. He was a freak amongst freaks, causing him to be incapable of not being deeply shocked. But even if his willpower and endurance was stronger, it did not mean that he could live through the erosion of the Emperor Profound Dragon's blood. He regretfully said with a low voice, "You really overestimated yourself. Seeing how you're being destroyed and burnt to a crisp, I really should have killed you cleanly in one strike instead." "Shut up!" What caused the demon to be shocked was that Xianxia actually spoke, and in this terrifying condition, he didn't give out a blood-curdling scream, and instead he had let out a cold, calm voice. His voice was incredibly hoarse and displeasing to hear, as if it came from a dying elderly, but his pronunciation was exceptionally clear. "I will not die before killing you. I definitely will not die." Both of the demon's eyes narrowed. He saw that Xianxia's skin was completely burnt black. The bones' crackling sounds were concentrated, as if a few hundred pieces of glass were broken at the same time. Xianxia's current miserable condition couldn't help but make the demon have a sense of horror. He howled, "Good, then let me see just how you plan on staying alive." Xianxia's teeth were nearly completely chewed until shattered at this moment. He could feel his flesh, bones, even his bone marrow felt like it had been put on top of a fire and burned, being fried as if immersed into boiling oil. This kind of pain absolutely could not be described with any kind of words. He basically couldn't breathe. His 4 limbs were immobilized, his organs exhausted or even broken down. He could also feel countless streams of irritable energy in his body thrashing around. The surface of his body was already completely pitch black, filled with detailed cracks leaking out countless streams of blood. His body in this instant was as weak as a tissue that could be ripped apart with one tear. His bodily functions had nearly decayed completely. What was left was only his willpower and obsessed soul. Xianxia used every single bit of willpower to keep himself in a stable sitting posture. He shut both of his eyes, closing off his 5 senses and consciousness. The cracks on his body rapidly increased, and the burnt black body gradually deepened. Apart from this, Xianxia was completely still, like a weathered sculpture. Did he die? Not yet. From his body, the demon still felt a slight trace of life. If it was any other person at this stage, they would have definitely passed away long ago. But on Xianxia's body, there was still a trace of life. As time passed, unwilling to disappear, this trace of life continued to hang onto Xianxia. The demon shook his head and sighed. So what if there's still a breath left? In this condition, there was basically no hope of surviving. With the Emperor Profound Dragon blood entering his body, the tyrannical power would destroy his organs, bones, blood, physical body. And before this, the first thing to be destroyed were the profound veins. Even if he stubbornly has a breath of life left, what could he even do? But the demon had no way of knowing that even though Xianxia's body was 90% destroyed, his profound veins at the moment were completely fine, because the profound veins came from a true god. How could it be destroyed from the strength that came from merely a few drops of an Emperor Profound Dragon's blood? And it was exactly the evil god's profound veins and great way of the Buddha that Xianxia relied on when he crazily drank the flame dragon's blood when he had no other choice. He supported his life with his willpower, refined the dragon's blood with his profound veins, and after refining, recovered his body with the great way of the Buddha life through success, death through failure. With his 5 senses and consciousness shut off, he could not hear anything, and he already could not feel the pain on his body. Inside his mind, the only thing that remained were the alternatively twinkling red and blue lights inside the evil god profound veins, and a weaving stream of power from the flame dragon blood. Time for Xianxia became endlessly long. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, 6 hours passed. In this period of time, the demon's gaze was locked onto Xianxia's unmoving body. A whole 6 hours had passed, and that last trace of life was still tenaciously clinging on, neither increasing nor decreasing. The only word he could think of right now was, incredible. At this time, Xianxia's body finally showed some movement. A strange cyclone appeared on top of his head. The cyclone originally spun around slowly, then started spinning faster and faster, until it reflected a shadow of a small and delicate silver pagoda. "What is that?" The demon had lived for over 300 years, but it was the first time he had seen something like this. That pagoda contained a bizarre power, as if it was some kind of profound art, but he had never seen this type of profound art before. Wait, profound art. Was he actually using a profound art? This discovery caused the demon's body to shake in shock. He's suddenly moving forward, causing his chains to brawl loudly. He obviously should have died a long time ago, but while clinging onto his last breath, he clung on for 6 hours and had yet to die. Instead, a sign of him using profound arts had appeared. How is this possible? At this moment, the demon desperately wanted to break free from his chains to get closer to Xianxia and find what kind of condition he was in. Even if a dead person suddenly started moving, that would still be nowhere as close as the shock Xianxia brought him at this time. The silver pagoda on top of Xianxia's head started to spin slowly and started to expand whilst it was spinning. After 6 hours, it expanded until it was around 3 foot tall, and when the silver pagoda reached its size limit, it turned from a ghostly image into something substantial, as if a real, small pagoda was actually suspended above Xianxia's head. Then the small pagoda disappeared without warning. At this time, Xianxia's life force suddenly burned as if a prairie fire, quickly combusted, and the combustion becoming more and more exuberant. Within 4 hours, that small trace of life became flames of life that filled his entire body. Demon. 16 hours after drinking the dragon blood, Xianxia finally opened his eyes. The instant his eyes opened, there was a faint stream of fiery light flashing within his pupils. Not only did he open his eyes, he also slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, the pitch-black crust that wrapped around his body suddenly rustled and fell, revealing a baby-like tenderness and flawlessly smooth, rebirthed skin. He stood up straight, spread both his arms, and lightly gulped. A surge of profound energy had suddenly released, causing the burnt crisp on his body to completely burst open, showing a perfect and flawless body without a trace of injury. Even his hair was completely rebirthed, growing to the length it was previously at. You! This powerful being who shook entire illusory demon realm, who stood at the peak while looking down at millions of people, was shocked and stared dumbfoundedly, tongue-tied at this 17-year-old teenager, because everything he saw in this moment completely overturned everything he knew. Not only this, he could also clearly feel that Xianxia, who should have been dead, was not only perfectly fine. In fact, even his profound strength had increased to the second level of the spirit profound realm. Xianxia, who miraculously survived from the abyss of death, did not say a word to the demon. Picking up the piece of dragon tail from the floor, he grabbed it in his hands as his palms blazed with profound fire, burning the tail until Xianxia thought was cooked well enough. He brought the tail up to his face and started to chew, eating large chunks of half-cooked dragon flesh with his teeth. He was way too hungry, and that exaggerated face of eating was like a hungry demon that had been starved for several hundred years. In a short while, around 3 kilograms of dragon flesh was eaten cleanly by Xianxia like a tornado. He licked his lips and burped out with satisfaction. The power density within the dragon flesh was not as much as the dragon blood, but there wasn't too much difference. At this time, that feeling of immersion in oil exploded within his stomach, causing his body to once again burn crimson red in a blink of an eye. Without panicking at all, Xianxia was calm to a terrifying degree. He quickly sat down and closed his eyes. His face, that had begun to show signs of emerging cracks, was nevertheless a field of silence. The demon unwaveringly stared at Xianxia, hearing sounds of his bones cracking once more with his ears. His brain continuously vibrated with these same words, this monster, this madman. Xianxia succeeded, but the pain and danger included in the process was something only Xianxia himself knew. Even though Xianxia had the evil god's profound veins and the great way of the Buddha, drinking so much fresh emperor profound dragon blood with the body of a spirit profound realm, and lived through that while even refining a great majority of the energy within the dragon blood, it could still be considered to be a miracle. And if not for this miracle, the only ending for Xianxia was a thorough death. But as if he had gone mad once he escaped the abyss of pain and death, he placed himself in this kind of abyss once more. There were only a few minutes of time between the intervals before Xianxia's bones and body bursted once again. In the blink of an eye, the surface of his body had changed into a dreadful charred black. His life force had also been diminished to its last wisp, but like before, it was exactly this wispy flame of life that was unwilling to die no matter what. That strange little silver-colored pagoda appeared again, This entire process was almost exactly the same as before. The difference was that this time, Xianxia only took 6 hours to stand up again. He shed the black from his whole body, and his entire body rebirthed for the second time. His profound strength had also rapidly risen to the early stages of the third level of the spirit profound realm. The demon stared fixedly at Xianxia and spoke with a shocked tone. "How did you do that?" The mighty demon king of the illusory demon world had unexpectedly used such a shocked tone to ask a mere 17-year-old youth. "How did you do that?" Before today, forget about others. Even he himself would never believe that there would come a day in which he would ask a junior this kind of question. But what Xianxia had shown him at this very moment flooded his heart with raging waves that were incapable of settling down. A high-ranked profound beast's flesh and blood were definitely not something that could be consumed carelessly on a whim. Even if it was a throne who wished to consume an emperor profound beast's flesh and blood, they would have been cautious. And to a throne, the flesh and blood of an emperor profound beast was undoubtedly a kind of extremely good supplement, enough to let their profound strength progress noticeably. Even though this kind of progress wasn't too exaggerated, it came without a need to go through bitter cultivation. At the same time, if a throne wanted to single-handedly slay an emperor profound beast of the same level, it would be basically impossible. Even if it was a peak-level throne facing the lowest-level emperor profound beast, defeating the beast would be easy, but slaying it would also be extremely difficult. Therefore, even in a throne's entire lifetime, they would have few chances to get to enjoy a treasure from an emperor profound beast. But Xianxia, who was merely at the spirit profound realm, who drank a dragon-type emperor profound beast's blood, who ate a dragon-type emperor profound beast's flesh, had actually miraculously lived. This kind of freakish, unimaginable situation's outcome was obviously incredibly ridiculous. Within this short period of time that had not even taken a day, Xianxia's profound strength had directly shot up by 2 levels. As he looked at the standing Xianxia and the incredibly enormous giant flame dragon, the demon's heart could not help to have a crazy thought. He could not possibly want to slowly eat this entire flame dragon and turn it into his own power, right? 2 major crises, 2 rebirths after being on the edge of death. Xianxia felt that not only did his flesh not become weak because of rebirth, it was instead filled with even more strength. And his bones had also become more resilient after the impact and refinement of the dragon's flesh and blood. His own blood slightly became viscous, and even his heart had an odd feeling of strength. The nightmarish starving feeling he experienced earlier had completely disappeared. While looking at this rebirthed body, feeling the explosively increased strength, Xianxia grinned and started to laugh. It seemed as if the heavens were looking after him at every moment. Every single time he gambled with his life as wager, they all concluded with his victory. And this kind of victory under the heavens could only happen to him. If it were some other person with similar profound strength as him, at this moment, they would have become a pile of charcoal long ago. He looked at the demon and said in a low voice, "I have no obligation to answer your question. Let me say it again. In order for me to leave this place, I will definitely kill you." Seeing Xianxia's cold and resolute expression, the demon was silent for a while. Then he started to chuckle. "Good. I am suddenly beginning to look forward to that day. Currently, my profound strength has been suppressed down to the Emperor Profound realm. Do you really think that the gap between the Spirit Profound and Emperor Profound can be so easily made up for?" Xianxia did not speak again. He withdrew the flame dragon's carcass and picked up Dragon Fault while his entire body exploded with profound energy. His vigorous swings conjured many winds as every strike contained an ear-splitting howl and an peerless might. The incomparably heavy Dragon Fault conjured a sandstorm in Xianxia's hands, and a long, unceasingly storm began to fill this underground suppression space. The best way to solidify a dramatic increase in profound strength was to continuously release it. It was also at this instant that Xianxia set a goal for himself. Leveling his profound strength was the only thing he could do, and was also the only thing he had to do. After 2 hours, Xianxia was already huffing and puffing. He put Dragon Fault back on his back and sat down. Very quickly, he entered a meditative state. All of his 54 profound entrances in his profound veins completely opened as the powerful current of his profound energy rapidly moved within his body. While in his meditative state, time went by really quickly. Unwittingly, 16 hours had passed when Xianxia opened his eyes. His body was now abundant in profound energy, but the rumblings of hunger could be heard from his stomach. I'm hungry again, Xianxia said as he rubbed his belly. Under the demon's watchful gaze, he summoned the flame dragon again and sliced another huge chunk of flesh from its enormous tail. It dripped with dragon blood as he held it in his grasp, and then began to cook it with profound fire. However, this time's hunger obviously could not compare to yesterday's. His roasting unhurried, not quick nor slow. It didn't take a while for the sweet aroma of cooked meat to permeate the area and make Xianxia gulp. The deliciousness of dragon flesh was world-famous, and other profound beasts could not possibly compare with it. But in the entire profound sky continent, those who were fortunate to sample dragon flesh could only amount to a few. The cooked dragon meat's indescribable aroma lightly floated towards the demon, making the tip of his nose tremble and all 10 of his fingers twitch. To this demon who had not eaten in 100 years, the fragrance from the most extravagant meat in this world was undoubtedly a huge attraction, enough to make him go out of control. But as the majestic demon king, how could he possibly beg a junior for food? He bit the tip of his tongue, turned his face the other way, and sealed his sense of smell. But immediately afterwards, he heard the sounds of Xianxia's teeth tearing and chewing the dragon meat. All of his fingers shook so much that they had nearly flown away from his joints. The side effect had subsequently neared. Xianxia was once again immediately confronted a baptism filled with endless pain and danger. But this time, not only was Xianxia incomparable resolute like before, he seemed to appear even more calm under the dragon flesh's explosive power. He had even smoothly drank the bowl of dragon blood that had bled out. The flame dragon that had been instantly killed by Jasmine existed within the sky poison pearl for over a year, and was almost forgotten by Xianxia. Yet not only did it pull Xianxia back from the danger of starving to death, it also let him find a way, although incomparably painful, to rapidly increase his profound strength. Like the demon expected, after the first and second times of success, the third time his body burst apart from the energy's impact. Xianxia only used 11 hours to finish absorbing the dragon's power and repair his body. Then he started to crazily train with his sword, meditate, train with sword, meditate, eat the dragon meat when hungry, and drink the dragon blood when thirsty, repeating it again and again in an unthinkable fashion. During this process, Xianxia's profound strength was increasing at such a rapid pace that it might even anger the heavens. Just in terms of raising his strength, this was an excellent place for Xianxia. In the outside world, it was simply impossible for him to achieve complete concentration. There would always be various people and matters distracting and tying him down. But in here, it was gloomy and silent. It was severed from the world, and no one would come to distract and obstruct him. The only person with him here was also deprived of freedom, and everyone related to him in the outside world all became his motivation to increase his strength as fast as possible in order to walk out from this place. Thus, he spent all of his time training, crazily training. Killing the demon in the shortest time possible and then leaving this place was currently his sole objective. In addition to this, he suppressed any worries and longing he had and didn't bother to think about anything else. Azure Cloud Continent, Grandwake Clan's rear mountain. The little bamboo house they built together in the emerald green bamboo forest was Su Linger's most favorite place. Even though Su Hengshan had always told her that she could not run here by herself, she could not help but always secretly come here to sit in front of the little bamboo house all afternoon. She only sat there, bathing in the bamboo forest's wind, and always thought back to the time when she was with him that night with a face full of happiness. This afternoon was the same as all the previous afternoons. She secretly came here by herself. Leaning on the bamboo house with both hands on her cheeks, her watery eyes stared at the swaying green bamboo as she giggled from time to time. It was not known what she was thinking about. Time passed by slowly and night was gradually approaching. It was around the time that she should start leaving. Su Linger stood up and lowered her head to look at her little hands, little legs, delicate body, and her chest that had yet to begin blossoming. She flattened her lips and grieved. "Wu, when am I going to grow up? I really wish I could grow up tomorrow so big brother Xianxia would come marry me." Carrying a little girl's dreams, Su Linger was mixed with worry and happiness. At this time, an ear-piercing voice suddenly sounded. "Oh, isn't this my dear beloved little sister? Why did you come here all alone? Oh, I know why. You probably came here to think about your, big brother Xianxia again." Su Heoran came out of nowhere and walked over to Su Linger at a leisure pace with a face full of smiles. "Big brother?" Su Linger wasn't that close with Su Heoran, to the point of rejection, but she still gave the proper polite courtesy and even obediently answered. MN. I come here every day to think about Big Brother Yunqi, hoping that he'll return sooner. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Su Linger's appearance, Su Haoran started to laugh out loud as though he had heard a funny joke. Oh boy, my foolish little sister, your appearance really makes me unable to hold back my laughter. Sigh. Fine, even though there are some things that other people understand, but nobody was willing to tell you this. But I am, of course, your older brother, so I ought to think about your own good. Therefore, I might as well be that villain. I'd advise you to let go of those unnecessary delusions. That big brother Yunqi of yours will never come back to find you. The only reason why he told father that he wanted to marry you was because that was how he went against second uncle Su Hengyu. It was a temporary excuse he made up at that time and nothing more. Su Linger immediately raised her head as her little face flushed red in anger. You're lying. Big brother Yunqi told me that when I grow up he'll come marry me. You're lying. You're lying? Heh, only a stupid little girl like you would believe that kind of lie. Su Haoran curled his lips in disdain. That Yunqi's background is even more prestigious than our Grandwake clan by several times. That wife of his, HMPH? Su Haoran clenched his teeth in envy. No only does she look like a goddess, she's even more powerful than our great-grandfather. Which part of you could possibly compare to her? He has such an extremely perfect partner by his side. So why would he even like a 10-year-old little girl like you? Forget about him. Even if you replace him with another person, they would never, in only one day, want to marry a little girl like you. What he said at that time was only made up to help father settle second uncle's matter, and only you would believe that. As for why he did that, HRM, it's probably because father offered them shelter to recuperate from their wounds when that beautiful girl was in her coma. And this kind of person born from such a great family would obviously not want to owe anything to us, who are from an inferior clan in their eyes. Thus, they took action to help us out and regard it as returning the favor. But you actually deluded yourself to think that he would truly come back to marry you. I'm assuming that he has already forgotten the 2 words, Grandwake clan, by now, let alone remember you. The longing Su Linger had for Yunqi was a bit baffling to outsiders, so much that it seemed somewhat unreasonable. Even Su Linger herself wondered why his figure had filled her mind and heart ever since she met him. Waiting for his return had almost become everything that she wished for. And what Su Haoran had said to her was undoubtedly the cruelest words in the world, because every one of his words was like a poisonous steel needle that stabbed at her most beautiful and happiest dream. You're lying, you're lying. Su Linger forcibly shook her head and yelled angrily. Big brother Yunqi said that he likes me. He said that he'll come marry me when I grow up. Big brother Yunqi won't lie to me. You're the liar. You can't lie like that. Oh, really? Su Haoran began to grin. If he really liked you, why didn't he bring you along with him at that time? Since he likes you that much, then did he tell you where he lived and which sect he was born in? Su Linger's little face paled instantly. That's because he never even liked a little girl like you, so why would he bring you with him? He was scared that you might go looking for him, which was why he didn't tell you about his birthplace. Also, the others have said that aside from his name, what else do you know about him? Perhaps even his name was made up too. Su Haoran laughed as he said this, without caring about how cruel those words were to Su Linger. You're lying, you're lying. They're all lies. Big brother Yunqi would never lie to me. He will definitely come for me. Su Linger used both hands to cover her ears and fiercely shook her head. She powerlessly defended as her eyes began to water. Su Haoran spread out his hand. Then just continue on with your delusion. But what a pity, my good little sister, as Grandwake clan's great princess, you would have your pick of men in the river east in the future, yet you want to stupidly wait for a person who played you for a fool. If this matter were to be spread, tusk, I'm afraid that our entire Grandwake clan would be made fun of. You're lying. Everything you say is a lie. I hate you. Still covering her ears, Su Linger ran far away into the refreshing bamboo forest, and the faint sounds of her suppressed weeping could be heard. Why was Su Hengxian's little girl here? Not far from Su Haoran's rear, a middle-aged dressed in black walked over. It was actually Su Hengyu. Ignore her. Su Haoran casually curled his lips as he turned around. I heard that you had something important to tell me. What is it? With Haoran's great intelligence, how could you not be able to guess it out? Su Hengyu faintly laughed. Of course it's to help you get the clan treasure earlier and become the clan master. The two looked at each other for a while, and then began to laugh at the same time. It was only until nightfall that Su Linger finally arrived back to the Grandwake clan. On the entire journey back, she had been completely spaced out. She was unwilling to believe what Su Heoran had said, but that nightmarish voice continued to swim in her mind, making her unable to forget it. Big Brother Yun-Chi would not come for me, right? No. Big Brother Yun-Chi would definitely not lie to me. He's so nice to me, and when he looks at me, his gaze is as warm as the bamboo forest's moonlight. But why didn't he bring me with him that day? Why didn't he tell me where he lived? I only know his name, and don't know anything else. If he really forgets about me, if he doesn't like me anymore, what do I do? What do I do? Su Hengtian walked out from the training room and immediately saw Su Linger's light, powerless footsteps. He hurriedly rushed forward and asked, "Linger, where did you go? Why did you return so late?" Su Linger lifted her tear-filled eyes. While trying really hard to not cry, she asked pitifully, "Papa, is Big Brother Yun-Chi really not coming back to marry me? Was he only casually saying that? Has he already forgotten me?" A few teardrops were already hanging from Su Linger's cheeks, and it was obvious that she had already cried earlier. Su Hengtian stared blankly for a while before squatting down and answering with a slight smile. "Linger, tell me what you feel. Do you think he liked you?" Su Linger gently blinked her eyes and then nodded. "Big Brother Yun-Chi definitely likes me." "Then that's the case." Su Hengtian nodded with a slight smile. "If other people's words and your feelings are in conflict, you obviously have to believe in your own feelings. It's not only Linger, even I feel that your big brother Yun-Chi really likes you. When he looks at you, it was like he was looking at his life. Especially on the day he was leaving, I could tell that he really wanted to take you away with him, but it was just that you were too young. If he took you away now or marry you now, it would definitely bring about many criticisms. That's why he wanted you to wait for him, and when you grow up, he will definitely come back and marry you. Even though he's not by your side now, you two are already engaged and even had so many witnesses. This fact absolutely cannot be severed." Su Hengtian understood that after Yun-Chi had left, everyone believed that he would never come back, and that his and Su Linger's engagement was randomly brought up just to settle the dispute with Su Hengyu. But Su Hengtian didn't believe that. The way Yun-Chi looked at Su Linger, and the way he treated her so well, was not something that could be completely faked. Her father's words were as warm as the spring breeze, and immediately dispersed all of Su Linger's worries and fear. She nodded happily. "Papa, I understand. I knew it. Big Brother Yun-Chi definitely likes me. I'll quickly grow up and wait every day for him to come back and marry me." "Ha ha," Su Hengtian laughed somewhat helplessly. This 10-year-old daughter of his, who was originally an innocent and carefree little pixie at a tender age that should not know how to love yet, had actually begun to be immersed in love sickness all day long after meeting Yun-Chi, and even thought about marriage every single day. This made him, as the father, really not know whether to laugh or cry. He asked on a whim, "Did someone say something to you that hurt your feelings?" Su Linger lightly nodded. "Ooh, it's elder brother when I was in the bamboo forest. He also came there and told me that everything Big Brother Yun-Chi told me were lies, so. You said your elder brother went over to the bamboo forest area?" Su Hengtian twitched violently. "Amen, Papa, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly become so serious?" "Oh, nothing." Su Hengtian hurriedly made a smile. He took a glance at the dragon-scale armor under Linger outer garments, tightened Su Linger's collars up, then once again exhorted seriously. "Linger, do well to remember what I said before. This dark golden-colored clothing of yours, you have to wear it at any time, and you must also properly hide it and not let anyone see. That includes the brother and sisters in the clan who regularly plays with you. If it were to be accidentally found out by others, it's highly possible for it to be snatched away. Do you understand?" Su Linger subconsciously tightened her outer garment and nodded very seriously. "I understand, Papa. This was given to me by Big Brother Yun-Chi. I'll definitely properly keep it safe." Su Linger finally opened the knot in her heart and ran away happily, while Su Hengtian's heart became weighted with worry. Only after the curtains of the night complete fell did Su Heoran finally sneakily return to the Grandwake clan. The moment he returned to his room, he discovered that his father Su Hengtian was actually standing in there. His heart suddenly throbbed and he hastily spoke. "Father, why are you here? I have something to talk to you about." Su Hengtian gave him a sideways glance and said indifferently, "Where did you go this afternoon?" "I trained too long this afternoon and was a bit tired, so I went for a walk in the rear mountains bamboo forest and even met Linger. I wonder what important matters father needs to speak to me about." Su Heoran respectively spoke without a change in expression. "Other than Linger, did you not meet anyone else in the bamboo forest?" Su Hengxian's expression became faintly overcast, and his voice also became a little menacing. Su Heoran lifted his head, his face revealing surprise. The rear mountain's bamboo forest had always been secluded. I indeed had only met Linger and spoke a few words with her. Other than that, I did not meet anyone else. Why is father asking me this? After Su Hengxian stared him in the eyes for a long while, he moved his gaze and spoke lightly. Heoran, it's not a bad thing for a mature man to have ambition. Without ambition, one would never reach the top. Cruelty, ruthless, sinister, and cunning are often necessary things for a successful person of power. But these are only fit to be used on enemies. If they were used on one's dearest family, then this person cannot be called a person, but a swine. This you must remember. Su Heoran's eyebrows jumped, then he immediately nodded forcefully and spoke sincerely. Heoran shall bear father's teaching in mind. Su Hengxian turned his face toward him and lightly nodded. It's important for one to know their limitations. Whether your father here was a successful clan master or not, I very well understand in my heart. Many times I wasn't decisive enough, not ruthless enough, not unyielding enough. Otherwise, there wouldn't be someone running wild and rampant in front of this clan master's face here. However, Su Hengxian, had never done anything of guilty conscience in my entire life. Even though I am mediocre, I can still face the heavens and earth, face the sect, and face our ancestors. You are my Su Hengxian's only son. I hope that in the future, you will never disappoint me. Yes, this child will not forget father's words and definitely won't do anything that would disappoint father. Su Hengxian uttered a slight confirmation and walked out with a slow pace without saying anything else. Watching Su Hengxian leave, Su Heoran's expression slowly darkened and then revealed a sinister smile. Even though I have the identity as the clan master's son in terms of aptitude, my position really is too dangerous, so I can't help but to plan ahead for myself, dearest family. If I am to be so pedantic and irresolute, then this Grandwake clan will never have a spot for me. When that happens, it'll really be over for me. As your son, how would I let you be disappointed? Hey. Unknowingly, Xianxia had already fallen for half a year already. But the subjects and rumors regarding Xianxia was still spreading throughout every corner of the Blue Wind Empire, and the versions of them were becoming more and more exaggerated. It was even compiled into books by some meddlesome people who sold it and spread it like crazy wildfire. The Blue Wind Emperor's condition had slowly deteriorated. The first and third prince's secret battle had formally turned into a clear battle. All of the princes were involved. None of them were able to stay out of it, and none of them were able to take care of the Blue Wind Emperor, whose life force was becoming dimmer and dimmer. The only person who accompanied the Blue Wind Emperor was the Blue Moon Princess. The entire Blue Wind Imperial family was enveloped within an increasingly dark and gloomy cloud. Behind the dark cloud were the Xiao sect and the Burning Heaven clan, who were already beginning to expose their fierce teeth. Under the Xiao sect and the Burning Heaven clan's accentuation of this enormous maelstrom, the Blue Wind Imperial family practically had no defensive capabilities. Heavenly Sword Villa had always kept silent and showed zero signs of intervention. The matter regarding Chu Yuechan half a year ago shocked Ling Yuefeng, so he was not in the mood to care about anything else, and Frozen Cloud Asgard had already completely sealed themselves away in order to completely ignore all the unstable situations of the outside world. Heavenly Sword Villa under the Sword Management Terrace. Xianxia carried Dragon Fault on his back while sitting cross-legged on the ground. He had already maintained this position for over 6 hours. At this moment, strands of profound energy which were visible through the naked eye began to rise and white smoke above his head. Oh, breaking through again? Looking at the white smoke above his head, the demon quietly said. Xianxia looked extremely calm on the exterior, but a storm was surging within his interior. After he trained in his sword style until he was completely exhausted, he sat cross-legged on the ground and channeled his profound energy within his body for over 100 days, while simultaneously pondering deeply about the images of the Sirius's second sword style, which Jasmine mentioned during the ranking tournament. Only that image only showed the motions of Sirius' second sword technique and the most important profound arts, and the prison god Sirius' profound skill. Even if he put all his heart into it in order to discover the real essence behind the second sword style from only seeing the movement of the heavy sword, it was simply impossible. However, Xianxia never thought this was impossible. He was pondering deeply about it every single day for the last half year, and that image had also been recreated tens of thousands of times within his brain. After 200 days of channeling profound energy within his body, all of his profound energy suddenly disappeared without a trace. Xianxia's entire body shuddered, and this shock was no small matter. His entire body suddenly emitted sweat, but he immediately tenaciously calmed down. What is going on? Could it be? During the moment when his profound strength suddenly disappeared, and he was in a trance, his profound veins suddenly radiated as brightly as the red and blue radiance of stars. After that, incredibly thick profound energy swarmed out from the depth of his profound veins like a rapid flood, surging toward every muscle. His profound vein and channels started to rapidly relax and expand under the influence of his profound energy, as if they were dancing in excitement. Beneath the earth profound realm, profound energy was formless and shapeless, and one could only capture it when channeling their strength. However, at this moment, Xianxia was able to clearly see this surging profound energy appear before him in a thin white color. They were like strands of smoke, and its thickness was many times stronger than it was previously. They were simply two things that could not be mentioned in the same sentence. The radiance of his profound veins also became much brighter, and the red and blue color also became increasingly clearer. Xianxia still had his eyes shut as he sensed the surge of profound energy within his profound veins. He slightly extended both his hands and opened them up as a joyous smirk slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was very aware what this meant. This meant his profound strength had already broke through the spirit profound realm and entered the earth profound realm. In just half a year, he went from the first level of the spirit profound realm and stepped into the first level of the earth profound realm. In just 6 months. Furthermore, due to the fact that all the profound entrances in his profound veins were open, there wasn't even a bottleneck from the spirit profound realm to the earth profound realm, and he broke through as easily as water forming a canal through time. This kind of breakthrough speed could be said to be impossible since the dawn of the Blue Wind Empire. Indeed, the reason his profound strength could increase this fast was mainly because of the large amounts of dragon flesh he ate and the large amounts of dragon blood he drank. Until today, the flame dragon's entire tail had been completely swallowed within Xianxia's stomach and turned into his eternal strength. Nevertheless, being able to crazily consume dragon flesh and blood in the spirit profound realm and not die, and instead absorb it in order to refine it into his own strength, was already an abnormal strength that made one's hair stand on end. The surge of profound energy within his body stopped at this moment, and that kind of abundant power made Xianxia feel as if his body was in the clouds. He opened up his eyes, stood up and spread his arms. All the pores within his body opened, as he sensed everything around him as much as he wanted to. Every large breakthrough between realms would be followed by an improvement to the soul, as well as an improvement to the perceptive strength by several folds. The range where he could sense things had already extended to several times of what he was capable of, before to the point that he could faintly hear the sounds of all kinds of elements moving within the air, and their mutual interactions. Xianxia excitedly grabbed the dragon fault and let out a carefree shout. His gaze suddenly locked onto the demon, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body charged into the barrier like lightning. He opened Burning Heart and smashed down onto the demon's head with his sword. When Burning Heart opened, there wasn't even the slightest emergence of burden on his body. This also signified that he entered the earth profound realm and was now like the evil god, able to completely adapt to the state of Burning Heart, and could ordinarily maintain the Burning Heart state at will without any pressure at all. When facing against Xianxia, who just entered the spirit profound realm, the demon had once easily used his head to meet Xianxia's heavy sword. However, facing against Xianxia, who was at the initial stages of Earth Realm and had the strength of a Sky Profound Realm, the demon did not dare to forcefully take it with his head because Xianxia's strength already started to put a little pressure on him. Although it was extremely trivial, it was still a genuine oppressive strength. Breaking through into the Earth Profound Realm so fast is truly astonishing, but you're still far from able to kill me. The demon disdainfully muttered and grabbed Dragon Fault with one hand, but when he went to grab the Dragon Fault, all he caught was an afterimage. The real Dragon Fault followed the strange movements of Xianxia's body as he ruthlessly smashed down on the demon's shoulders. Crash! The meteorite chains began to emit an ear-splitting crashing sound. This strike of Xianxia's fell upon the indestructible profound steel and shook his arms until they were numb. However, on the demon's shoulders, let alone an injury, Even the weak clothes that he protected with his profound strength was not damaged in the slightest. Even though he achieved the earth-profound realm, the difference between his strength and the demon's strength was as different as mud and sky. The demon raised his hand, and a surge of matchless profound strength was released, making the entire interior of the barrier roil with an incredibly frightening storm. After one breath's time, Xianxia was thrown over 300 meters away by the storm as he embarrassingly fell onto the ground. He immediately got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fiercely said, "There will be a day when I'll kill you. Wait until that day, then you can make these arrogant remarks, claiming that you'll kill me right now is still a joke," the demon answered disdainfully. "Whether or not it's a joke is not something you have a say in." Xianxia picked up Dragon Fault and did not go to heal himself. Instead, he suddenly charged into the barrier while continuously swinging Dragon Fault. Accompanied with the resonant sounds of phoenix cries, over 10 streaks of phoenix flames flew towards the demon. Phoenix break. The phoenix flames, which had been still for a long time, had also finally awoken once more at this moment. Oh, the demon did not receive Xianxia's profound flame, but instead charged into the flames, which clearly was incomparably hot and powerful. He flung his palms and shattered all the phoenix breaks, but the back of his hands were thoroughly burnt red, which made his eyebrows wrinkle. However, at this moment, Xianxia, who was over 30 meters away, suddenly charged over in a split second with his entire body wrapped up in scorching hot phoenix flames. Empyrean dance of the phoenix wing! Boom! Dragon Fault ruthlessly smashed onto the demon's chest, and a frantic phoenix flame exploded on his chest, burning with incredibly high temperature and oppressive might, which stifled the demon for an instant. Xianxia somersaulted backwards and landed as an enormous and dark blue wolf howled toward the sky behind him. Dragon Fault fell, and a streak of a wolf's silhouette charged out, ripped the air apart, and collided directly with the demon. RIIP? Sky Wolf Slash accurately struck onto the completely immobile demon's body, slashed open a hole that was half a feet long on his clothes, and then unrelentlessly struck towards his stomach, as a sharp pain transmitted all over. Though it was only a sharp pain, a red scar that did not even rip his skin appeared over his stomach, but it was still able to greatly shock the demon. He was not able to deliberately activate the protection of his profound strength, but he still had the defense from his naturally existent profound strength that even a sneak attack from an expert at the initial stages of the Sky Profound Realm would have a hard time ripping through. His clothes were also under the protection of his naturally existent profound strength, but they were unexpected cut open by a slash from Xianxia, which made him feel a sharp pain. This clearly signified that he could forcefully release the power only achievable from the Sky Profound at the early stages of the Earth Profound Realm. Battle strength that surpassed the profound strength. This fact was not a rarity in the demon's knowledge. Nascent Profound Realm having the battle strength of the True Profound Realm, True Profound Realm having the battle strength of the Spirit Profound Realm, were all common occurrences to him. He had even seen quite a few in the True Profound Realm with battle strength at the Earth Profound Realm. However, with the advancement of realm, the disparity between each large realm increased multiplicatively, and bottlenecks were harder and harder to overcome. Spirit Profound Realm to the Earth Profound Realm was considered to be the first true bottleneck, but overcoming that really wasn't too difficult. However, the Earth Profound Realm to the Sky Profound had a bottleneck that was hundreds to thousands of times harder than what the Earth Profound Realm had. Similarly, exhibiting battle strength at the Sky Profound Realm while in the Earth Profound Realm was fundamentally impossible. However, Xianxia was only at the first level of the Earth Profound Realm, yet the power of his sword had the genuine power of a Sky Profound Realm. Although this was perhaps the best strike that Xianxia could use, even using it for just a moment was already world-shocking. Under the demon's astonishment, he was also starting to get angry. He was a glorious demon king, but his clothes were harmed by a junior at the Earth Profound Realm. This was an extraordinary shame and humiliation that he could never have imagined. His expression became overcast, and he grabbed out with his 5 fingers. An enormous deep cyan palm suddenly appeared beside Xianxia, then ruthlessly grabbed toward Xianxia's chest. But during the moment that enormous palm appeared, the demon suddenly began to regret. However, it was too late to take it back. He angrily spread his 5 fingers and attacked Xianxia's chest. Boom, like a thunderclap suddenly exploding within his chest, Xianxia's eyes bulged outwards as he discarded Dragon Fault. His palms pushed forward with all his strength, and used the resulting shockwave to rapidly fly backwards to land outside the barrier. As soon as he landed, he had already shut his eyes and went into a proper sitting position with the great way of the Buddha rapidly activated in the next instant. This strike from the demon was extremely tyrannical and was far stronger than what Xianxia had imagined. He felt that his 5 visceras and 6 organs had been completely displaced, and his ribs all shattered as well, along with more than 10 broken meridians. But after experiencing hundreds of baptisms from the dragon flesh and blood, this injury, which should have been far more severe, was nothing much for him anymore. With the activation of the great way of the Buddha, that little silver pagoda appeared above his head. The demon withdrew his palm and silently stared at Xianxia. After quite a while, he muttered to himself, "I don't know how this child trained his body. That strike a moment ago should have taken half a life from even a person of the sky profound realm, but he is actually able to sit still and tend to his wounds." As soon as the demon spoke, a sudden change occurred. A sudden streak of gold light suddenly flashed past the corner of the demon's eyes. He subconsciously raised his head and saw that little silver pagoda above Xianxia's head had unexpectedly turned into a light gold color. Xianxia felt as though his body had traveled into outer space. He lightly floated like a feather, as everything around him had practically disappeared. The only thing his 5 senses could feel was his own existence. Strands of powerful aura rushed into his pores from out of nowhere and rapidly healed all of his injuries and refined his body. These were the purest of nature's essence. Even the strongest of creatures had an instinctive reverence toward nature, since even if those creatures were at the peak of strength, they were only a tiny existence in the face of nature. However, the nature's essence rushing within Xianxia's body had a slight reverence, a reverence towards Xianxia. The difference between nature's strength and profound strength was that profound strength were the power of living being, but nature's strength was power that belonged to nature. On the surface, it would naturally crush profound strength. However, when a living being's profound strength is powerful to a sufficient realm, it could utilize the force of nature to a certain degree. Naturally, the consumption of profound strength necessary to utilize the force of nature is enormous. With Xianxia's current profound strength, utilizing the force of nature was undoubtedly a crazy dream. His strength was completely unable to reach the realm where he could connect with nature, and only sense the existence of natural strength to a certain point. However, as long as he was channeling the great way of the Buddha, the pure essence of between heaven and earth would spontaneously and competitively charge into Xianxia's body, without him understanding any natural strength at all, or even consume the slightest bit or strength. This was a heaven-opposing power that no one would be able to comprehend within the profound sky continent. But regretfully, this natural strength could only be used to heal and refine the body. It was impossible to use it to attack. Following the sudden change of silver to gold from the pagoda above Xianxia's head, the natural essence that charged into Xianxia's body suddenly became several times more dense. Xianxia extended his 5 senses, and his body felt that wonderful refined sensation again, as he clearly felt that his body's injuries healing at an inconceivable pace that far surpassed his previous recovery rate. Although the great way of the Buddha was a profound art, it did not rely on the existence of profound strength, and relied on the strength of the soul and nature instead. Its cultivation was absolutely not from battle, but from comprehension. During the past half-year, because he forcefully consumed dragon flesh and blood, Xianxia had put himself in a condition of serious injury hundreds of times and faced death's doors over 100 times. Every time, he relied on his indestructible, profound veins to absorb the flame dragon's strength and the great way of the Buddha to restore his body. It could be said that during this period of over half a year, the great way of the Buddha, that was at the state where it was being activated at its limits, had also deepened his comprehension of the great way of the Buddha bit by bit. When breaking through into the earth profound realm, his soul went under the excitement of evolving, and his comprehension of the great way of the Buddha finally reached an entirely new level. The great way of the Buddha had successfully broken through to the 3rd realm. The 3rd stage of the great way of the Buddha bestowed a strength of 10,000 kilograms, a body that was as strong as pure steel, and a healing capability that no ordinary person could possibly understand. Right now, even though Xianxia had completely exhausted all of his profound strength right now, he could still rival a profound practitioner at the spirit profound realm while relying only on the strength of his body. Very good. Your oppressive kind of self-cultivation during this short amount of time had indeed allowed the great way of the Buddha to break through into the third stage in such a short amount of time. Your strength right now should be evenly matched with normal people at the sky profound realm, Jasmine said within his head using a wise elderly voice. Within the borders of the Blue Wind Empire, you are already considered an expert. In the profound sky continent, you could barely be considered to be middle-upper level. Except, the next breakthrough in the Great Way of the Buddha will not be as simple as before. Because the third stage of the Great Way of the Buddha is a divide. The first three realms could be considered the initial stage, but from the fourth realm onwards, it becomes the intermediate stage. With a normal human body, wanting to attain the fourth stage could be said to be as difficult as stepping onto heaven. If there comes a day when you can truly break through into the fourth level, it will bestow you a bodily strength of 50,000 kilograms. Xianxia. The golden-colored Buddha arts channeled for over 4 hours until it disappeared into Xianxia's head. He also opened his eyes at that moment as a light gold ray of light flashed past his pupils. He stood up, extended his hands, and the dragon fault which he dropped within the barrier gravitated towards his hands. With his newly added 10,000 kilograms of arm strength, the 4,000 or so kilogram dragon fault was simply as light as nothing in his hands. His body did not look like it had changed in the slightest, and his skin appeared even more white and tender after being refined by nature's powers for the third time. The demon's gaze was always fixed on Xianxia's body. When Xianxia stood up, he faintly sensed that Xianxia had somewhat changed, but he was not able to pinpoint what had exactly changed. At least his outer appearance and the aura of his profound strength were still the same as before. "Try receiving my sword again." His familiar body was strengthened by an unbelievable power which made Xianxia so excited that he wished to quickly release it. He shouted loudly while leaping with his sword and heavily chopped down towards the demon from the air. The power of the sword which came at him made the demon's eyebrows wrinkle. Xianxia's profound strength did not change at all, but the pressure that this sword brought was practically doubled that of before, and at this moment of change had only been separated by 4 hours. With the sword chopping downwards, phoenix flames began to dance, and stormy winds began to spring up from everywhere. This was a might that only belonged to the heavy sword. The demon's eyes widened as he suddenly reached out with his hands to grab the tip of dragon fault firmly within hands. But the sword force had completely vanished during that moment. However, the phoenix flames seized this opportunity and advanced to completely wrap around the demon's entire arm and burnt half of the messy clothes he wore on his body. "So it's actually phoenix flames?" The demon finally understood why Xianxia's profound flames were so tyrannical. He shook his arms and expelled all the phoenix flames, but Xianxia's second strike had already swept over. The demon arbitrarily waved his hand and grabbed towards dragon fault again. Simultaneously, another large cyan hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed towards Xianxia's back. There were 2 hands. One was constantly grabbing at dragon fault while the other struck towards Xianxia's back, but they all passed through an empty image. "SSSS, it's that strange movement skill again," the demon lightly roared. The demon had no ways of moving, and had absolutely no way of restraining Xianxia's star god's broken shadow. After his palm struck nothing, Xianxia's heavy sword directly swept across his neck and made a slight dent appear on his neck. The demon's eyes widened, and a cyan light suddenly flashed above his left arm that had been sealed by the meteorite chains. Suddenly, a cyan hand as tall as a man spread open by the demon's sides and ruthless grabbed towards Xianxia. Bang, dragon fault and the large cyan hand collided, and the result was as one could imagine. Xianxia felt as if his chest had been smashed by a large sledgehammer as he tumbled in midair and flew outwards. Afterwards, battered and exhausted, he landed outside the barrier. His heavy sword struck into the ground and stopped his fall. An insolent smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Hee, at first I could not stand a single blow from you, but in half a year I can already endure 3 of your moves. At the start, an arbitrary wave of your hand would take a large chunk of my life away, but now you can only make me feel an injury that isn't heavy nor weak. Give me a maximum of 2 more years, and I'll kill you for sure." "Ha ha ha ha." The demon began to laugh loudly as well. "You brat, you're truly a strange one. However, being able to drag a little strange monster down to accompany me is still incredibly interesting. Right now, I truly want to see what stage you can mature to in the 2 years that you speak of." "I absolutely won't let you be disappointed," Xianxia said in an extremely determined tone. He sat down, and in less than 2 hours later, the injury he received from the demon's strange hand had completely healed. As another day passed by without having eaten anything, his stomach began to transmit a hungry feeling. The Xianxia now did not need to worry about food anymore. The enormous body of the flame dragon was enough for him to eat for several years. He flipped his left hand, and a 5-kilogram chunk of dragon flesh appeared within his hands. He took out a large bowl, filtered out the dragon blood, then ignited a flame and patiently waited for it to roast. After the phoenix flames had awakened, his efficiency in roasting dragon flesh had increased by a lot. After a short while, the fragrance of the meat that only dragon flesh could have assailed his nostrils and gradually spread throughout the entire underground area. Xianxia withdrew the phoenix flames and licked the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the dragon meat and happily took large bites of it, until he had stomached a quarter of the dragon flesh. A strange sensation transmitted from his interior, but this sensation was quickly subdued once again, following his increase in profound strength, the breakthrough of the great way of the Buddha, and the awakening of the phoenix flames. In addition to the hundreds of times that he had to adapt, Xianxia's body already reached a point where it could endure the flame dragon's battering after consumption, although he could not completely suppress it, and his insides was still battered by countless powerful auras which sharply pained him constantly. Compared to what it was originally, this was a practically ignorable little drizzle. Perhaps in the near future, following the continual increase of Xianxia's strength, these uncomfortable sensations would completely disappear. He enjoyed the delectable taste of dragon meat with all his profound entrances open. His profound strength was shifting all over his body to completely refine all the power the dragon meat contained. At this moment, an extremely faint gulping sound suddenly echoed beside Xianxia's ears. That was the sound of saliva being swallowed. The hand which Xianxia used to hold the dragon meat became stagnant for a split second, but then he immediately began to devour it again and acted as if he simply did not hear anything. And at the moment, the demon almost had the will to die. A person who had been starving for a whole 100 years, yet had to face one of the best delicacies in the world, dragon meat. Every time Xianxia madly devoured the dragon meat was the most difficult moment for the demon. However, he had a respectable position as the dignified demon king, so he was absolutely not going to beg for food from a junior, and he should expose even less of his gluttonous desires in front of him. Therefore, every time Xianxia ate dragon meat, he would either turn his head around or remain motionless. He had the attitude that he did not feel like watching, but in reality, every moment was painfully hard to endure. He did not show a trace of desire for an entire half a year. But no matter how powerful he was and no matter how well he hid it, it was impossible for him to never make a mistake. Under an inattentive moment, he actually produced the sound of gulping down saliva. Although the sound was extremely light, he was certain that it was enough for Xianxia to hear. At the same time, he saw that at the moment when that sound was transmitted outwards, Xianxia's movements also stagnated for a brief moment. However, he did not mock him, and did not even shift his gaze towards him as he continued to bite down on the dragon meat as if he had heard nothing at all. The demon calmed down as he exposed a gratified expression. Facing against the demon who was notorious within the profound sky continent, who brought him into this abyss, Xianxia did not mock him when he was down and chose to let him retain his dignity without the slightest hesitation. After swallowing a large chunk of dragon meat within his mouth and drinking a mouthful of dragon blood, Xianxia stood up and slashed with his fingers to cut the large chunks of dragon meat into 2 evenly sized pieces, then leisurely strolled into the barrier until he arrived in front of the demon. He stood a step away from the demon at a place where he could flee at any time from a life-threatening attack. After eating the dragon meat, I found out how absolutely incomparable the meat from other beasts are compared to the tastiness of dragon meat. However, enjoying it by myself is rather dull. Senior, do you want some? Xianxia picked up a large piece of the sliced dragon meat and presented in front of the demon. The demon turned his head around and said indifferently, "Are you pitying me? Only one person could survive between you and I to be this close to me. Are you not afraid of me trying to suddenly kill you?" Xianxia's entire body had absolutely zero defense from his profound strength, and his expression did not contain a trace of precaution as he gently said with a smile, "Even though there's not a moment where I don't think about killing you, the reason why I want to kill you is only for the sake of my survival and freedom, and not because I resent or loathe you. On the contrary, I am very certain that you're not a bad person, and even less of a scoundrel. If you think I am pitying you, HRM, that's true. Except, this kind of pity is one I would have for a fellow sufferer. As for our situation, how are we any different? Only the restraint on you is a bit more than the ones on me. The demon's expression shifted as he fixedly gazed at Xianxia for a while. Then he suddenly began to smile. "Ha, good, fellow sufferer indeed. Then I'll accept your pity." Once he stopped talking, he grabbed the dragon meat within Xianxia's hands, put it at the side of his mouth, and wildly bit at it. Although there wasn't any oil or salt, for a demon who had eaten nothing for 100 years, this was nothing other than a delicacy from heaven. Once the dragon meat entered his mouth, he was unable to stop. His fierce eating and ferocious biting, as if he was ravenously devouring his food, did not fall short of Xianxia when he was hungry to the point that he almost died. Xianxia lightly smiled and grabbed his own dragon meat and bit, but in comparison, he ate much more elegantly than the demon did. In the blink of an eye, the large chunk of dragon meat in the demon's hand had vanished cleanly and all entered into his stomach. 100 years of being empty made the demon's face, which was as pale as limestone, appear a bit red. He sucked on his 5 fingers and began to loudly laugh. "Delightful, truly delightful. I've never had such a delightful meal in my life. Ha, little brother, I Xianxia had never owed anybody in my life. Although you've only given me a meal to me, it's still a great favor. Your kindness, I will remember it. Unfortunately, this is only meat, and there's no wine. Otherwise, with you preserving my face and believing that I'm not a lowly scoundrel, I should have drank a large cup with you." Senior, your surname is also Yun." The demon widened his eyes. "What you say, your last name is Yun as well. Even after being locked up here for half a year, you, a little mad kid, wouldn't even tell me what your last name is. After doing all these things, looks like we are unexpectedly from the same clan, ha. When he did not consider the demon to be a mortal enemy that he must kill, not only did the demon's aura not make people disgusted or afraid, there was even a feeling of intimacy. Xianxia gently smiled and said, "This junior's family name is Yun and his name is Qi." "Xianxia, as free as the clouds, as clear as water, a very good name. Looks like when your father named you, he wished that you could live a carefree life without worries and not be caught up in this mundane world. But unfortunately, being such a thoroughly monstrous little kid, you're definitely not destined to be a little creature in the pond. I'm afraid your parents will be greatly disappointed." Xianxia stared blankly with disappointment and frustration in his heart. In the Azure Cloud continent, his master named him Xianxia precisely because he wanted Xianxia to live a carefree life without worries, with fate as clear as water and not participate in any worldly disputes. However, in the end, his life took another extremely opposite turn, with a hatred-filled heart. He massacred countless numbers in the profound sky continent. His own biological parents should have had the same wishes as his master. Xianxia held up the large bowl of dragon blood, poured half of the dragon blood inside into another bowl, and put it in front of the demon while saying, "Senior, you and I being sealed up in here together and both being called Yun is truly a fantastic fate. For the sake of the same suffering and a similar fate that allows us to empathize with each other, we ought to drink a bowl. Even though we don't have delicious wine, the smell and taste of dragon's blood and its flavor is absolutely not inferior to the strongest wines. I'll treat this dragon blood as wine and toast Senior with a bowl. I hope that after we drink this blood wine, when the day comes that I have to kill Senior, Senior will not resent me on his road into the netherworld." The demon cupped the dragon blood and raised his eyes to look at Xianxia. Suddenly his eyes seemed to contain something more inside. "You and I are not from the same family, so we don't need to differentiate between seniority. If we're drinking this blood wine, it should be me who toasts you. If you want to toast me, then you have to acknowledge me as your master right now." "Huh." Xianxia's eyes widened, and his mouth was agape, as if he was caught a bit unprepared. Although there were no animosity to speak of between the two, frankly speaking, these two were in an awkward situation where only one could survive. Xianxia voluntarily sharing his dragon meat to eat was his natural instinct, and he wasn't looking for anything in the slightest. He never could have thought that a meal of dragon meat could have evoked such a situation. Even if the demon was grateful towards him, wasn't this step still a bit too large? Acknowledge him as master. What did he want to teach? Was he going to teach me how to kill him? This is truly a bit. Wait a second. Could he actually be? What? You don't want to? The demon's expression was wary and lacked any playful ideas. My entire life, apart from guiding my son in his early years, I have never officially accepted any disciples. You're an astonishing person with immeasurable potential, but with my power, I'm more than enough to be your master. Within the illusory demon realm, many people wanted to acknowledge me, but was denied at my door. With the importance the mighty heavenly sword region placed on this demon, it was imaginable just how terrifying a person he was in the illusory demon realm. Xianxia did not doubt his words in the slightest. If he could acknowledge this terrifying expert who could display the power of the Emperor Profound realm while being sealed under this formation as master, for a young profound practitioner, this was an absolutely irresistible attraction and pleasant surprise. It was the same for Xianxia. But unfortunately, he carried a master with him, a master who raised him into a freakish level. If he acknowledged another master in front of her, then the consequences would undoubtedly be extremely dire. No, absolutely not. Xianxia waved his hand, then earnestly said, Senior can be so powerful while still inside the heavens might soul-suppressing formation, then surely Senior's actual strength is at a level where I have absolutely no way of comprehending. Being able to acknowledge an expert like Senior as my master is my honor, and it's absolutely not because I am unwilling. Except, I already have a master. If I acknowledge Senior as my master, it would be quite inappropriate. What's wrong with that? The demon waved his hand. Could your master be even stronger than I am? The demon's words had a completely strong sense of arrogance to it, and his arrogance was absolutely not madness. It was impossible for Xianxia to know what kind of existence the demon king was within the illusory demon world. He was second only to the emperor, and above 10,000 citizens. But for this demon, it was even more impossible for him to imagine what kind of concept Xianxia's current master was. Xianxia thought for a bit, and used a mild tone such that he might not hurt his counterpart's self-esteem, and said, My master might indeed be a bit more powerful than Senior. Ha. What a joke, the demon madly laughed. In your profound sky continent, there's less than 5 people who could match me. Could it be that your master is stronger than mighty heavenly sword region's sword master? Xianxia did not know what the heck a sword master was. However, the terrifying power that Jasmine showed, and the disdain she showed when mentioning the words profound sky continent, was enough to infer that even the sword master could not even compare to a poke from Jasmine's little finger. Of course, if these words were spoken, the demon still wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Xianxia no longer explained and directly said, I know that Senior has good intentions, but I am unable to accept. I cannot let down my current master. Once Xianxia finished, he held the bowl with the remaining dragon blood and finished it in one gulp. Then he used the empty bowl to hint towards the demon. This bowl of blood wine, treat it as my apology before I have to kill Senior. Senior, please. The demon moved his brows slightly and didn't speak again. He raised his bowl and similarly drank it all down. Then he returned the bowl to Xianxia and said, If you don't acknowledge me as your master, I had no authority to pressure you. But I cannot eat this dragon meat and drink this dragon blood for nothing. No matter how extremely fast your profound strength's improvement is, you don't have any opportunity to strengthen and stabilize your achievements in battle. When you fought with me, it was just all-out attacks that finished within a spark's time, and that is absolutely of no use. From today onwards, I will formally become your sparring partner. Evidently, the demon still wanted to guide his cultivation. Guide the cultivation of a person who had to kill him. Even hearing this was a bit strange. However, Xianxia could faintly understand his intentions. He retreated a step and said, Senior, your body is locked up even if you want to be my sparring partner, it seems. He, the demon faintly smiled. You think that just because I'm locked up I can't train you well? Once he stopped talking, the demon's left hand suddenly flickered with a cyan light as huge cyan palm appeared in front of him, and instantly flew towards Xianxia. This was the strange palm that struck him earlier, but at this moment, the strength of this hand was evidently being suppressed by the demon. Although it still had an incredibly oppressive strength, it was not enough to completely crush Xianxia. His body rapidly retreated as he grabbed Dragon Fault to face it straight on. As his sword smashed downwards, what went out of his expectations was that this cyan palm, which should have been created through an ability, suddenly changed directions and shifted as though it was intelligent as it dodged his sword. Afterwards, its shape also changed into the exact shape of the Dragon Fault in his hands. Only this heavy sword was cyan as it fiercely smashed towards his shoulders. During this half-year, Xianxia had attempted to risk his life to kill this demon many times, and had encountered this strange cyan light that appeared out of nowhere several times. He would face the demon at most 1 to 2 times when they were fighting, and this cyan light often appeared only for an instant. So he had always believed that was an offensive, profound strength light beam. And after the profound light beam left his body, it would weaken as it extended outwards during its trajectory. But now, he shockingly discovered that not only was this cyan light able to take on any shape, it was also incredibly fast, and its aura did not weaken in the slightest from start to finish, just like a strange creature that existed independently. It could become a palm, sword, shield, or spear, become bigger or smaller, become slower or faster. Even though the demon meticulously suppressed his power, it still suppressed Xianxia to the point that he became flustered and overwhelmed. It was many times more difficult than going up against an expert of the same level. He loudly shouted, and a falling moon sinking star pushed the cyan light aside. Then, he rapidly retreated backwards and anxiously asked, "What the heck is that thing?" This demon faintly smiled. With a flash of his left arm, the thing which turned into a heavy sword changed back into a cyan light and went back into his arm. "This is my profound handle. It's created using the profound veins and the blood vessels, and is controlled with my soul. It's a special power form that could exist independently from my soul. It could change into a countless number of things, and could completely make use of my fighting style. It's an ability bestowed by the heavens to only my illusory demon royal family." Profound handle? Xianxia suddenly remembered when Ling Kun talked about the demon. He once mentioned that the demon had a special ability called the profound handle. He never could have thought that the profound handle was such a powerful and weird thing. It seemed to apparently be a profound art, but it didn't belong to any type of profound art Xianxia knew of. Through his battle with the profound handle just before and the demon's simple explanation, the power of the profound handle could be said to be mystical and freakish. Its origin wasn't just from the profound veins, it also came from one's own lifeline. Just this fact was seemingly incomprehensible for people. It was obviously a form of energy, but it inconceivably had its own life force, and it could exist independently, attack freely, and change into many different things. Even if the demon's freedom had been restricted, his profound handle could move for him instead. Through combat with the demon, when he released the profound handle, it was undoubtedly equivalent to fighting two enemies at the same time. In this huge world, there were indeed many mysteries. Ling Yun's sword spirit doppelganger was already astonishing, but the strength of this profound handle was several times more powerful than sword spirit doppelganger. If he could use this kind of profound handle himself, wouldn't his own battle power achieve a great improvement? He probed. "Senior, you say this profound handle is an ability the heaven bestowed to only your family. So does that mean it's your personal profound art that you guys can absolutely not teach others? Or is it your people's own special innate ability that's impossible for others to possess through cultivation?" "Of course it's the latter." The demon, who was also named Yun Kanghai, had a deep arrogance within his voice as he said, "Illusory demon realm has 12 large families protecting it, and my Yun family is the strongest. And it's precisely because of this innate profound handle. It doesn't need any cultivation, and it's naturally within our clan's bloodline. When our profound strength breaks through into the sky profound realm, it will immediately awaken." As the demon said that, his sealed left hand started to flicker with a cyan radiance. In the records that the ancestors left behind, it once talked about our noble Yun family being the descendant of some primordial true god's bloodline. And this profound handle is precisely an ability that only a true god could possess. As he talked about the profound handle, Yun Kanghai's face displayed ample arrogance. Because in legends, this was an ability a true god bestowed onto them, and it was also the strongest reason they stood at the top of the illusory demon realm. He slowly said, "The profound handle you see now is cyan, but for different people of my clan, the color of their profound handle is different based on whether or not their innate gifts are powerful enough. From weak to strong, the color of the profound handles are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold. The strength of the profound handle is determined when it awakens, and this is an innate gift that will never change throughout your entire life. Within my clan, 90% of the clansmen have red to yellow profound handles. Ones who awaken with a green profound handle would be a hard-to-come-by genius. With a green profound handle, one could display 40% of their own battle power. And ones who awaken with a cyan-colored profound handle. Yun Kanghai's arms started to flicker with an arrogant cyan light. In my family, it could be said that there isn't one in 10,000 who could achieve it. for it could display 50 power their own battle power. I, for example, with my Xian profound handle, if compared to someone else with the same cultivation, who put in the same effort, consumed the same resources, and stepped into the same realm, I would have more than 50% of their overall power just because I possess this Xian profound handle. This is the power that my clan's profound handle possesses. Within the same level, the people of my clan could be said to be beyond compare. Even with the lowest level red profound handle, they could easily defeat an opponent of the same level. Yun Qi's heart shook. What Yun Canghai said was not wrong. The existence of the profound handle allowed their total battle power to far surpass and crush others of the same level. This was the power of the profound handle. It was simply a golden finger given by God. Facing an opponent with the power of the profound handle, when you were clearly fighting one opponent, you would have to simultaneously deal with two people. Yun Qi's heart was suddenly overcome with an unrestrainable envy. He possessed all kinds of secret abilities from gods and two divine beasts' blood, so he could display battle power that far surpassed profound practitioners of the same level. But if he possesses this kind of divine handle himself, then let alone the same level, he'd reckon that even if the opponent possessed power that surpassed him by an entire realm, he would still be able to easily crush them. Unfortunately, this was not an ability that could be obtained through cultivation and existed within a bloodline. Then what about a blue profound handle? Is it even more powerful? Yun Qi asked. Naturally, Yun Canghai nodded. But to be able to awaken the blue profound handle, one had to be a genius among geniuses. It's hard to find even one in a million. The blue profound handle could display 60% of their original battle power. As far as being able to display the 70% purple profound handle, that is a mythical existence. In the history of my clan, only one would appear within 8,000 years on average. One who awakens the blue profound handle would naturally be considered the #1 expert of the illusory demon realm. Then, what about the gold profound handle? Yun Qi asked. A deep yearning appeared within the demon's eyes. His voice lowered as he slowly said, "That's a legend among legends. It is a divine profound handle that would never appear within my clan. The gold profound handle could display 100% of one's total power, and it is said that it possesses some special abilities that other profound handles do not have. But this profound handle was something that only the legendary primordial true God possessed. It could only belong to the true God, and it could never awaken within the people of our clan. Therefore, that's only just an extremely remote dream, a legend that could never be realized." "Oh," Yun Qi consciously nodded. It became completely different after eating. And in addition to Yun Qi's active friendship, the demon talked about all of this stuff with him non-stop. What he explained wasn't just the power of the illusionary demon realm's profound handle. He also explained their pride in protecting the royal family. Yun Qi thought for a while and suddenly said, "Since you claim you are a human, then why do the people of the Mighty Sword region call you demon? Why is the place you came from called the illusory demon realm? I am obviously human, but our illusory demon realm is different from your profound sky continent." The demon faintly said, "As far as I know, in your profound sky continent, 40% are humans and 60% are beasts, and the combination of other species would not even account for one. However, in my illusory demon realm, 30% are humans, demons, and beasts. The 10 other percent of the population are fairies. Included among the demons are all different kinds of flora, birds, fish, spirits, and beasts. Humans and demons coexisted peacefully and never made any distinctions with each other. Even the discrimination between races were extremely dull. The two races were never scared or jealous of each other. In fact, apart from the Demon Emperor's clan and newly formed demon spirits, it's practically impossible to find a pure demon or pure human within the illusory demon realm. The illusory demon realm is ruled by the Demon Emperor, and 12 clans existed for the sake of protecting the Demon Emperor's noble family. There are 6 human clans and 6 demon clans, and my Yun family is the strongest within the 12 guardians. That place has never had any disputes before. Although I am human, I was born in the illusory demon realm and had the honor of protecting the Demon Emperor's bloodline my entire life. Calling me a demon is not inappropriate. In the profound sky continent, demon would naturally have a negative connotation, and people who were called this would certainly be extremely uncomfortable. However, Yun Canghai showed no reactions towards being called that. On the contrary, he gave Yun Qi it's supposed to be like this kind of feeling. Before hearing rumors of demons, Xianxia had never heard the name illusory demon realm and had never seen any records or legends regarding them. Clearly, that was an existence that one would only find out after reaching a certain level. But today, he vaguely knew what kind of world it was from the demon's mouth. It seemed to be a neighbor of the profound sky continent, but it was also separated by an immeasurable distance, and the composition of its life forms were also largely different from the profound sky continents. Then what about the Azure Cloud continent? Senior, I have something to ask you. Turmoil began to fill the inside of Xianxia's heart, and his voice also contained an unsuppressible longing and nervousness. Have you heard of the Azure Cloud continent? Xianxia looked at him, and his expression made Xianxia's heart bulge. Then he heard him slowly say, "The planet that we are on is called Blue Pole Star. It is 97% water and 3% land, with 3 separate landmasses classified as 3 continents. The first is the profound sky continent that we are on, the second is the illusory demon realm, and the third is precisely the Azure Cloud continent that you just mentioned." Xianxia's heart shook, because this was the first time in his life that he heard the name Azure Cloud continent from someone else's mouth. The demon's words not only proved the existence of the Azure Cloud continent, it had confirmed what Jasmine had said, that it existed within the same little world as the profound sky continent. He immediately asked excitedly, "Then do you know how to get to the Azure Cloud continent?" Between these 3 continents, there are oceans that are greater than you can imagine separating them. However, relatively speaking, the profound sky continent and the illusory demon realm are very close. The peak-level experts of both continents are clear about each other's positions. Therefore, with enough strength, they could traverse the ocean between these 2 continents. But as for the Azure Cloud continent, I have only heard of its name. It existed within the ancient records of the illusory demon realm. If the records aren't wrong, it certainly exists, but I've never heard of anyone reaching that continent, and I have heard of even less people who knows where it is, because this world is truly too large. This boundless blue ocean would make anyone who tried to navigate it lose their bearings and exhaust all of their strength until they become a corpse. But what is certain is that its distance from the illusory demon realm and the profound sky continent is extremely far. Perhaps it is located in the most remote place within this little world. Xianxia's excitement had suddenly been extinguished by a lot. This powerful demon king from the illusory demon realm knew about the existence of the Azure Cloud continent, but he only knew of it, and even he did not know where it was located. "Why did you suddenly ask me about a place that exists only in legends?" Xianxia asked with a strange expression. Xianxia was unable to openly answer and only said, "I have reasons that I must go there for." Xianxia did not question him anymore and expressionlessly said, "If you have enough power, let alone crossing a little world, you could even travel the vast and endless mysterious space at will. Whether a small world, big world, or a mysterious star world, you can travel back and forth at will if you truly have that kind of reason, then become stronger. Life belongs to the world, and the world belongs to the strong." Winter stealthily became spring. Along with the first wisps of warm breeze, another year had quietly passed by. Spring left and autumn arrived, and dead leaves have dried to become yellow. It had already been a full 16 months since Xianxia's fall. Even the brightest of sparkles would grow dim under the flow of time. Although Xianxia's radiance was a cactus that bloomed only once, the influence it left behind was nevertheless long-lasting. Even though it couldn't compare to the initial enthusiasm, the name Xianxia still echoed often within every corner of the Blue Wind Empire. And to those young, profound practitioners without sectoral background, it was a beautiful fantasy. It was as if his existence had become a religion. Heavenly Sword Villa. At 4 in the morning, the sky had just begun to brighten. In the dim illumination, a youth attired in lightweight clothing stepped up onto the sword management terrace. The moment his foot touched the sword management terrace's first brick, a captivating sword radiance was released as a longsword fell from the sky, landed in his hands, and danced gaily in the breeze. Ling Jai was now already a 17-year-old youth. There was less of an immaturity on his face and more of a resoluteness. His gaze, that was as sharp as a sword, had become even more sharper than before, and his profound strength was now at the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, only 1 step away from the peak of the Spirit Profound Realm. As for his sword intent and sword mind, they were getting closer and closer to perfection. The celestial Yang sword drew chaotic flowing streams of light in his hands. Following the swinging movements of his arms, air currents that covered a large amount of space in his surroundings grew disordered. A notable change had also appeared in the trajectory of the flying swords above the sword management terrace. It was publicly acknowledged that his innate talent surpassed Ling Yun's. At the same time, he was even more hardworking than Ling Yun. After the ranking tournament, he had never left Heavenly Sword Villa. He started his everyday practicing the sword, and ended his everyday practicing the sword, and step by step, came closer to Ling Yun. By comparison, in this period of time, ever since he was trapped by his inner demons, his progress was very slight. As for his inner demons, a large half of that came from Xia Qingyu, and a small half of that came from Yun Qi. In the midst of the whistling sword energy, the sky above the sword management terrace grew brighter and brighter, until finally the first rays of sunlight shot came from the east. It was also at this time that the celestial Yang sword became a streak of burning light that broke through the sky, conjuring up a vacuum of more than 30 meters wide. Then, it rapidly flew down, falling into his scabbard. Whoosh! Ling Jai let out a long breath of air as he sat down onto the ground. He wiped away the sweat that filled his forehead, and as he looked at the heaven's punishment sword that shot straight into the sky, he immediately went into a daze. After a long while, he expelled a mouthful of turbid energy and casually spoke to himself. "Boss, for you to become that powerful when you weren't a part of any sect, you must have worked unimaginably hard. I heard that before the ranking tournament, you were even in the extremely dangerous wasteland of death, and stayed there for a full half-year, Sai. After the ranking tournament, I originally wanted to secretly look for you. Even if you were being chased by the Burning Heaven clan, I was willing to escape with you. That kind of experience would have definitely been really awesome, thrilling, and exciting. It could have even allowed me to truly grow up. I didn't expect that right after I acknowledged you as my boss. I didn't even have an opportunity to learn anything from you, Sai. The gods are truly unfair." Ling Jai turned his head around and said in a low voice while looking west towards Blue Wind Imperial City, "I wonder how Princess Sis is doing now." Blue Wind Imperial City, Moon Embracing Palace. "Princess, word has been transmitted from Burning Heaven clan's side. Young clan master Fen Jucheng has already set a date for your highness's engagement. In 7 days at 8:15 in the morning, young clan master Fen Jucheng shall come to the Moon Embracing Palace to escort the princess to the wedding ceremony. The third prince has already told people to begin the preparations." Kang Yue motionlessly stood next to the lotus pond in the courtyard, and her beautiful eyes continued to stare at the withering lotus petals. At her side, a palace maid respectfully reported to her in a deferential manner. After the palace maid finished speaking, Kang Yue's expression was still a field of calm. She nodded and said faintly, "All right, you may go now. Wait. The wedding date's decision, does my royal father know of this yet?" Reporting to Princess, "The Emperor has not awakened yet, so he has not been informed yet. Don't disturb my royal father, let him rest well. Tell me about it after he wakes up," Kang Yue said in a soft voice. "Yes, this servant shall withdraw now." After the palace maid left, a cheerful laughter sounded. "Ha ha ha ha. My royal sister, congratulations, congratulations." Kang Yue turned around and faintly smiled at third Prince Kang Shuo, who was walking forward in a sloppy manner. "It seems as if you're even happier than I am about the wedding between me and Fen Jucheng." "That's only natural," Kang Shuo beamed while smiling. "Jucheng is completely worthy of being called a dragon amongst humans. Within the Blue Wind Empire, there are few that could compare to him. With your beauty that could overturn nations and exquisite body, you too could even be said to be a perfect match made by the heavens. Jucheng is my dear friend, and you are my only sister. I would naturally be really happy about a union between you two, ha 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 ha." Kang Yue's petal lips gently raised as she said with a slight smile, "Since you're this happy about it, then I'll let you handle the wedding matters here. I'd assume that elder brother would be thrilled to do so." Since returning from Heavenly Sword Villa, there was an enormous change in Kang Yue's personality, and everyone around her could distinctly feel this change. Yun Qi's death didn't seem to have given her any psychological blows. After she returned to the palace, a large majority of her time was spent accompanying Kang Wan. As for how she acted, it was as if she had been switched with another person. No more did she retreat, escape, or try to compromise. In fact, she had become incomparably hard and decisive. She used Kang Wan's name to forcibly gather a majority of the neutral parties against Kang Lin and Kang Shu's stirring movements. Even though she herself could not stop Kang Lin and Kang Shu's struggle, and the ambitions of the Xiao sect and Burning Heaven clan, she had at least obstructed a large extent of the fighting within the imperial family. This was already an extremely amazing outcome. During this more than just a year, Kang Yue's character had become even more hard and unyielding. In fact, her gaze would sometimes bring about a cold light that caused one's heart to palpitate. "Of course I have no objections," Kang Xiu immediately replied. "Since that's the face, then I'll be troubling Elder Brother with everything. In addition, I'd like to ask Elder Brother to remind Fen Jiucheng a few more times that the burning soul flower has to be within the betrothal gifts he brings on the day he comes to the imperial palace. Tell him that if I don't see the burning soul flower, he should not even think about me following him back to the Burning Heaven clan." Kang Yue's delicate brows focused as she spoke with resolute determination. "You do not have to worry at all about this point. With the devotion Jiucheng has for you, forget about a mere burning soul flower. Even if it's all the stars in the sky, he would gladly give it to you without hesitation." Kang Xiu said that as he gently chuckled. It seemed as if his mood was rather good today. "I hope everything is as you have said. I'm about to go see Father. If you are interested in this moon-embracing palace, you may stay around as long as you like." After Kang Yue finished speaking, she didn't bother to pay attention to Kang Xiu anymore and directly walked out. After stepping out of the moon-embracing palace, Kang Yue's footsteps slowed. She raised her head towards the sky with her hands covering her chest. The hard sharpness in her gaze immediately faded away to become as misty as fog. She lightly muttered to herself, "Junior brother Yun, I am so sorry to have let you be all alone by yourself for such a long time. Wait a few days for me, okay? After another 7 days, I can go and accompany you." Under Heavenly Sword Villa's sword management terrace, an intense battle was already approaching its conclusion. Boom, bang, ding, clang, slash. The sound of collisions, explosions, and slashes under this sealed space, each and every sound was deafening. The swings of Yun Qi's heavy sword were wide, and each rotation would conjure up a shocking, profound energy storm. The sharpness of the ever-changing cyan profound handle was incomparably endless, and the intensity of its attacks was no less inferior to that of Yun Qi's heavy sword. After more than 1,000 collisions, Yun Qi's entire body had already been covered in injuries. But every time they fought, he became even more courageous, as if he was a fierce beast that had been excited. Yun Kanghai had been watching Yun Qi and the profound handle's battle from the start. He unceasingly nodded with a gaze filled with amazement. In these 16 months of being in here, Yun Qi's cultivation of profound strength had made rapid progress. At the moment, his profound strength had already reached the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm. At that time, Ling Yun took 2 years to break through the Earth Profound Realm's 1st level to the 3rd, and this progress had never been surpassed by anyone of the same age, aside from Xia Qingyu. And Yun Qi had only used not even a year to go from the 1st level of the Earth Profound Realm to the 3rd. If Ling Yun were to know of this, perhaps he would be so ashamed that he might even suicide on the spot. In terms of cultivation rate, Yun Qi had fully surpassed Ling Yun by even more than 10 times. Of course, the fundamental reason behind this growth was still the flame dragon's blood and flesh. To the profound practitioners within Blue Wind Empire, even if it were profound practitioners at the highest peak, an Emperor Profound Dragon's flesh was an heavenly grade treasure. Obtaining even a little piece of it would be extremely difficult. But for Yun Qi, he had treated it like a normal meal, and he had eaten it for over a year. What Yun Qi improved during this time was not just his profound strength. After knowing about Yun Kanghai's profound handle, Yun Qi had spent at least 12 hours every day battling with the profound handle. His actual combat strength had also crazily soared during his close-quarter combat. Yun Qi had lived 2 lives, so his combat experience was already naturally plentiful. But no matter how plentiful it was impossible for it to compare with Yun Kanghai, who had lived for several hundred years. Even though Yun Kanghai was probably no match for Jasmine, just based experience alone, Jasmine simply could not compare to Yun Kanghai. The few instructions he gave to Yun Qi had all allowed him to benefit greatly from them. When Yun Qi and the profound handle had first fought, Yun Kanghai still defeated Yun Qi even when he suppressed its power into 1 portion. But in not even a month's worth of time, Yun Qi had already tied with that portion of the profound handle's power. As a result, he increased the profound handle's strength by a 2nd portion, then a 3rd portion, 4th, Fifth, and now, Xianxia was currently facing up against his 60% of his profound handle's power. 60% of his profound handle's power was comparable to the strength of a late-stage sky profound realm. And now, it had already been fought into a tie again by Xianxia. After several thousands of exchanges, he had still not yet defeated yet. Ha! After a loud roar, Xianxia soared into the sky and transformed into 4 silhouettes that looked exactly the same, that's right, 4 of them. Under the countless battles, his star god's broken shadow that had been used a countless number of times had also advanced into its 3rd stage, where it could materialize 3 mirages. Forget about human perception and sight. The mirages that star god's broken shadow materializes could even confuse the profound handle into not knowing which was the true image. It was exactly this delayed response that gave Xianxia an opening to narrow his eyes and open evil god art's 3rd realm, purgatory. 2 streaks of scarlet-colored brilliance covered Xianxia's eyes. The profound energy aura on his body had also become incomparably berserk. During the ranking tournament, when he forcibly opened purgatory, even though it was only a short instant, he still had almost lost half his life and was unconsciousness for a good few days. With his current state now, forcibly opening purgatory would naturally not have such a dire side effect anymore. However, it still felt extremely unpleasant, and if it were to only be activated for a few breaths of time, he could still manage to support that. Sky Wolf Slash! The Azure Wolf howled as its terrifying power completely enveloped the profound handle, blocking off all of its potential movements. Then, an enormous silhouette of a wolf emerged upon Dragonfault's long-range assault and ruthlessly struck the profound handle. The attack completely morphed it, and in the short period of a second, as if it was a dead leaf whipped up by a hurricane, the profound handle flew away, changed into a streak of cyan light, and flew into Yun Kanghai's arm. Crash! Dragonfault fell to the ground, and Xianxia's entire being had also met the ground. He heavily panted as sweat poured down all over his body. The long, fierce battle had exhausted nearly all of his strength. Added with huge burden after his opening of purgatory, he could only spare enough energy to pant heavily, and couldn't even move a single little toe. This little monster's future accomplishments are simply unimaginable, Yun Kanghai lowly uttered. His profound handle that held back at 60% of its strength had actually been defeated by him this quickly. Back then, when Xianxia had said that he would kill him within 2 years, he still thought that it was really funny. But now, his words from before were not excessive in the slightest. Only after Xianxia rested for a long while did he finally recover his strength. He sat up from the ground and patted his chest with a face full of satisfaction. Defeating the profound handle that held back at 60% of its strength was unquestionably another enormous breakthrough. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? The demon looked at him and suddenly wildly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Xianxia asked. I'm laughing at myself for doing what could be considered the most laughable and contradictory thing in this world, the demon said as he howled with laughter. The me who was more dead than alive, yet was still unwilling to die for 100 years, is actually teaching a junior to kill me quicker. If it were someone else doing this, I would definitely believe that he is a madman. And it just so happens that I am actually such a madman. Moreover, I actually can't feel any regrets doing so. Seeing you breaking through day by day, I actually felt gratified. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Could it be that I really have gone crazy? No, you aren't crazy, of course you aren't crazy. Xianxia faintly smiled. I can understand why you would do this, because you aren't a bad person and neither am I. You and I both, more so, aren't like those despicable people whom we both hate. We suffer from the same fate, and most importantly, I am someone worthy of your entrustment. Xianxia's last sentence made Yun Kanghai's hearty laugh suddenly stop. Xianxia calmly spoke. Even though I am respecting you more and more, and am feeling increasingly grateful to you, I will unquestionably kill you the day I obtain the ability to do so, because that would grant me freedom and also liberate you. At the same time, the matter you wish to entrust me with, I'll definitely use all my power to finish the task as well. Yun Kanghai's entire body shook, and his gaze that looked at Xianxia started to slightly tremble. He slowly nodded and said with a slightly shuddering voice, Good, good. This word of yours was what I waited and always wished for. I believe that if you willingly spoke those words, then you'll definitely achieve them. Good, good. Xianxia spoke in a firm tone. Even though you and I had not gone through the ritual of master and disciple during this period of time, you are already half of a master to me. Even if it's to fulfill my filial duty as disciple, I'll still definitely complete your entrustment." "Ha ha, ha 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 ha." Yun Kanghai started laughing once again. His laughter was filled with exhilaration and gratification. "The heavens have finally given me a little pity to have sent you to me. I have been suppressed here for 100 years and was more dead than alive since long ago. With the heavens punishment sword suppression and the heavens might soul sealing formation seal, added to the fact that this is the profound sky continent, I've actually already accepted my fate, that it was simply impossible for the day of my escape to come. Living would instead become a concern and burden for my clan's people. The mighty heavenly sword region keeping me is also just to use my life as a bargaining chip at the right time. However, I still have something important on me, something critically important to the entire illusory demon realm. So I can't die no matter what. Now I finally found someone I can entrust it to, and finally I can go accompany His Royal Highness." As Yun Kanghai spoke, his eyes were already vaguely tearful. "Something extremely important to the illusory demon realm? You want me to give it to illusory demon realm?" Yun Qi spoke in astonishment. His gaze swept through the demon's entire body. As he felt surprised in his mind, the demon only had a piece of tattered clothing, and there simply wasn't anywhere to store things. Even if he was strong to the extent of being able to open up space himself, the things inside would definitely be forcefully seized by mighty heavenly sword region's people. For such an important object, there was no way that people of the mighty heavenly sword region would let it remain on him. But from what he said, that object was still on him. If so, then just where did he hide it? "Not yet," the demon shook his head. "You are still too weak. Only till the day you are strong enough to kill the current me will I pass it to you. So if you want to obtain freedom after killing me, then do not slack off. Even though your progress is extremely fast, you are still too weak and don't have the power to head to the illusory demon realm at all." "I know," Yun Qi nodded. Then he held up a huge chunk of dragon flesh, cut it in half, and started roasting it in his hand. "Speaking of which, Senior, just how did you fall into the hands of mighty heavenly sword region? From what I heard, you seem to have been plotted against?" The demon's eyes narrowed as an incomparable hatred flashed past his eyes. He made a sneer and spoke. "My understanding toward your profound sky continent's 4 great sacred grounds is far greater than your lot. From my knowledge, these so-called 4 great sacred grounds had always publicly declared their mission of protecting the profound sky continent to the outside. Under this seemingly incomparably noble mission's halo, they were called sacred grounds, and gathered beings of the strongest plane within the entire profound sky continent. And the enemies they protected against is our illusory demon realm. What an enormous joke. In terms of size, the illusory demon realm surpasses the profound sky continent. In terms of resources, illusory demon realm wins even further. Even though the illusory demon realm discovered the profound sky continent long ago, we never had any wild ambition, and never had any reason to give birth to such ambition either. It was instead those despicable fellows who carried the name of Sacred Ground Guardians to put us illusory demon realmers as villains who desired to swallow the profound sky continent, and then conducted themselves in the way of bandits. In order to obtain our illusory demon realm's greatest treasure, they stopped at no expense and invaded my illusory demon realm. The demon emperor went missing afterwards, and even though I didn't want to admit it, it was highly likely that the demon emperor had already encountered their malicious wrath. To search for the demon emperor, I single-handedly went toward the profound sky continent, yet I carelessly stepped into heaven's might soul-suppressing formation set by the mighty heavenly sword region, and was heavily wounded by sword master Chu Yuechan, and sunk to this place. My illusory demon realm's grudge and hatred with the 4 great sacred grounds is already to the extent of unwilling to exist under the same sky." Yun Qi silently listened and spoke. "I am someone of the profound sky continent after all. Your words I cannot completely trust. Moreover, in the profound sky continent, the 4 great sacred grounds had always been holy existences, like fairy tales. Their strength is unbeatable, and their prestige was not allowed to be tainted. Even if these words of yours were to be told to the entire profound sky continent, there would almost be no one who'd believe you. After all, many people have the ingrained belief that the profound sky continent was only peaceful, because there is the protection of the 4 great sacred grounds. There are also no notorious rumors of the 4 great sacred grounds oppressing the weak and such." As he spoke till here, Yun Qi suddenly recalled that those so-called upright and honest clans with excellent reputation and fame in the Azure Cloud continent had hounded his master to death for the sky-poison pearl. He deeply sucked in a breath and continued, "But I don't completely doubt your words either. After all, I am not familiar with the illusory demon realm that you belong to, and I am even more so unfamiliar with the four great sacred grounds. How the real situation is, I'll see it with my own eyes the day I become strong enough to touch the four great sacred grounds and illusory demon realm." "Nice. Well said." Yun Kanghai nodded with admiration. "What you said really doesn't seem like words from a young man who has yet to reach 20. Then, aren't you afraid that, because of my affairs, that you'll be swept into the resentment between the four great sacred grounds and the illusory demon realm? That is an even bigger vortex so huge that you can't even imagine." "Of course I'm afraid," Yun Qi said honestly. "At least to the me right now, whether it is the four great sacred grounds or the illusory demon realm, they all are behemoths that I can only look from afar. The topmost of the food chain in this world we belong in. But dread does not mean I would breach my word and faith. Since you have already decided to grant my freedom with your life, then no matter what, I would still finish your entrustment. It's just that the time in which it'll take may take somewhat longer." "H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A?" Yun Kanghai howled with laughter. "It's actually the first time I've ever heard someone speak the word afraid so resonantly and heroically. If you had straightly spoken that you are not afraid, even though I would be more grateful, I would also be a little disappointed. Because if you were to not know fear, then you would overestimate yourself, underestimate your enemies, and perhaps meet your downfall very early someday. But with these words of yours, I am even more at ease now." Yun Qi smiled and passed the already roasted dragon meat into Yun Kanghai's hands. The two of them, one standing, one sitting, started gobbling down at the same time. The dragon meat's deliciousness became their only enjoyment in this dark and gray space. The two of them filled their stomachs up at the same time. Yun Qi sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and recovered his profound energy. Next, he'll be trying to challenge the profound handle of 70% strength. Yun Kang also closed his eyes, and low mutters came from his mouth non-stop. "It's been 100 years, and no news of His Royal Highness have been heard. Is he really already dead? If it's the Sun Moon Divine Hall's heavenly monarch Yi Meixi and mighty heavenly sword region's sword master Chu Yuechan together, then they indeed have the ability to kill His Royal Highness. No, impossible. I do not believe. The prince ought to have finished his wedding. That person from mighty heavenly region said that the prince had already succeeded as the little demon emperor, then impulsively rushed in the four great sacred grounds to kill on the succession day, and also died. Illusory demon realm, the one dictating the whole picture is little demon empress. Little demon empress, could it be? Her, perhaps it's her. The crown prince did not fear heaven and earth and only feared her. The crown prince ascended the throne with her as empress. Even though she is a woman, she does indeed have the ability to dictate. Sigh. Yun Qi ears were full of Yun Kanghai's mutters to himself, but he did not have much of a reaction. Because these words, Yun Kanghai would recite them many times every day, to the point that his ears grew calluses when hearing them a long time ago. Every single moment he was here, he had always thought about the illusory demon realm. His loyalty toward the illusory demon royal family could even be testified by the heaven and earth itself. Yun Qi could also tell that he and the demon emperor were half as king and subject, and half as brothers. Quickly recovering profound strength, Yun Qi's breath and mind had also completely calmed down. He opened his eyes, watched the pitch-black darkness ahead of him as dreamily figures emerged in his mind one after another. Amongst those he cared about, he wasn't worried about Xia Qingyu and Chu Yuechan, since with their strength it could be said that no one in the Blue Wind Empire could hurt them. But he could not help but worry about Kang Yue and Xia Yuanba. They must all think that he was already dead. The imperial family was under unrest. He could not imagine how Kang Yue should hide and protect herself. Yet at this most important and helpless moment that she needed him the most, he, who had promised her, could not accompany her by her side. Xia Yuanba would definitely deeply fall into self-blame. He could only hope for him to walk out from this kind of self-blame and then truly grow up. Grandfather and little aunt as well. From the promise of 3 years he had made before, there was only 1 month left. Being trapped here, there was no way that he would have the power to kill Yun Kanghai within a month. The promise he had made when he first left was already destined to be impossible to fulfill. Yun Kanghai was very pitiful. Being suppressed for 100 years while in despair for 100 years, He suffered all the misery there was. But at least he has had several hundred years of glory, had the past of looking down at the illusory demon realm together with the demon emperor, had his own enormous family, had his own family members. Even if they couldn't meet in 100 years, he could still think of his dearest family, and there were also family that thought of him. Yet Xianxia, till this day, still didn't even know who his birth parents were. Xianxia silently sighed, and subconsciously touched toward his neck with his hand, wanting to touch the only thing left to him by his birth parents. Only after the moment his finger touched his skin did he finally remember that he had put it away in the sky-poisoned pearl after coming back from the azure cloud continent and realizing it was extremely likely to be the mirror of samsara. Xianxia took out that petite necklace from the sky-poisoned pearl, put it on his hand, and silently stared at it, fantasizing about just what kind of people his birth parents were, and if they were still alive and healthy in this world. Xianxia was also in a half-absent-minded condition within his mutters. As he lifted his head, his gaze inadvertently fell onto the copper-colored pendant in Xianxia's hands. Instantly, it was as if he had been struck by a profound thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. His entire body abruptly shook as both eyes fixedly stared wide open in an instant. Released from his mouth was a shout that was as intense as a beast's roar. "What is that in your hand? What is that in your hand?" Xianxia's sudden roar scared Xianxia and caused him to jump. He immediately turned around and surprisingly saw Xianxia's whole face distort. His eyes were so excited that a frightening layer of crimson red covered it. His right hand clawed forward and his whole body desperately struggled, which brought about rushing sounds on the chain. This exaggerated reaction caused Xianxia to suddenly ask, "You've seen this thing before?" As he spoke, he hurriedly held up the pendant before Xianxia's eyes. Then he opened up the pendant, exposing the extremely ordinary small mirror within the pendant. Xianxia's eyes focused extremely hard on that mirror. Both eyeballs trembled, as if they were going to fall out from his eye sockets. After a brief moment of silence, his struggling body became more severe as he fiercely roared. "Where did you get this thing? Why would it be with you? Speak! Why is it with you? Speak!" Xianxia's reaction completely showed that he knew what the thing in his hand was. Not only did he recognize it, it seemed extremely important to him. His heart was excited due to this, and he took a step back, hung it around his neck, and used the calmest voice he could muster to answer. "When I was born, it was already with me. It was the only thing my birth parents, whom I've never seen, left for me. Since you recognize it, can you tell me what it actually is? Who is the original owner of this item? The two who put it on me are most likely to be my birth parents." The air instantly coagulated. The two were both excited as both stared at the other with wide eyes. Xianxia longed for his answer. This pendant was the one and only hope of knowing his past, and was the key to finding his parents. Today, he finally found someone who recognized it, and in front of him, Xianxia's gaze went from intense to dull, more and more dull. "This is what your parents left for you." He looked at Xianxia and asked with a slow, hoarse voice that had difficulty speaking. "Yes," Xianxia nodded, lifting up the pendant. Breathing in deeply, he said, "Not long after I was born, my parents were being hunted down, and an intimate friend of my birth parents, who was my adoptive father, secretly swapped his son with me to protect my life after my parents left. There were no more messages, and the only thing they left with me was this pendant. Since I was young, I wore it with me because it is the only proof that I have to find my parents. Since you recognize it, then, do you know who left it with me, who my biological parents are?" Xianxia, who urgently desired to know the answer, said as much as he could possibly know. His eyes opened wide open, expectantly, waiting for the news he wanted from Xianxia's mouth. As he narrated what he knew, the expression in Xianxia's eyes trembled more and more violently, so much that more and more tears flashed around. Xianxia's extended right hand was stiff in the air, and he spasmed for a while without putting his hands down. Or maybe, under the extreme excitement, he forgot how to control his own body. He stared at Xianxia, not blinking for the whole while. After Xianxia finished speaking, his lips were agape, but he didn't make a noise. It wasn't until a long time later that his trembling voice said incomprehensibly, "Child, you this year, how old are you?" 19, Xianxia replied. He just had his birthday this time last month. He was exiled from his family at 16, and it had nearly been 3 years since he'd been forced away from grandfather and little aunt. 19, 19, 19, Xianxia murmured, and each time the expression in his eyes became more and more uncertain. His stiff arm in the air moved, and his fingers becoming a relatively soft posture. You come here, show me your left hand. Don't be scared, I won't hurt you and won't snatch your stuff. Show me your left hand. Yun Kanghai's expression became incomparably strange, surprising Yun Qi for a bit. But from Yun Kanghai's gaze, he could not find any malice or chill. He only hesitated for a moment, then took 2 steps forward and extended his left hand. Yun Kanghai extended his hands and grabbed Yun Qi's wrist. Suddenly, Yun Qi felt a bizarre and gentle hint of power come upwards from his wrist, which quickly wrapped around his whole left arm. He was just about to ask about it, when he suddenly saw a little finger-sized, bright white sword-shaped marking slowly appear atop the back of his left hand. What is this? Seeing this imprint suddenly appear from his body, Yun Qi asked with astonishment. And in the moment Yun Kanghai saw the marking, he suddenly teared up. He looked at Yun Qi through his misty eyes filled with tears. That was a gaze that Yun Qi could not understand. The Om sound he let out from his lips was a type of weeping tone caused by his emotions that had gotten out of control. This is my Yun family's, mark of an unawakened profound handle. It proves that you are a descendant of my Yun family, my Yun Kanghai's biological grandson. The last few words thundered and exploded next to Yun Qi's ears and caused his heart to be shocked. WH, what did you say? That white profound handle imprint is the Yun family bloodline's proof. The thing you wore since you were young is our Yun family's treasure that we protect for the Demon Emperor's family. I normally wear it on me and it had never left my body. When we left for profound Sky Continent to find the Demon Emperor, I entrusted it to my son, and my son entrusted it to you. You are the son of my son, I am your biological grandfather. Yun Qi's mouth opened, eyes went wide open, and this message from the sky stunned him. He wobbled and took 2 steps back, then soullessly shook his head. Impossible, impossible. How can you be my grandfather? How can there be such a coincidence? Impossible, impossible. The impossible was said unconsciously under his muddled condition. After he knew Xiao Lai wasn't his biological grandfather, the words blood relative became an incomparably distant and ethereal notion. The pendant that had always hung around his neck became the only link between him and his blood relatives. And now, under a completely unguarded state, Yun Kanghai, who brought him into this abyss, who coexisted with him for over a year, who became someone who he had to kill, suddenly told him that he was his family and even his biological grandfather. His brain subconsciously could not accept this, causing him to fall into a chaotic state of mind, nearly completely losing the ability to think. Yes, in this world there unexpectedly can be this type of coincidence. Yun Kanghai's face was filled with tears as his excited voice became completely indistinct. Your profound handle marking and the pendant on your body is indisputable proof. Do you remember the day I brought you down here? The junior from mighty heavenly sword region once said that 20 years ago. In order to find me, my son and his wife intruded into the profound Sky Continent and eventually found somewhere close to this place. Afterwards, they were hunted and chased by mighty heavenly sword region. Time, experience, area coincides completely. You are the descendant, my son, within those 2 to 3 years in profound Sky Continent. Left behind, Yun Qi. If you really do not believe, then we can use the blood paternity test to prove familial relationships. That is the most direct, impossible to falsify and question way of proof, Yun Kanghai said excitedly. At the same time, turned over his right hand, and drops of fresh blood fell from the tip of his index finger. The blood paternity test was the most authoritative way to prove family relations. 2 drops of blood mixed together with the most basic profound energy. If it was a lineal blood relative, it would fuse even more completely, and if it wasn't a lineal blood relative, it would instantly separate. There was no exception. What Ling Kun said that day was obviously heard loud and clear by Yun Qi. Thinking back at this moment, the timing did surprisingly coincide. Don't tell me, don't tell me, don't tell me it's really. Seeing Yun Kanghai's blood drop that had dripped from his fingertips, Yun Qi was so nervous that he nearly suffocated. He clenched his jaw tightly, allowing his mind to be as calm as possible. He didn't speak, took a step forward and extended his finger. Profound strength surged and broke through his fingertip. A drop of blood slowly agglomerated and drew downwards, then touched Yun Kanghai's drop of blood. Yun Qi squatted while holding his breath. He extended his palm towards the 2 drops of blood that were touching. His palm moved ever so slowly, the distance that should have been crossed in an instant, but he felt as if a whole century had passed by. Finally, a strand of the most basic, profound energy was released from his palm, enveloping downwards. The two drops of blood vibrated at the same time, then practically instantly, fully and completely merged together. Yun Qi's brain felt a wave of dizziness. Yun Canghai's body trembled as an endless grief and happiness swarmed within his heart, causing him to not know whether to cry or to indulge in laughter. He waved his only movable arm and shouted with a hoarse voice that even he could not hear clearly. "Ah, my grandson! You are my grandson! My biological grandson! Biological grandson!" The two completely merged drops of blood were deeply branded within Yun Qi's eyes and soul. He raised his head, looked at Yun Canghai, and absent-mindedly whispered, "You really are my grandfather, my grandfather." "Yes, yes, I am." Yun Canghai extended his head towards the sky, not knowing whether to cry or laugh, and howled. "The heavens are not unkind to me. Not only did they let me have a grandson, they sent him to my side, and he's even so outstanding. The only young person I have admired in my life is actually my biological grandson, ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha. The heavens are not unkind to me. The heavens really are not unkind to me. You really are my grandfather." Even with all the proof clearly laid out in front of him, those merged drops of blood, an indisputable, irrefutable evidence, he gave off a questioning sound. It wasn't that he did not believe it, but the blow from such a shocking truth caused his brain, which was in chaos, to find it difficult to accept. "Child, my child," Yun Canghai said with a face full of tears. "I really did not think that I actually had a grandson since 19 years ago. You inherited our Yun family's bloodline, yet suffered from such miserable hardships. Since birth, you were separated from your parents and haven't seen them since. Grandfather never gave you a hint of care, and the first day I met you, I nearly killed you. I really am the most incompetent, the most shameful grandfather in this world. The heavens saw this wretchedness and has allowed us to reunite as grandfather and grandson in this lifetime. These 100 years I was constantly scolding the heavens, but now, in my life, I've never been as grateful to the gods as I am today. You really are my grandfather." Yun Qi was still murmuring soullessly. "I know I don't have the qualifications to be your grandfather. I never gave you even a bit of care and brought you into this disastrous place. However much you hate me, blame me, it is completely deserved." Yun Canghai, this powerful demon king whose might shocked the illusory demon realm and the four great sacred grounds, was tearing up with each word at this moment. Perhaps all the tears he had let out in his couple 100 years when added up would not be as numerous as today. Yun Qi stood up a little, looked at the ragged old man who had dirty and messy white hair and a wet bony face full of tears. His nose was suddenly swarmed with a heavy wave of sorrow and grief. Family. In front of his eyes was his family, his grandfather, the most beloved family, his first true family member in his 2 lives. Grandfather. The incomparable familiarity of the word that he had said countless of times in this world was extremely choppy when cried out at this instant. It was difficult, yet involuntarily left his mouth, because in Yun Canghai's eyes, he saw exactly the same content in grandfather Xiao Lai's eyes. That type of love and affection deep in their blood that would not hesitate to give their whole world to him. Yun Canghai's whole body was stiff. His whole body felt as if he was floating inside the clouds. He and Yun Qi lived together for 16 months, enough for him to have the most basic understanding of Yun Qi. His amazing talent and potential was impossible to estimate. His perseverance also caused him to be deeply aghast. His temperament was arrogant, and he would at times show insolence. His dignity and honor were not allowed to be touched. Yun Canghai simply did not have any extravagant hopes that he would be called grandfather from such a person, because Yun Canghai only felt guilt and thought that he owed him too much. But he never thought that he would address him the way a blood relative would from this close of a distance. The happiness and fulfillment in that moment allowed him to feel that even if he were to instantly perish now, he would be 1,000,000 times willing. "You're willing to recognize me, you don't blame me?" Yun Canghai asked with a trembling voice. Yun Qi shook his head extremely slowly and said, "You are my grandfather. Without you, how would I be in this world? You are my grandfather, so how could I blame you? I finally found my family. Grandfather, these years, you've suffered." Yun Qi walked forward after the words died down and hugged Yun Canghai fiercely. He hugged the first family member he had found. They had no relationship of fostering between them, and even had passed resentment and hostility. But this was not important anymore. He would not be cold and too prideful to reject this familial love. He would not blame his grandfather for not fulfilling even a day of a grandfather's responsibility. They were family. They had the same blood flowing within their bodies. This single fact was enough. After separating with Xiao Lai and Little Ant, his heart was broken. In his 2 lives, he completely understood that familial love was something worth everything, was something that was worth using his whole life to protect and cherish. "Good child, my good child!" Tightly hugging the grandson that the heavens sent him, Yun Kanghai's mood had finally completely collapsed. Not caring about his image, he started to cry loudly, "Your father is named Yun Kinghong. Even though I am already a few hundred years old, I only have one son, which is your father. His talents are not too bad, and he had awakened the same Saiyan profound handle I have. Your mother is named Mu Yuru, and is also from a guardian family of the Demon Emperor, and is the daughter of Mu family's patriarch. The 12 guardian families exist to protect the Demon Emperor, and there are no estrangements between them. The relationship between our Yun family and Mu family have always been the best, and your father and mother were childhood friends who grew up together. 100 years ago, when I left the illusory demon realm alone, they had just gotten married. These 100 years, they must have been extremely worried. The reason they would bear such a huge risk to come to the profound sky continent was probably due to them hearing from somewhere that I haven't died. I just did not think that, during the time they were in profound sky continent to search for me, they would actually have you, perhaps even they had not expected you." Grandfather and grandson stood across each other, and after calming down, they mutually told each other about their own experiences and stories. "The only thing I don't know is how they are doing right now. The person called Lin Kun said that they escaped from profound sky continent, but the long period of time in escaping with heavy wounds had nearly extinguished their life force. Sigh." Yun Kanghai sighed deeply with a face filled with worry and a sense of loss, as well as a hidden deep hatred. Yun Qi did not speak. Until now, he still had not yet recovered from the truth about his birth. He was actually not someone from the profound sky continent. His homeland was actually another world where demons ruled the world. Even though his soul was sufficiently strong, in such a short period of time it was difficult to completely accept the truth. "Even though your father didn't find me, not only did he have you in the profound sky continent, he had actually made a true friend. That could be said to be an enormous accomplishment. In order to protect a friend's son, he exchanged his own son into a situation of inevitable death. Towards the person who fostered Yun Qi, Yun Kanghai was deeply grateful and asked, 'Your foster father and foster mother, are they still healthy?' Yun Qi shook his head, closed his eyes, and said, 'Foster father Uncle Xiao was hunted and asked about where my parents were by a mysterious person after a short period of time. Then he was murdered by the mysterious person. Foster mother died soon after due to grief. After grandmother gave birth to Little Ant, due to missing her son, she fell ill and eventually died. I still haven't clearly seen what they looked like. It was grandfather who took care of me and protected me when I grew up. He treated me as if I was his own grandson, because I withstood countless grievances and ridicule silently." Yun Kanghai violently moved, and then said with a heavy voice, "Chair, we can never forget this huge kindness. Your grandfather Xiao Lai, you must treat and respect him as if he is your biological grandfather, and you must get revenge for this great hatred." Yun Qi slowly nodded and silently tightened both hands, thinking back to 3 years ago when he left, and what he had said in front of Xiao Ying's grave. He said to himself silently in his heart, "Uncle Xiao, I finally know who killed you. There will be a day I will offer you their blood in front of your grave." Yun Qi held up the strap on his neck and asked, "Grandfather, what exactly is this thing?" "It is called the Mirror of Samsara," Yun Kanghai replied. This name caused Yun Qi's heart to be fiercely shocked. It actually was what Jasmine had said it was, one of the 7 great heavenly profound treasures, the Mirror of Samsara. Then the 2 lives' worth of incredible experiences was really due to that. If it really was the Mirror of Samsara, then it was enough to fully explain Yun Qi's large amount of questions and doubt. But Yun Kanghai's expression was calm when he said the words Mirror of Samsara. Yun Qi suppressed his emotions and asked probingly, "Then what does it do?" "I don't know." Yun Kanghai shook his head. "I only know of its name. It was the Demon Emperor family's treasure that they found a long time ago. The Demon Emperor family says that in legends, it could completely change a person's luck and even destiny. If the Demon Emperor family one day declines, it could even help the family rise once again. But nobody knows how it should be used, and more so don't know the real use of the item. It was entrusted by the Demon Emperor family to our Yun family to protect. And under my protection for all these years, I've never seen any reaction or power from it. But somehow this treasure got found out by the 4 great sacred grounds. They seemed to call it a heavenly profound treasure and attempted to possess it. It was the reason behind the hatred between the illusory demon world and 4 sacred grounds. Xianxia grasped the mirror of samsara and felt a wave of absent-mindedness. He had no idea how to use the mirror of samsara. But from his 2 lives, he had completely released its heaven-opposing ability, bringing him back from death twice and changed his life. After being poisoned to death by Xiao Yulong in the profound sky continent, the mirror of samsara released its power for the first time, allowing him to reincarnate into the azure cloud continent, but was reincarnated without his memories. After he jumped to his death from the cliff in azure cloud continent, the mirror of samsara released its power for the second time, allowing him to return to the profound sky continent, waking up from the supposedly dead body. And this time, he was brought back with all his memories. In the profound sky continent, his death was interspersed, but there were no signs of fault. As for his life in azure cloud continent, his memories were branded into him like a dream. According to Yun Kanghai's description, after the Demon Emperor family acquired the Mirror of Samsara, they seem to have never used its power. Then what exactly causes it to use its power? Could it be death? Or maybe it must be on a specific person. Before I came to the profound sky continent, I entrusted it to your father. I never thought that when he came to search for me, he actually brought it with him. Maybe he thought it could be used as exchange for my life. He really underestimated those so-called saints and how despicable they are. Yun Kanghai raised his head. His gaze became incomparably sharp and cold. He looked at Xianxia and said each word sonorously. Chair, as your grandfather, I should convince you to let go of the hatred, to forget it all and live a peaceful life. But I cannot do that. Our Yun family is a royal family of the illusory demon world. A member with the name Yun can be weak, but none of us are cowards. I need you to keep in mind just who harmed your foster parents that saved your life, who harmed your birth parents, making them go through an experience of being hunted and not knowing whether they were dead or alive, who made your grandfather suffer 100 years of torment, and who separated you from your birth parents right after your birth, to the point where you haven't even met them to this day. You have to firmly carve this hatred into your heart. Unless you exterminate Heavenly Mighty Sword region, don't ever erase it from your heart. Xianxia didn't speak and slowly nodded. Author's note: the matter about Yun Kanghai being Xianxia's grandfather. Lots of people guessed it right, so it wasn't anything special in the chapter where the demon appeared. That was why I had Ling Kun specifically say out the details of his son and daughter-in-law's matter. The time matched perfectly, just so you guys can guess it. If I didn't specifically hint it explicitly, if you guys had guessed it like that, then that's just too clever. As expected, you guys don't like it when I make explicit hints ahead of time. And instead like that sort of misleading method that suddenly explodes into a hole, since that's the cause, activating Mars-style ultimate AR attack of face slaps. If you're brave enough, bring it on. In an unexpected turns of events, Xianxia had finally found the first ever blood relative in his life. This undoubtedly was destiny playing a joke on him. However, Xianxia was unable to determine if this was a joke filled with good intentions or a joke filled with evil intentions. Although he found a blood relative, that person had suffered 100 years of misery. If this sort of situation happened on an outsider, Xianxia would only pity that person. However, this was happening on his blood relative, and what he was feeling was a soul-piercing heartache. Originally, killing this demon was his only way of getting out of here. However, now, this demon had turned out to be his grandfather. So how could he act against his blood relative whom he had finally managed to find, just for the sake of his own freedom? Xianxia stood up, grabbed and raised Dragon Fault. Activating Burning Heart, he swung a phoenix break up above with all his strength. The phoenix flames whizzed as they soared upwards, striking ruthlessly up above. After that, with a gentle ding sound, the phoenix break dispersed in the air while up above, forget about any damage appearing, not even a speck of sand or dirt fell. It's no use. Yun Kanghai shook his head. The suppression of the Heaven's punishment sword is much stronger than you imagine it to be. Even if you grow 10 times stronger, it will still be impossible to deal a single inch of damage to it. He revealed a kind smile and waved towards Xianxia. Come to my side. Let us grandfather and grandson have a good chat. I have many things that I wish to tell you. After recognizing each other as kin, the atmosphere they had built between them had naturally turned upside down as well. Along with the passage of time and the calmness in his heart, Yuan-Chi became even more clear of his grandfather's identity within his consciousness. He stood in front of Yun Kanghai and listened to his every word. The illusory demon realm's terrain, structure, customs, the rise of the Yun family and its present state, and the origin of the demon emperor's family, the friendship between him and the demon emperor back then, the little demon empress who might be the current ruler of the illusory demon realm, the rivalries between the 12 guardian families, the grudges between the illusory demon realm and the 4 great sacred grounds, the basic situation of the current 4 great sacred grounds and their strength. Yun Kang constantly explained to Yun Qi, and similarly, he wanted to know what Yun Qi experienced in these few years and his well-being. Yun Qi told him his childhood, explained the years of ridicule, scorn, and low self-esteem he experienced. He told him that he had already gotten married. He told him that when he was 16, he met a very strong master, and his destiny began to change then. Yun Kanghai listened very attentively, fearing that he might miss even a single word. His expression occasionally revealed ecstasy. Occasionally, it was sadness. At times, it was fury, and sometimes it was filled with smiles. Within Yun Qi's voice, he seemed to have exhausted every single one of his emotions. Yun Kanghai took him and chatted for 3 whole days and nights, wishing that he could tell Yun Qi everything he knew of. "Grandfather, don't worry. There's no definite path of demise in this world. We will definitely find a way to flee from here." Yun Qi looked at the black hole up above and said with a tight frown, "Ho, that's of course." Yun Kanghai calmly laughed. In these few days, under extreme joy, his expression had reddened quite a bit, and his spirits were several times much better than before. His eyes especially were no longer as cold as stagnant water, rather, it had turned especially gentle. He placed his hands on his chest and slowly said, "Chair, I have something that I wish to hand to you." As he said that, he applied a strong force with his hand. His profound energy surged, and immediately after he let out a suppressed groan and pain flashed past his face. A white mass of light, which was the size of a fist, spat out from his mouth and landed in Yun Kanghai's hands. This mass of white light was a layer of protective profound energy, and it securely enveloped the thing inside it. Yun Qi took a few steps closer. This mass of protective light was extremely dense and was emitting an extremely high-level aura which Yun Qi was unable to comprehend. Clearly, this was something Yun Kanghai had set up before he was suppressed. He asked, "Could it be that this is the thing you wish for me to hand to the illusory demon realm earlier?" Earlier, he was still wondering just where the thing Yun Kanghai wanted to entrust to him was placed at, so it was actually swallowed into his belly after he protected it with his profound energy. "Correct." Yun Kanghai took a deep breath. "Take this. Do not try to inspect what is inside. If there's one day that you get the ability to head to illusory demon realm, then hand it over to the current ruler of illusory demon realm, into the little demon empress hands. You must definitely hand it over to her personally. Do not allow others to touch it." Yun Qi took the thing that was enveloped by mass of white light, instantly stored it into his sky poison pearl, and then nodded cautiously. "Grandfather, don't worry. Before meeting the little demon empress, even if I die, it will not land in anyone's hands." "Good, naturally, I believe in your words." Yun Kanghai gave a comforting smile, and then once again raised his right arm. "Come, give me your left hand." Yun Qi obediently stretched out his left hand. "Grandfather, your current strength is still too weak. It's a pity that profound energy cannot be passed on. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to pass down all of my energy to you. My current strength is being suppressed by a large degree. The only thing I can help you with is to awaken your profound handle prematurely." When Yun Kanghai's words fell, a wave of profound energy, like a raging sea, suddenly entered the left arm and brought along severe pain that felt as though his entire hand would explode. At the same time, that white sword-shaped mark resurfaced on the back of his hand. "Grandfather!" Just when Yun Qi was about to ask, Yun Kanghai's eyes suddenly closed tightly. His expression was heavy and firm. He instantly closed his mouth and did not say another word. At the same time, he suppressed his energy as far as possible, allowing his entire body to be in a completely defenseless state. Yun Kanghai had said this. The profound handle in their Yun family would naturally awaken when one's profound energy reached the sky profound realm. Currently, Yun Qi was only at the 6th level of the earth profound realm. From Yun Kanghai's words, he planned on directly awaken Yun Qi's profound handle while he was still at the earth profound realm. Yun Kanghai's profound handle was released, turning into a long ray of cyan-flowing light, which circled and danced around Yun Qi's arm. The sense of pain on his arm became even heavier, as though it might burst apart at any moment. Yun Qi slightly clenched his teeth and did not let out a single groan. Looking at Yun Kanghai, his teeth was even clenched tighter than Yun Qi's. His forehead was already filled with warm sweat, and his entire body was slightly trembling, as though he was exhausting his profound energy unreservedly, and was enduring pain that was even much greater than Yun Qi's. What Yun Qi did not know was that awakening one's profound handle prematurely was a very difficult task. With Yun Kanghai's current strength, he could only barely do it, and almost all of his strength in his body would be used up as a consequence. The circling of the cyan profound handle became even faster, and the sense of expansion in Yun Qi's left hand began to become even more severe, as though it could explode in the very next second. At this moment, accompanying Yun Kanghai's growl, the sleeves on Yun Qi's left hand suddenly burst out, revealing his entire left arm on his arm. A crimson-red light that was about 15 centimeters long clearly shone. The moment this crimson-red light appeared, Yun Qi's mind and profound veins shook severely, as though he sensed that there seemed to be something had been added within his arm. Something that, even though it was unfamiliar, was tightly connected to his blood vessels and profound veins. The bloodline of the Yun family he carried, the profound handle which belonged to him, was prematurely awakened at this instant. Erg, Yun Kanghai groaned out of relief, and released his grip from Yun Qi's arm. His entire body was quivering from extreme exhaustion. While at this moment, the sense of unfamiliarity in Yun Qi's arm completely disappeared, and he hurriedly stepped forward to support Yun Kanghai. "Grandfather, are you all right?" I'm fine." Yun Kanghai waved his hand and gasped heavily for air. He raised his head and looked towards Yun Qi's arm. When he saw that crimson-red profound handle mark, he was stunned. How could it be red? Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Among the 7 colors of the profound handle, red was the weakest. Within the Yun family, 9 out of 10 of the profound handles were in the range of red, orange, and yellow, these 3 colors. And within them, another 9 out of 10 were orange and yellow. Red profound handles only made a very small 10% of them, and the probability of it appearing was about the same as the green profound handle. Because red profound handles were the shame of Yun disciples, practitioners who awakened red profound handles were instantly regarded as downright trash. They could only end up as servants or handamen for the Yun family. Forget about within the Yun family, even if they were to head outside, they would still be looked down by others. Yun Kanghai, as the master of the Yun family, he and his son Yun Qinghang both awakened the overwhelming cyan profound handle. And in Yun Kanghai's eyes, with Yun Qi's talent, he who had inherited their blood, Yun Kanghai had firmly believed that his profound handle would at least be cyan as well, or it might even be blue. And no matter how bad it would be, it should still be green, yet he definitely did not expect that. What he awakened was actually the trashiest red profound handle, which was seen as a humiliation by the Yun family. The surprise and disappointment on Yun Kanghai's face was clearly caught by Yun Qi. He glanced at the red mark on his left arm and gently said, "The red profound handle should be the weakest profound handle. Right, I'm sorry, grandfather, I disappointed you." Not growing up within the Yun family, he was not entirely sure what profound handles meant to the Yun disciples, so even it was the weakest red profound handle, he was not really too disappointed. After all, with an additional red profound handle to him, it would simply increase his strength, and was not really a loss. He could more or less understand Yun Kanghai's feelings. He had once said that the profound handle was the greatest glory of the Yun family, and when he struggled with all his strength to prematurely awaken Yun Qi's profound handle, naturally, he was carrying great expectations. That red-colored mark had undoubtedly turned all of high expectations completely into disappointment. It's fine." Yet Yun Kanghai shook his head and then gave a casual smile. "It's good enough to have successfully awakened your profound handle, so what if it's a red profound handle? My grandson has such a formidable talent, and had even inherited the divine beast Phoenix's blood. Forget about it being just the red profound handle. Even if you did not have the profound handle at all, you will definitely still not be worse than anyone else." Yun Kanghai's disappointment had only lasted for that short moment before it completely disappeared. His words was resounding and came from deep in his heart. It was definitely not forceful in the slightest, rather, he became the one consoling Yun Qi. Xianxia felt his heart warmed and strongly nodded. Grandfather, don't you worry. I will definitely not be weaker than anyone else. And if I were to return to the family in the future, I will definitely excel over everyone that came from the same generation as well. I will definitely not put grandfather's reputation to shame. Good, good, I believe my good grandson. Xianxia patted on Xianxia's shoulder. His face revealed a pleased smile. But the reason why you have the red profound handle is definitely not because of your lack of talent. The power of the profound handle, half it comes from one's blood vessels, while the other half comes from one's profound veins. Earlier you had said that, not long after you were born, your profound veins had been crippled, and your mysterious master had only reforged your profound veins when you were 16 years old, newly born profound veins. They are, after all, not your innate profound veins, which means it's basically unable to spawn a strong profound handle, and there might be a possibility that your profound handle could not even spawn. Otherwise, with your talent, Yuner, how could it just be a red profound handle? But it doesn't matter. While I'm still alive to have reunited with my grandson and even lived together for so long, I'm already deeply grateful to the heavens. What is there to be unsatisfied about? Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with fatigue, yet it was filled with incomparable satisfaction as well. Come, try to release your profound handle. When your profound handle awakens, you will naturally understand how it is to be used. Xianxia said while chuckling. Xianxia nodded. Indeed, the moment his profound handle awakened, another spirit connection appeared within his soul, and the spirit connection from the profound handle brought about a strength that didn't feel foreign at all. In fact, it was just like a new organ inside of his body. When he willed it to move, a red light above his left arm flashed. Afterwards, a crimson light noiselessly flew outwards and floated beside his body. Following his will, it transformed into the shape of Dragon Fault. Aside from the difference in color, its exterior appearance was exactly the same as that of Dragon Fault's. Seeing the profound handle next to his body, although its power was far from that of grandfather's, an indescribably excited feeling arose in Xianxia's heart. Watching his expression, Xianxia smiled contently. Believe in your feelings. Not only is it your power, it is a part of your body and soul. Although it is the lowest class among profound handles, the red color has its own benefits. Similarly, the power of the profound handle arises from the owner of the profound handle's body. So when it is released, it will also speed up the rate of consumption of profound energy as well as mental energy. The stronger the profound handle, the greater the rate of consumption. Accordingly, the red profound handle has the smallest rate of consumption. Xianxia's words were naturally only words of comfort. As the lowest level of profound handles, this so-called advantage of the red profound handle could only be considered extremely laughable. The red profound handle began to change into various forms under Xianxia's will. Occasionally it was a sword, occasionally it was a spear, occasionally it was a long damask. Sometimes it was a leaf the shape of a water droplet and even a man's silhouette. Xianxia continued. The profound handle isn't only a type of special strength form, it can also be a pure soul form and invade opponents' souls or conduct mental attacks. Mental attacks? Xianxia was astounded. After he concentrated his will speedily, almost instantly, his profound handle rapidly transformed until it was completely traceless and formless, becoming a pure soul form. Once again, the might and mysticality of the profound handle exceeded Xianxia's expectations. Subsequently, his heart wavered, as if he had thought of something. Hey. Watching the incessant excitement on Xianxia's face as he operated the newly awakened profound handle, Xianxia nodded his head continuously and thought back to his youth, when he had just awakened his profound handle. As he smiled, his field of vision gradually became blurry. He was once so powerful and proud, capable of looking down on everything. He was the king, only below the emperor, yet now he was in such miserable and dire straits. His son had been harmed trying to save him, and he had no idea whether he was still alive. He had also unintentionally brought his grandson into this abyss. His grandson was 19 right now, yet to this day, he had never assumed the responsibilities of a grandfather. The only thing he could do was consume his own origin strength and help him awaken his profound handle earlier. In the last 100 years, he had suffered through loneliness and hardship, distress and humiliation, yet since the very beginning, he had never been willing to die. He didn't want such an important object for the demon emperor to be lost, and even more so, didn't want to die here without any contribution. Yet today, he had already entrusted that important object to his own grandson. He could finally end his own wretched life with some value. Chair, come over here. Yun Qi withdrew his profound handle and walked to the front of Yun Kanghai. Back then, when I left the illusory demon realm in search of the demon emperor, I had tentatively left the heavy burden of the family to your father, but I didn't tell him an enormous secret. Only the demon emperor bloodline and my Yun family knows of this secret. Also, this secret is passed down orally by the demon emperor or master of the Yun family. Absolutely no one else knows about it. If the demon emperor has actually died, then the only person in the world that knows this secret is me. As I have been trapped here, I will never be able to see the light of day again. Only you will be able to succeed me. Chair, move your ear closer to me. Only the grandfather-grandson pair was here in this place, and it was impossible for anyone else to have heard them speaking. But Yun Kanghai remained extremely cautious, so it was evident just how important this secret was. Yun Qi didn't say anything more, complied to Yun Kanghai's request, and moved closer. Then Yun Kanghai, using an extremely soft voice, said something to his ear. Ah, is this for real? After hearing Yun Kanghai's words, Yun Qi revealed a deeply startled expression. This issue concerns the future of the entire illusory demon realm. You must keep this in your heart and inform the little demon empress, who currently dominates the illusory demon realm, and you definitely must not let anyone else know. Yun Qi nodded. I will remember all of grandfather's words in my heart. Grandfather, you don't have to be too pessimistic either. We'll definitely be able to find a way to get out of here. I will prudently safeguard this secret grandfather has told me. But as for the matter of informing the little demon empress about it, it doesn't necessarily have to be me. It'd be best if grandfather were to do so personally. Ha 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 ha! Yun Kanghai began laughing with gratitude. I'm very happy to hear you say these words. My Yun family owes you 19 years, and grandfather was the one that trapped you here, yet you didn't display even the slightest bit of complaint. Not only were you willing to recognize me as your grandfather, you even looked out for me. To have such a grandson, my Yun family is truly fortunate, and it is also the greatest compensation I, Yun Kanghai, have received from the heavens in these 100 years of bleakness. I also believe that if you're ever to meet your biological parents, you definitely won't blame them for not protecting you well back then. Although your body carries thick killing intent, your innate disposition is yet especially kind. It looks like the grandfather Zio who raised you must have been a good-natured man. Yun Qi nodded lightly. He is a very noble grandfather. Yun Kanghai looked upwards and said sorrowfully, I really want to thank him personally. In the hundreds of years I've lived, I've never been so grateful towards someone before. Chair, remember my words from before. One day, you must pay him filial respects as if he was your biological grandfather in order to repay his kindness and grace in raising you. Yun Qi nodded repeatedly. All right, I'm tired, and I need to rest a while. Go outside the barrier and carefully study your newly awakened profound handle. Only studying it closely will allow you to gradually discover its infinite subtleties. Yun Kanghai said as he closed his eyes. Yes, grandfather. Yun Qi nodded and walked outside of the barrier. In order to awaken his profound handle, it looked like Yun Kanghai had consumed an extremely large amount of energy. Before, when he was speaking, he had been gasping for breath the entire time. After walking outside the barrier, Yun Qi sat down. He closed his eyes, yet didn't think about the profound handle. Rather, he thought hard about how to leave this place. Yun Kanghai had been bound to that heaven's punishment sword with what was known as the meteorite chain. Once, Yun Qi had tried to attack the meteorite chain with Dragon Fault, but it was unable to cause even the slightest amount of damage, let alone sever it. Jasmine had told him before that the suppressive force of the heaven's punishment sword was linked to Yun Kanghai's heart and soul. As long as Yun Kanghai didn't die, this suppressive force would always exist. Conversely, if he died, the suppressive force would disappear. This was also the reason he was so determined to kill Yun Kanghai before. Now that he knew Yun Kanghai was his grandfather, he obviously couldn't make a move against him anymore. In that case, if he wanted to leave by himself, Yun Qi opened his eyes forcefully, and his brain felt as if it had been pierced by an electric current. There was no way Yun Kanghai had a method to leave this place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been trapped here for 100 years. Other than killing Yun Kanghai, he had no other way of leaving. However, the fact that they couldn't attack Yun Kanghai didn't mean that Yun Kanghai wouldn't kill himself in order to set him free. The heavens might soul-suppressing formation was ineffective towards oneself. Then why did Yun Kanghai still want him to study the profound handle outside of the barrier? And his words from before, informing him of that enormous secret. "Grandfather!" Yun Qi roared. He jumped up abruptly and charged into the barrier. The instant his feet entered the barrier, he froze in place. Yun Kanghai's head dangled in front of his chest. Even under his frightened scream, he was not in the least responsive, and Yun Qi could no longer feel even a shred of life from his existence. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" The nightmare-like thought that had suddenly appeared in his mind suddenly drew closer to reality. Yun Qi's entire body shuddered and charged forward as if he was mad, pouncing in front of Yun Kanghai's body. Yet what responded wasn't Yun Kanghai's voice, but the sound of the meteorite chains falling. The meteorite chains that were wrapped around Yun Kanghai's body suddenly loosened completely and fell to the ground powerlessly. This was because the lock for the meteorite chains was similarly connected to the heart and soul of the person being bound. When the person being bound died, the meteorite chains would automatically loosen. The imposing aura of the Heaven's punishment sword also dissipated without a trace at this time. Not a single shred of that heavy and boundless suppressive power remained, and it was as calm as a dead sword. Yun Kanghai's body, which had been shackled there for an entire century, finally obtained its freedom at this moment, falling forward slowly into Yun Qi's embrace. Yun Qi held his grandfather's body and slowly knelt to the ground. He looked forward expressionlessly, without any sound, without any movements, even without any tears, as if his soul had left his body that instant. He severed his own heart veins for him to make this choice. "I'm not surprised at all," Jasmine said lightly. Yun Kanghai had died, and just as Jasmine had said, he had died by severing his own heart veins. He died very serenely, and his expression was tranquil. A slight smile still hung on the corners of his face, and it was a kind of pleased and satisfied smile. This was the only thing that could comfort Yun Qi. Behind his smiling expression silently lay deep feelings of reluctance and concern. At this time, Yun Kanghai's last words sounded besides Yun Qi's ear before he died. He had left behind a few lingering words from his soul. "Chair, in this period of time, Grandfather can see that within your heart rests many people, many issues, and you long to leave this place all the time. It's Grandfather that has let you down, and this is also the last thing Grandfather can do for you. Don't feel sad. Although Grandfather has passed, to Grandfather, this is a relief I have yearned for day and night. To have met you and entrusted something I am incapable of putting down to you, Grandfather no longer has any regrets and concerns. I can be at ease and go accompany the Demon Emperor contently. Besides, there's still you as the continuation of your grandfather's life and bloodline. Chair, my good child, Grandfather hadn't taken care of you well in this life. In another world, Grandfather will pray for you with all his time and energy. The profound sky continent is your home, but the illusory demon realm is your true homeland. Grandfather hopes that one day you can return to the illusory demon realm and back to our Yun family, and let your parents know that you are still living in this world safe and sound. Don't blame your parents. They have definitely already torn their hearts and ripped their lungs worrying about you, longing for you these 19 years. Grandfather's last desire is not vengeance, nor the demon emperor race, but the wish to see all of you reunite as a family." Yun Kanghai's last words faded away, and 2 streaks of tears finally rolled down Yun Qi's face above his head. Wisps of sand began rumbling and falling, which signified that the suppressive power of the Heaven's punishment sword had already disappeared completely. But Yun Qi didn't move for a long time, embracing Yun Kanghai's dead body, embracing the kin he lost after he had just met. His entire person seemed to have become a sorrowful statue. At the same time, Heavenly Sword Villa. Ling Jai, who had just finished training, was walking back to his courtyard with a body full of heat. Just as he was about to enter his room, a Heavenly Sword disciple who wore clothes adorned with swords rushed in hurriedly. "Second young Villa Master, Senior Brother Yun Peng, what matter is this urgent?" Ling Jai turned his face and heaved a breath of air. "Second young Villa Master, congratulations on breaking through to the 10th level of the Spirit Profound Realm at such a lightning speed. You have overtaken young Villa Master from back then," the Heavenly Sword disciple said with a smiling face. Ling Jai had shaken the entire Heavenly Sword Villa yesterday when he broke through, because when Ling Yun was 17, he was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Profound Realm this time around. Ling Jai's breakthrough signified that his innate talent completely surpassed that of Ling Yun's. He retrieved an invitation inlaid with fiery lines from his bosom. This is an invitation issued by the Burning Heaven clan. In 4 days, the young Burning Heaven clan master will leave for the Blue Wind Imperial City to escort Princess Kang Yue for marriage. In 7 days, they will complete the marriage at Burning Heaven clan's Fiery Sun Hall. By chance, the Villa Master has something to do 7 days from now, and is asking second young Villa Master to represent him there. He says it has already been 2 years since second young Villa Master left the Heavenly Sword Villa, and that you should take advantage of the fact that you just broke through to travel outside for a bit. Fen Jiucheng and Princess Sis. Ling Jai quivered and snatched the invitation from the disciple's hands with a whoosh sound. He swept over it after opening it, and his brow sunk. How could it be like this? This isn't right. This definitely wasn't Princess Sis's real intention, Princess Sis's boss's. He looked over the invitation many times. Finally, his eyes stopped for a while on the date. He scrunched his brow, seeming to have come to a decision. He put the invitation away and said with an earnest expression, "Senior brother Yun Peng, inform father that 7 days from now I will go to the Burning Heaven clan in his stead." In the dusky space underground, Yun Qi knelt for an entire 3 days and 3 nights. To Yun Kanghai, death was indeed a form of relief. In these past 100 years, he had longed to die countless times, yet couldn't die because his body carried the important object from the illusory demon realm and the enormous secret. Now he had entrusted everything to Yun Qi, and it was finally time for him to obtain relief. Besides, his own relief could trade for Yun Qi's freedom. Furthermore, this wasn't only to let Yun Qi obtain his freedom, but also the best way to guarantee his safety. The Heaven's Punishment Sword and Meteorite Chains both contained soul imprints set by the mighty Heavenly Sword region. So if Yun Qi forcefully escaped from the suppressive power of the Heaven's Punishment Sword, the mighty Heavenly Sword region would certainly discover him and investigate how he got out of the suppressive power of the Heaven's Punishment Sword. If he had escaped with Yun Kanghai, then the consequences would be even more unimaginable. With Yun Qi's current strength, he couldn't even be considered an ant in the face of the mighty Heavenly Sword region. Only Yun Kanghai committing suicide, allowing the Heaven's Punishment Sword and Meteorite Chains retract their power after not having an objective anymore, was the best method to allow Yun Qi to escape safely. Yun Qi understood all this, but to him, this was just too cruel. Because Yun Kanghai was his first blood-related kin he had found in both worlds, he had yet to completely experience the feeling of warmth and connection of blood that only blood relatives could have. But now he was right in front of him, forever gone from this world. Yun Qi, who had originally desired to leave this place, chose not to leave immediately after obtaining his freedom. Rather, he knelt in front of Yun Kanghai's body for 3 whole days, to keep watch beside him for 3 days, and also to use 3 days' time to calm his heart of all its ripples and sorrow. At the same time, a name had been firmly engraved within his sea of consciousness over these 3 days. Mighty Heavenly Sword region. 3 days passed, and Yun Qi finally moved. He opened his eyes and got up incomparably slowly. He carefully shifted Yun Kanghai's body into the sky-poisoned pearl and said gently in a low voice, "Grandfather, you've suffered through a century of hardship. You must have longed to return to your homeland. Wait for the day I have the capability to set out for the illusory demon realm. I will bring you back to the clan you have missed and worried about for this entire time. I will let you sleep peacefully on the soil of your homeland. Wait for when I have children. I will bring my wife and children and visit you every year. I won't let you be lonely." Amidst his low words, Yun Qi also stood up straight and looked up at the sky, mighty Heavenly Sword region. "Regardless of whether you are evil or not, right or wrong, virtuous or vicious, just because you hounded my grandfather to death and killed Uncle Zyro who saved me, the day I have sufficient capability, I will definitely force you to pay the heaviest price in order to offer a sacrifice to the spirits of my grandfather and Uncle Zyro in heaven." Yun Qi's temperament was much stronger than that of an ordinary person's. After 3 days of endless mourning and following his placement of Yun Kanghai into the sky-poisoned pearl, the expression in his eyes became a field of ice. His heart was also empty and alert. He raised his head to look up, drew a small breath of air, and jumped up. Bang! With a trembling noise, Yun Qi directly blew away the land above, which no longer had any suppressive power, Heavenly Sword Villa's Sword Management Terrace, 5:15 in the morning. At the first glimmer of light in the morning, Ling Jai arrived at the Sword Management Terrace for his morning exercises as usual. But these past few days, he always trained absent-mindedly, because his head was filled with thoughts about Fen Cheng and Princess Kang Yue's marriage. R.I.P., the celestial yang sword flew out of his hands, causing waves of light to ripple like waves before flying back to his hand. And at this time, an unusual rumbling suddenly spread over from downwards diagonally. This unusual sound caused him to stop his actions for a moment. Just as he was about to concentrate and listen attentively to the sound, the surface in front of the Heaven's Punishment sword suddenly ruptured, and a black silhouette flew out from within. Ah! Ling Jai was startled by this sudden unforeseen change, and retreated in panic while screaming involuntarily. That human silhouette flew upwards for several tens of feet before dropping down rapidly and landing heavily in front of Ling Jai. Under the great pressure brought by Dragon Fault, a large area of the land underneath him shattered. You! Ling Jai took another step back and subconsciously held the celestial yang sword horizontally in front of his body. After shouting out one word, his eyes suddenly stared wide and gave another startled cry involuntarily. Boss! Ling Jai's appearance simply looked like someone who had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Someone who had been presumed to be dead for a year had suddenly appeared in front of him from underground. If it wasn't a ghost, what could it be? In that instant, Ling Jai truly believed he had encountered a zombie from the myths. Little Jai? Yun-Chi looked at him with amazement. He never would have thought that the first person he would see after coming out was Ling Jai. After 16 months of no contact, Ling Jai had already grown a lot, and although his expression still contained hints of his childish nature, on the most part, it was as sharp as the tip of a sword. Having heard his voice and felt the aura of strength emitted from him, Ling Jai, as if he had awoken from a dream, revealed an enormous expression of pleasant surprise. He retrieved the celestial yang sword, charged over, and said incomparably excitedly, "Boss, why you didn't die? You actually didn't die, you really didn't die." Nonsense. If I died, would I be standing here right now? Yun-Chi smiled, but also sighed in his heart. Without a doubt, in this period of time, everyone believed that he had died. For those that cared about him, how sorrowful and heartbroken they must be. But the day you were struck by that demon and sealed together underground, there was basically no chance you would survive. Ling Jai said as he subconsciously swept over the Heaven's Punishment sword. Suddenly, he noticed that the formless suppressive force of the Heaven's Punishment sword had disappeared. These past several days, when he was training at the Sword Management Terrace, he had felt that something wasn't right all along, but never considered the Heaven's Punishment sword. Ling Jai stared wide and said, "Could it be that you didn't die after receiving such a grave injury that day, and the demon didn't try to attack you anymore? After you survived and ended up killing the demon in return?" Wahahaha. That's right, that must have been what happened. Only after that demon died would there be some chance of escaping the suppressive force of the Heaven's Punishment sword. Boss, you're truly too awesome. Allah, worthy of being this Ling Jai's boss. There's simply nothing you can't do in this world. I really am stupid to have thought that this Ling Jai's boss would have died that easily. Ha 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 ha. Boss, did you know you're currently an unsurpassable legend in the Blue Wind Empire? When the news that you survived spreads, you'll become an even greater legend. Wow, your current profound strength aura is actually even stronger than my big bros. Could it be that your profound strength is above the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm? After detecting the richness of Yun-Chi's profound strength aura, Ling Jai cried out in shock again. 16 months ago, Yun-Chi's profound strength was only at the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm. Yet now, his profound strength aura's richness already surpassed that of Ling Yun's, who was currently at the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm. This was so startling that Ling Jai almost dropped his jaw in shock. Yun-Chi, when he was at the 10th level of the true Profound Realm, was already capable of defeating Xia Qingyu, who was at the Earth Profound Realm. Now Yun-Chi must be above the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm. His fighting capability was simply impossible to estimate. I'm currently at the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm. I didn't kill the demon. He severed his own heart veins in order to allow me to obtain my freedom, Yun-Chi said with incomparable tranquility. Earth Profound Realm, 6th level. The corner of Ling Jai's eyes twitched as he swallowed forcefully. To have advanced from the 1st level of the Spirit Profound Realm to the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm in 16 months' time, and underground with no resources, this speed was simply legendary. In contrast to this enormous shock, the later half of Yun-Chi's words were basically unimportant. He stared wide at Yun-Chi and said blankly, "Boss, you're simply an omnipotent god." My admiration and reverence towards you can no longer be described with any language. Although I've worked really hard this past year, I'm currently only at the 10th level of the spirit profound realm. Will you still accept me as your little brother? A 17-year-old at the 10th level of the spirit profound realm who had crushed Ling Yun, who was the former number one of the younger generation, shaking the Heavenly Sword Villa and Blue Wind Empire in turn. Ling Jai was also once immensely pleased with himself when he did that. But he suddenly discovered that this achievement of his, in the face of Yun Qi, who had advanced from the 1st level of the spirit profound realm to the 6th level of the earth profound realm, was simply a plate of pure slag. Yun Qi smiled casually and said, I used a very special method to get to the earth profound realm. In fact, there really isn't anything extraordinary about it. In the time I was suppressed, a lot must have happened in the Blue Wind Empire. Amen, 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 amen. Ling Jai immediately nodded. Boss, you didn't know after you died. Ah, poo, poo, poo. After you had been pulled down by the demon, your achievements had also widely spread across the entire Blue Wind Empire. In that time, every single part of the Blue Wind Empire were talking about you, especially those young, profound practitioners that have no sectoral backing. Almost all of them had made you into a religion. Because of you, the Blue Wind Imperial family had also obtained supreme honor and glory. It has been said that in this year's Blue Wind Profound Palace and other Profound Palace branches registration, there had been an increase of 7 times the amount of disciples. That little courtyard you stayed in when you were in the Blue Wind Profound Palace's inner palace is also being independently safeguarded. In front of the inner palace's supreme profound hall, there's even a sculpture of you. I heard that the words on the sculpture's description also stated that you were Blue Wind Profound Palace's most outstanding disciple in all of history. Even until now, there are still stories about you everywhere in the Blue Wind Empire. That being said, boss, you're just too awesome. Those things that you did, just how did you do them? Yun Qi had a face full of amazement. Didn't he just obtain first place in the ranking tournament? Causing a sensation was just typical. But it shouldn't be so impactful to such a degree, right? He still was not fully aware of the fact that ranking first in ranking tournament was only secondary when it came to causing a sensation within the Blue Wind Empire. The main reason was because he had no one supporting him in the rear. An unknown individual that practically nobody knew of had actually married the publicly recognized #1 beauty, the younger generation's current #1, Xia Qingyu, and even had got the #1 beauty in the past, whom many sect masters could only dream of, the fairy of frozen beauty, pregnant. He had even made plans with Blue Wind Empire's only princess, who had the most noble of identities, to marry him. Such a fellow could only be described with 3 words, cool as FCK. As long as it was a man, they would admire him to the point of worship, or be jealous to the point of wanting him to go down all 18 levels of hell. Is it really that exaggerated? Yun Qi muttered in a low voice, and then cautiously asked. After I was suppressed by the Heaven's punishment sword, how were Princess Kang Yue, Yuanba, and them? What happened afterwards? When Yun Qi mentioned Princess Kang Yue, Ling Jai's expression stiffened. All of his excitement had also cooled off. The sudden change in his expression tugged at Yun Qi's heart as he promptly asked, What happened afterwards? Ling Jai drew a breath of air and said evasively, Boss, there is something. After I say it, you must not get angry. It definitely wasn't Princess Sis's real intention. Princess Sis, she's about to marry Fen Jucheng. Chat. Yun Qi's body distinctly shook and his complexion sunk immediately. Boss, don't worry about right now. Princess Sis definitely didn't consent to it. Perhaps she was coerced, or because she was forced to do so as a last resort. Tell me, when will they be married, and where will it be? Yun Qi coldly interrupted Ling Jai with an incomparably calm voice. So calm that it made Ling Jai break into cold sweat and subconsciously replied, Burning Heaven Clan's procession is already headed towards the Imperial City to escort the bride. The latest that they arrive would be tomorrow at 7 to 9 in the morning. They will be getting married at Burning Heaven Clan's Fiery Sun Hall. Just as Ling Jai's words fell, Yun Qi had already charged out like a gust of violent wind, traveling tens of feet in the blink of an eye. Wait, boss, Ling Jai quickly ran to catch up, and simultaneously extended his left hand. Following a flashing streak of light, an approximately 6-meter-long large bird that brought about a gust of wind charged at Yun Qi. This is my contracted profound beast, the fierce zephyr bird. With its speed, you might make it in time. The fierce zephyr bird was a high-level earth-profound beast. In terms of speed, it was no way inferior to that of the fierce Storm Hawk, and had even more than 10 times the endurance. Xianxia turned around and leapt high, then landed on the fierce Zephyr bird's back. In the wake of the fierce Zephyr bird's long cry, it broke into the sky and directly flew in the direction of the Blue Wind Imperial City. Phew, definitely have to make it in time. Ling Jai tightly clenched his fist. Then at this time, he suddenly thought about the discovery about Chu Yuechan being pregnant 16 months ago, and immediately shouted, "Boss, wait, there's another very important thing." With the fierce Zephyr bird's extreme speed, it had already become a little black dot in his line of sight. It was already impossible for his voice to be heard. And even if Xianxia, who was currently burning with anxiety, heard the sound of his voice, he would still not turn back.